Appreciate it a lot, man. Don't worry about everybody in general chat, bro. You already know that's just how it be. Appreciate you coming in here today.
Yeah, they're mobbing me because I said Uber Ani.
Yeah, don't worry about it, man. I appreciate you pulling up here today. I'll see you later. All right, peace.
Okay.
All right, Ruby, are you still here? Yep. All right, let me bring you up, man. I want to hear what you got to say about this, Ruby. I'm interested. Maybe I should have like some background
Bro,
music
I
for the
think
stream.
go background.
All right, but go ahead. What do you got to think about? What do you
You
got to say
see me?
about it? Yeah, I'm streaming.
Yeah, I think Deepwoken will suck, bro. It's just like Tomless spam. Like it's just gonna be Tomless spamming. You know,
Okay.
like it's just gonna be bad.
All right, Ruby. All right. Too much trolling. All right, Neil, you're back. We never actually got to finish what we were talking about earlier. All right, go on, Neil.
Yeah, what's up? What were we?
I believe
What were we?
you're talking about the community, right? If I was correct, and
Oh
like
yeah,
old rogue
yeah, yeah,
lineage.
yeah. So I was asking, how how do you know that this anime community couldn't like transform or evolve into this raw community because of the toxicity around the game?
So,
Because toxicity brings with toxicity. So when people start being toxic, then other people start being toxic. You know?
so you're saying like, how do we know that when people start playing Deepwoken, that the people who are casual players won't turn into toxic players?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
basically,
saying?
because that's what happened with Rogue. Yeah,
All right. I understand your perspective. First off, we got to realize that in any like permadeath game, that players can cause the permadeath, right, through PvP. Um, there's going to be toxicity no matter what. There's toxicity in any game that has PvP, pretty much, right? Even like for example,
yeah,
ABA, it's not a permadeath game, but it's competitive. CS:GO, like you mentioned earlier, it's competitive. There's going to be toxicity no matter what. So I can't sit here and say, oh well, they reworked the game to where there's going to be no, like, obviously there's going to be toxicity. Of course, when it comes to different players though, like, yeah, sure, somebody will be toxic to them, but obviously, like, just because somebody's like super toxic to you doesn't mean it's gonna all of a sudden change your character. Be like, you know what, starting from today, I was a nice dude before, but I'm gonna be super toxic now. Like, obviously there's different people in the world, and I don't think, like, as a result it's gonna make people more toxic in general. If everybody in chat right now, in general chat or the stream chat, um say in general, if you think you're if do you think you're a toxic person, yes or no? Like, you can just say yes, I'm a toxic person, no, I'm not a toxic person. Go ahead and say it in general chat. And yeah, let me see what people are saying. No, no, yes, maybe, only when others are toxic. So I'm guessing that means like if somebody were to grip you and spam music, you just say it back to them. Okay. No, no, very toxic, it's fun. In between, no, no matter what, I keep it real. No, in between. Let me see what chat's saying. Yes, yes, no. Not unless I'm angry. No, no. So as you can see from asking general chat and the people watching the stream, there seems to be a very good mix of people who are toxic and not toxic. I don't think that it's Deepwoken. Even if there's a lot of people who are toxic, I don't think it's going to turn everybody toxic like it's a fucking plague or something like that. So in my
yeah.
opinion, I just don't think that's going to be the case.
Okay, well, but okay. Let's see this. So, why do OG players leave Rogue? Why don't they play it anymore?
Probably because they found it boring. I'm not an OG player, but that's what I would assume, because it stopped getting updates and it got boring, and they don't want to just play
Okay,
do the
no,
exact
okay.
same.
So that's not what I mean. So, according to you, people stopped playing Rogue because Rogue
Stopped
didn't
getting
get
updates,
updates and because
and or they got bored.
it wasn't user friendly, right? New user
Well,
friendly.
well, that's not the reason old players quit. That's the reason new players probably won't play as much.
Yeah. Okay, well, then how did new players become old players?
How do new players become old players? I'm guessing. Wait, what do you mean? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
if they were playing for a
those
long
old players
time,
were new
then
players before, right?
yeah, they were new players when the game was still getting content. Yeah.
I mean, was it still getting content?
When those old
Do
players
you
were
think so?
playing, yes, of course it was. Like, if a game is getting
Okay,
constant
so
updates, then obviously the new players are not going to quit.
what was there back then that isn't here now?
Updates. There's no, there's no content updates, man. There's no major thing to look forward to.
Yeah. I mean, why did the new players back then they kept playing, but new players back now they stopped playing?
Well,
What's
there.
different now from different back then? Because the updates itself are not different.
Well, first off, there's no updates to actually look forward to, right? In the current state, back then there was a lot more of an even playing field when it came to people progressing, right? And people learning. Back then, remember what you said before? Oh yeah, nobody knew anything, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Nobody knew anything. Everybody did not know everything. There was a few people who did, but a lot of people did not, right? The thing is now, you play Rogue now, everybody knows everything, dude. Literally everything about the game, dude. And when you're trying to catch up, you're going to have to do all this research so you don't, get far behind or get lost behind when like trying to catch up. Basically just catch up to where everybody else is in terms of Rogue. Now, of course, it's not necessarily hard to like get into the game cycle, but like if a new player is playing the game, bro, like it would take them like a solid maybe 2 weeks to a month to become actually like pretty good at the game. And when I mean good, I mean like able to fight, I mean like being like actual good fight against actual good gang squads. So the thing is, that's why I actually try and that's why I was bringing up in my latest video, that the fact that these people who are like perma freshers right now are going to quit because Deepwoken will have that even playing field, right? And it's a lot better for those newer players who are playing the game to start on an even playing field versus people who already know everything about the fucking game. Like if I see everybody, if I like spawn at Orsfall, right, and I see like 5 ultras there, right, just chilling, right, like you know what I'm saying, like, hey man, dude, I'm probably gonna get ruined by the Dinikiri or fucking fed on or some shit like that, right? Versus
Yeah.
like in Deepwoken, when I start off, I'm gonna be only seeing freshies, right, and it's gonna be like that for quite a while.
So you're basically saying after like 3 months the game becomes trash?
I'm not saying that at all.
I mean, so obviously it's user friendly in the beginning, but after 3 months, if people start knowing more about the game and they're starting to get experience, then what's different now than with Rogue?
In my personal opinion, the thing about Deepwoken is that it's like, here's what I'll say: easy to learn, hard to master, right? So the thing about Deepwoken is that, or I think about Rogue before, is that again, like everybody kind of already knows things. So for a new player, it's like, it's not that easy to learn, my guy. And to be honest, I think it's more hard to learn, pretty easy, decently easy to master, right? When again, I made this statement before. If I'm like a druid and I'm going in a private server, right? Literally get like one of your like Dinikiri druid friends to teach you how to play druid. It takes like 20 to 30 minutes, and you're like just as good as them. You learn the exact same things everybody else does. Snap Verdian, Action Surge, Talorum, or I use Snap Verdian, I M2 them, Ignis. Like you see the exact same classes doing the exact same things. You see the sigil combos, the exact same sigil combos. You see the exact same Oni combos. You see the exact same fucking thing, dude, with literally every class in the damn game. You see the D Sages, they do the exact same M2 combo. In Deepwoken, that curve is a lot different because the combat is a lot more fluid and there's not people doing the exact same fucking thing every time. Now, of
But
course, there
they
will
can.
be.
But they can.
Go ahead.
I mean, obviously in Rogue, you don't have to do the same thing, but people in Debugger are just gonna do what's best. So eventually, everyone's gonna start doing the same, right? And
But
it's not
Deepwoken
gonna be
is.
user friendly because experienced players are gonna have such a higher advantage over new players that the game is just gonna be the same as Rogue. This is how it is with every game. Let's take an example like Rust. If you have an experienced player with like 10k hours and a new player with like 10 hours, right? The guy with 10k hours is gonna shit on him, and it's not gonna be fun for the guy with 10 hours because he's gonna get shit on. And it's the same with Deboken and the same with Rogue.
I have to disagree. I bring up the same point I was bringing earlier. You say it's going to be the same as Rogue, but it's simply pretty much not true. Again, look at a player who's trying to initially learn Rogue. If I start from scratch, start from zero, right? If I start from ground zero in Rogue, right, and I try and go out and let's just say I learn a little bit about progressing, right? It's going to be significantly harder than Deepwoken because it's, again, I say the phrase for Rogue. At first hard to learn but easy to master, bro. Like once you get through that initial learning curve in Rogue, everything from there is a breeze, dude. It's not fucking hard to learn how to play Sigil. If you're an Oni player and you learn how to play Sigil the next day, give it 20 minutes, dude. Give it 20 minutes and you'll learn. I understand what you're saying, all right? Experienced players will be shitting on newer players, of course. But again, with the newer players, there's a lot more incentive to get better because it's a lot easier in my opinion. Well, not a lot easier, but it's easier than Rogue, in my opinion, to actually get into the system and get into the cycle of learning and becoming a better player. And of course, there's PVE progression. So it allows those players who will obviously get shit on to not have to be get shit on all the time because they can actually progress and learn the game. Besides going into a rogue that exists now, that if you actually tried, if you didn't learn anything about the game and tried progressing, you'd have no fucking chance, dude. You'd have to actually do your research, actually learn the fastest and most effective ways to progress without getting fucking jumped, dude. And while in Deepwoken, you can actually PvE your way to victory. Now, obviously, we don't know a lot of things about Deepwoken and how it's going to be on release because it's not released yet. What I'm trying to say is that again, Rogue hard to like learn initially and easy to master. While in Deepwoken, it's the opposite way around, which is why I think it's going to be different than Rogue Lineage. And I don't think it's going to be like, oh, these fucking experienced players just fucking shitting on new players like that, dude. Initially, I think at least there's going to be I think it's at least going to be better than Rogue because in Rogue it's fucking. You stand no chance. You literally stand no chance.
So you're saying Deepwoken, it's harder to progress and it's harder to be experienced than in Rogue.
I think it's going to take more time to become skilled, in my opinion. Because in
so
Rogue, and like, what class do you play?
I don't play Rogue.
Okay. What classes do your friends play?
It's dead ass 6:50 a.m. and I can't sleep.
Mage,
I got
right?
shit
All right.
in like 4 hours. God
Oh wait, I got a donation. Thank you for the $5 donation. Enter 64. Hey man, welcome to the stream, dude. We're debating Deepwoken. All right. Ask your friends. How long did it take them? Do you think to become good at Mage? Right? Do you think he's a skilled Mage player? Do you think he's a skilled player when he plays Mage?
Nah, he's
No,
trash.
right? No, he's trash. I think that's one of the biggest difference right there. I think that's one of the biggest difference right there, dude. Right, but I'm pretty sure that mage that you said he was trash, I'm pretty sure he could kill like freshies pretty easily, right? I'm pretty sure he can kill people easily because of the bullshit mages are able to do. And any class able to do. There's bullshit with every class that people don't like. People are like, yo, dude, that Oni damage, or dude, that Sigil damage, or dude, the Shinobi can escape so easily. There's a lot of people things don't like about every single class. Or dude, the D-Sage canceled my mana, or dude, why can Druid there's a lot of things people complain about every class. Same thing in K as well. When it comes to Deepwoken though, when you lose, of course, there's going to be things that people are not going to like about it, but there's at least a difference in the sense that you can actually at least stand a chance against the person you're fighting. Now, of course...
Yeah, I mean, so there's obviously... so don't you think after 6 months or 1 year of playing, someone gets way better at Deepwoken than when they first started?
Yes, obviously people who are going to be playing for 6 months are going to be better than the people who play for
Okay, so
like
then
a day.
you have the same exact thing, right? If I have
I
1
don't
year
think
of
so.
experience on one account, I can easily kill freshies, or
Yeah, you can. Of course, you can easily
because
kill
otherwise
freshies.
there's no progression curve.
Of course,
Otherwise
you can.
there's no
But
progression.
that you can
If
do.
after 1 year I cannot kill freshies, then I've done something wrong.
Of course, you can easily kill freshies, but you're saying 6 months after a year. Like, I understand what you're saying, but how does this relate to why Deepwoken felt? Are you saying it's going to take the exact same path Rogue did? You're going to say it's going to turn exactly into Rogue
Because
Lineage?
it is.
It's a different
What's
game.
the difference?
It's a
What's the
completely different
difference
game.
of
That's the biggest
someone with
difference.
1 year on Rogue killing a freshie, and someone with 1 year on Deepwoken and killing a freshie?
To be honest, there's
exactly
still
no difference
there's
because
still
the guy
killing a
just
freshie.
started the game.
Of course, that's going to happen in literally every other
Yeah.
game. But what I'm trying to say is that even though the ultra class, let's just say analogy, right, and Deepwoken, like in terms of progression, can kill the freshie, the freshie has more hope in Deepwoken because there's actually better methods than in Rogue to actually progress. You don't have to be stuck doing fucking the same thing in order to progress. You can do different things in Deepwoken, bro. It's different. At least the freshie has hope, and the perma freshies actually have a chance now because there's actually not easier methods, but they don't have to go through BS in order to just stand a decent chance, man. Like, think about it. Think about all the perma freshies right now. Obviously, a lot of people would just say, "Oh, they suck at the game, dude," right? But there's still a lot of BS that happens at the lower level that people don't like. You know what I mean? Like, I kill somebody and they hop on their ultra, they kill me back. Like, there's BS like that, and that will of course happen in Deepwoken. I'm not saying it's inevitable. It's going to happen in Deepwoken too. But the fact that is, Deepwoken will have a lot more of an appealing and palatable progression system in terms, at least compared to Rogue Lineage, man. At least compared to Rogue Lineage. I don't think it's going to be the exact same path, man. When you introduce
so
PvE progression, I don't think it's going to be the exact same path.
So a freshie has a chance against a 1 year player? Does he have a chance? At least a chance.
At least it depends on like the conditions, etc. Like if they're both freshies, obviously the 1 year player is going to win. But that's not the point. My point is even if the freshie loses to the 1 year player, like of course that's going to happen. The freshie will have a lot easier of a chance catching up to the 1-year player versus Rogue, because Rogue has that very steep initial learning curve where a freshie's like, dude, what the fuck, man? Like, a new player will join the game and be like, yo, what the fuck? I just got gripped by, or I just got killed. Like he was able to fly around me. Well, like in Deepwoken, when I can't really say too much about it, but well, at least when you first join the game, I'm just gonna say at least like they'll have a lot more palatable experience, and they'll be like, okay, I guess I got to do this now. You know what I mean? Like I can do this. You know, there's not gonna be like you know, you're not gonna spawn in at Orsfall where like all the ultras hang out and then get gripped like that on site or ruined. You know what I mean? At least in Deepwoken, there's gonna
Why
be like
not?
I can't really get into. I can't leak anything about Deepwoken like that. But at least there's like a more. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a more palatable, easier experience getting into the game. Like Nano and a lot of other people say, easy to learn, hard to master, like it should be. Not where Rogue, like, it's just hard to learn at first, and then like from there it's like a fucking breeze, dude. Ask any player who plays any class. I guarantee you they didn't struggle to learn the class, dude. They weren't like, yo, dude, I've been playing for 20, 30 hours and I finally learned how to play Druid, dude. I finally learned how to play Druid, man. It took me, like, no, nobody's going to be saying that, dude. Nobody's going to be saying that. Well, like, clearly in Deepwoken, I can tell you right now, you can tell a clear difference between the good testers and the bad, not the bad, but like the inexperienced. They don't play the game as much, or they're just not really good at PvP. You can clearly see the difference. Well, in Rogue, dude, there's a lot of BS that hides who's really good at the game. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, so you gave an example of Freshie spawning at Ors, and then he's just gonna leave the game after he gets ganked, right?
Yeah, he's just gonna be like, man.
That's the point you.
He's
you
not
were
gonna.
making?
Because he's gonna be like,
Okay.
I don't know what to do. Like the learning curve is pretty steep initially.
But the exact same can happen in Deepwoken. If you spawn in the game and you get killed by an Ultra, the only way you can evade this is if you just put them in different worlds, right? So for example, you have Gaia and K. So the only reason is you can either put all Freshies together and all Ultras together, because that's the only reason of dividing skill class. For example, if you have a competitive game, you have different elo ranks, right? You have silver, platinum, whatever,
So you're saying like you're saying that
right?
in terms the only way to prevent freshies from quitting the game is to lock the better players away. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because otherwise the exact same can happen. What you just said about Rogue. You spawn in, you get killed, and you leave the game. Because the guy does some fire, thunder,
So you're saying what Deepwoken should
Dragon Ball
do
Z bullshit.
in order to prevent it from being exactly like Rogue, they have to lock away the good players to prevent dude, I don't know if that's
Yeah,
the
that-
best
because
to
that's the
lock
exact-
away players who actually learned the game and took the time to learn away. Dude, if I want to kill a freshie, because
Yep.
for whatever reason, let's just say I want to kill somebody, I have to be locked away because I'm good at the game. How does that reward the good players at all? If I'm gonna what if I'm playing with one of my new friends who just started the game? Yo, dude, I can't fucking play with you. I'm locked away. You see what I mean? Like, why would I want to be locked away because I learned the game?
Because okay, that's like queuing a diamond player with a bronze player.
I understand that statement, but
And then
Deepwoken
saying
is
the
not
bronze
like
player has a chance.
there's not gonna be fucking elo ranks like there isn't like in other games like that. Like I'm not gonna be like, yo, I'm a platinum
Yeah, I
player,
mean,
bro, in
obviously.
Deepwoken.
But as long as you make it open world, your argument about Orsfall and Freshies, it's not valid.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, dude, there's not going to be. I've played Deepwoken and I've played Rogue, right? Of course, we're just going to have to wait until there's more players to see what really happens, of course. In my opinion, I do think that there's going to be some aspects where the game will be more toxic than Rogue for various reasons, but I don't think I don't think it's going to make players quit the game completely, dude. I think the game will be a lot more palatable for those new players to just keep on playing the game. They won't just be like, all right, dude. Not only is it like fucking stupid to try and progress in this game, like, you know, legitly progress. If you want to try, have you ever tried iron lineaging, like the intended way to play the game? That shit is really annoying. I guarantee you, it's actually it's probably really annoying to deal with in 2021, or like in an Asian server.
Basically, everyone did.
Yeah, when you started the game, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, in Deepwoken, at least when it comes to like the iron lineaging part of Deepwoken, right? It's not going to be as tedious and as annoying. Yeah, sure. Obviously, there's going to be times where you get gripped by a random player. You're like, dude, what a fucking jackass, right? But I don't think that's going to defer players from quitting the game completely, and I don't think it's going to turn it into a Rogue Part 2, dude. You're saying basically it's going to turn to Rogue because they're not going to lock away the good players or the people who are like actually know what they're doing in the game. But I don't think that's the case at all.
I'm not saying they have to lock away the good players, but It's just the example you gave. You gave an example of Orsfall and
I
Freshies.
gave
Well,
the
in
example of
Deepwoken, it's
Orsfall
exactly
because
the same.
Orsfall
A
because that's
Freshie,
where all the ultras pretty much hang out. It's like there's like hot spots. Like there's hot spots
yeah,
where people hang out, and that's where the freshies fucking spawn in, dude. There's not gonna be like some hot. There's not gonna. It's different in deep. I will tell you right now, it is different in deep open. There's not gonna be a spawn where people are like hot spotting around, and when you spawn in, like when when you see somebody spawn in Orsfall, you see like the fucking force field that goes through the wall. You know, like if I'm a
yeah.
Denakiri, bro, and that's a freshie, I'm gonna fucking ruin that dude. If I'm a vampire, I'm gonna feed on him, bro. Like that's my mentality. You know what I mean? Like I've done that before. Like I'm a Denakiri dude. I need runes. I see somebody spawn in at Orsfall and it's a freshie, I'm going to ruin him. Or if I'm a great sword progressing dude, I'm going to kill that freshie, right? But in Deepwoken is not gonna be exactly like Orsfall where you just spawn in and hey man, hey you're looking pretty
I mean,
juicy today.
yeah.
I'm gonna need
I
to kill
mean,
you, bro. I'm gonna need to
that's
kill.
not what I'm saying.
I don't. There's
I'm not saying
really
it's exactly the same, but I'm saying it's the same concept. Where if ultras can still meet freshies, then there's always a skill barrier. Because let's say after 1 year you still want new players to come. So someone with 1 year experience, right? He's a lot better than me, and that's a skill barrier between us. And there's just no way I can beat him. Now I can train a year, but while I train that year, he has 2 years experience. So basically, if I don't start at the beginning, I'm already falling behind,
I
right?
again, while I understand what you're saying is like, of course, the people who play longer will have more experience. I don't think that's going to be really that much of an issue because sure, right? Um, Here I'll bring up this example right now, right? Nano and Raguzer and Sage, players that are really good. They've been playing for about probably like a year or 2 years from now, right? Me, I've been playing for like maybe like I really just started actually playing this month. Like before I really did not know what I was doing. I actually for real
Yeah.
started playing like a solid month ago. Now I'm able to actually 1v1 and beat Nano and Raguzer, right? Obviously I'm not saying I'm better than them, but I'm able to beat players who have been playing for a solid year plus longer than me. So that argument is invalid because literally I'm an example, dude. I've been playing actually like I've actually learned how to PvP in this past month, and I'm able to fight people who've been playing for a year plus. You're assuming that people learn the exact same way. That it's like a linear path. It's not a linear path, dude. There's people who are better at learning and people who if they want to become good, they will become good. You're saying like, oh, dude, I can't beat a. I'm quite sure like right now, if there's somebody who joined Rogue Lineage and they're actually taught how to play their class, they could beat multiple people who've been playing Rogue for like a year or 2 years. It doesn't fucking matter. If you're good at the game, you're good at the game. It doesn't. Yeah, sure, people learn things at a certain like pace or like at a rate, but I don't think that it's gonna take a fucking year to like get good at the game, dude. Like there's people who are gonna get good at the game in like a week, a month, and be better than like Nano. That's
Okay,
probably
but
gonna happen. There's gonna be
if
sweats,
it's
dude. People can play for 24 hours, 7 days a week if they have a fucking break, and they'll catch up real quickly. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. So how
okay,
does
but
that?
if it's so easy to get so good at a game, then
I'm not.
why
I'm
do
not saying. I'm
new
not saying it's super easy. I'm just saying like it can happen.
Okay, you're saying uh 1 week
Thank
skilled
you for the
player
donation, by
could
the way.
beat a 2 year
Thank you for the
skilled
donation.
player,
Yeah, it's
right?
possible. Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, so why don't new people come to Rogue?
I just said exactly. Rogue is not palatable. There's a lot of things that turn new players off from Rogue. Hard to learn, easy to master. That initial learning curve turns off new players.
Okay.
That's why. In my
Yeah, but
personal eyes, that's
that
why.
that
Like
still didn't answer my question.
that does answer the question. That's why new players don't play the game, and also the game doesn't get updates anymore. So like, that's why new players probably wouldn't want to stay as much because if they see a game, like if they join the Discord and they look in the updates channel, they're like, yo, like, where are the content updates? Like they'll obviously see that the game has not been getting updated for actually updated for like almost 2 years now.
Yeah, but don't you think um a game should be good because the game is good and not because
Hmm?
the game gets content or because a community wants to play the game? The game has to be good by itself, right? So
Well,
you
Deepwoken
have
is
to
a good
make
game
your
by
game like
itself.
it
There's a lot
that
of
a freshie wants to stay playing,
well, yeah,
wants to play the
that's what
game.
I'm trying to explain to
And
you.
if I join Deepwoken,
People are going to stay playing the
and if
game
I
because
join
it's a lot
Deepwoken,
easier and palatable to play. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Deepwoken is that. It's exactly what you're describing. Deepwoken will have things that appeal to people when they first join the game, and then easy to learn, hard to master. So when they first learn, you're gonna have the people that, okay, I know what I'm doing now. When they first, like, compared to Rogue, when they first play, they're gonna be like, dude, but when they play Deepwoken, they'll be like, oh, okay, now I at least know what to do. Like, I can actually understand what to do a lot easier than at least when I first joined in Rogue. And of course, there'll be that
So
sense of adventure.
there's like a tutorial. How does it work? There's like a
I,
tutorial.
no comment on those. No comment on that. Again, I can't get into
I mean,
what
there has to
exactly.
be, right?
I can't explain to what exactly is going on. But I'm just saying, dude. Like, obviously, dude, the people who made Rogue Lineage and understand its flaws are making this game. Do you think that they're not going to fix the issues that were in Rogue Lineage? You really think that a game that not only Rag and Ark are working on, but they have an all-star cast with contractors, and they're all working together to make a game that is better than Rogue Lineage? They want it to be obviously better than Rogue Lineage. You think it's going to be just the same as Rogue Lineage? Think about that. You think that the guys who are making the exact the guys that made the exact same thing they're going to do the exact same thing as Rogue Lineage? You think they're going to do the exact same thing? Not better, the exact same thing. Why do you think that is? Why do you think they would not learn from their mistakes after 2 years of developing?
They clearly didn't.
How so?
Otherwise, Rogue would be a good game. If they learned
They
from
stopped.
their mistakes,
They
would have
stopped. They
continued
stopped
to make
making.
Rogue good.
They stopped.
If
They stopped
know
updating for
what
a
their
reason.
mistakes are, but they don't know.
How do you
Because
you
the
think
devs
that
don't listen to
you
the
think
community.
you think Ragusa and Ark don't listen to? Why do you think they're trying to make Deepwoken better? They obviously are learning from their mistakes for a reason. Why do you think
Why
Deepwoken
didn't they
is?
make Rogue better?
Because they're working on Deepwoken. They don't want to work on Rogue anymore, dude. It's their decision.
So
It's their
they
game.
know all the problems in Rogue. Why didn't they just fix them and then Rogue would be completely fine?
Because they want to work on Deepwoken. They don't want to fucking work on Rogue anymore. It's their choice. If they want to fix, if they wanted to fix Rogue, then they would have fixed Rogue. If they want to make a better game that fixes Rogue's problems, they can do that too. It's their choice. They don't have to work on Rogue Lineage because I don't know. It's their decision, man. It's their game. That's how it works. If they want to drop the game and never make another update again, that's their decision. If they never want to dev again, that's also their decision. You got to realize that these guys are people, man. They make games. They obviously want it to be better if they're going to make a game, of course. If they wanted to make Rogue better, they clearly would. They still update and fix the bugs from time to time, but they want to make a better game, and that's what they're doing with Deepwoken. And I don't understand the fact that you think that they're trying to make a game that's exactly the same as Rogue. Why do you think they stopped working on Rogue in the first place, my guy? They want to make a better game than Rogue. That's why they don't want to make another Rogue. Why do you think they don't want to update Rogue anymore? And you think they're going to make the exact same thing? That doesn't make sense. They've been working on this game for nearly 2 years now, dude.
Okay, so let me ask you, why do they make this game? Why do they make Deepwoken?
Like I just said, dude.
No, I mean,
I don't
do they
know.
make Deepwoken?
I don't know
What's
the
point of
exact.
making Deepwoken?
What's the point of? I don't know the exact influences or exact reasonings as to why they want to make Deepwoken like how they made
we all
Deepwoken.
know it. It's cash, right?
You're saying don't tell me they're only making Deepwoken for cash, dude.
No,
That
no, that's not what I'm saying.
no,
I'm
dude.
saying
You just said
the
you just
end
fucking
goal-
said
The
cash.
end goal is cash.
The end goal is cash.
Is it
Dude,
not? You're telling me it's not?
Dude, they want to make a fun game that they can play themselves, man. I'm almost 99.999% positive if they wanted to make a fucking cash grab, they can easily make an anime game that would probably take them like 2 to 3 months and fucking rack in money, dude. They can make some, I don't know, anime battle, something. They add something to that. Anime simulator, fucking any simulator game, anything. They could easily rack in money like that, dude. But no, they instead sat down and worked on this game for 2 years nearly, bro. And you're telling me that their end goal, their real purpose, their evilness is just to make money, bro. That's what you're telling me. Instead of making an anime game, bro, on Roblox, they could have made, I don't know, Naruto Ultimate Online Simulator. They could have made anything like that instead of working on a single game for 2 years. And they got contractors and they have other devs. And you're telling me that whole end goal purpose was just to make money? They got all those contractors and devs just to make money. That's it. Just money. Not a fun game. Not a very enjoyable
That's
game
what
for
I
the
said.
Rogue community.
I said the end goal is always cash because otherwise they wouldn't do shit, right? So, right?
Bro, I don't know what to say, man. I just think it's disappointing that
why do you
think
their devs work on the game? Because they're getting paid.
because
right?
they enjoy making the game, dude. Not
So you think if they wouldn't
everybody
get paid,
makes
they
something for
wouldn't-
cash. Not everybody does things for cash, man. People enjoy making games because they maybe just want to make a fucking fun game for people to enjoy. Some people would rather have a really fun game that a lot of people play than having a fucking cash grab that everybody makes super tons of money off of, man. That you can clearly see the people who do that on Roblox right now. Look at all the let me load up fucking Roblox right now, dude. Let's see what's on the fucking home page, dude. Discover. Let me click. I guarantee you, like,
I mean, everything is cash grab.
bro, there are a lot of things that are
All
cash grabs,
cash
bro.
grabs.
There are a lot of things that are clear. Dude, there's so many easy ways just to make any money. Look, anime fighters, bro.
Yeah.
Anime fighters, dungeons, anime fighting simulator, dude. Oh, okay. 2 easy ways to make money right there. They could have just made another one of those, bro. Super power fighting simulator. Wow, look at that on the front page, dude. Crazy, dude. I'm just saying, Dragon Ball Super Saiyan Simulator 2. Look at that, bro. Ninja Tycoon version 3.8. Dude, version 3.8 update. Fire emoji. Super powered training simulator, dude. And you're telling me that despite all those easy ways to get on the fucking front page, that they're gonna work instead on a game for 2 years just to make cash as their end goal, dude. Please don't tell me that you're actually sleeping on Ragusa and Archmage, actual competent developers like this. You can't be. You can't be. I won't accept this Archmage and Ragusa slander, dude. I just won't. There's no way you're telling me that's the only thing they're thinking about at the end.
No,
You can't.
I didn't say that that's the only thing they're thinking about. I said that that's the end goal of making a game. You want it to succeed, right?
Obviously they need to make money to live and shit. But what's the point of bringing that up then? If that, of course, they obviously are going to want to make money, bro. They need to live. They need to eat. But why bring that up? If that's like,
Yeah, okay.
what's your point? What's your purpose of bringing it up then?
So do you think that, for example, Rogue, how big do you think the BM is?
I have no
Percentage.
idea.
Give me like a percentage. of
I
the
have
players.
no idea about how many people black market, bro. You're gonna have to tell me. I have no idea.
Okay.
10% maybe?
Let me tell you, the only reason Rogue is still making money is because of the BM, and that's already like this
So
for 1 year.
You're
because there
saying
are no new
Rogue is
players
only
coming
so.
to the game.
So you're saying Ark and Ragusa are only making money because of black marketers, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, go on. Go on. Go ahead.
Okay, so how's it different this time?
No, is that your only argument? Is that your only argument that Ragusa and Archmage make the main way they make money now is through the black marketers. They rely on the black
Yeah.
marketers to make money. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. They do rely on the black marketers.
Wait.
You wanna know how much accounts are bought every day because of black marketers?
Are you saying like they're the
fucking insane.
real they're the secret they're the head of the organization, bro? They're the real guys that are actually making the money off the. They're the ones getting the money. They're the ones selling the accounts. It's really them all
Okay.
along. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying like
Let
you have
me
to
explain the BM.
explain it,
There was
please,
a time
please? There's so many
where-
people waiting
where
for
the
this.
Where the BM, you could literally make $1,000 a day doing BM. That's how many accounts were sold. I have sold in 1 day over 54 accounts in 1 fucking day, just because of this game. Right? So if I am the one with like 10,000 other people doing the same fucking shit, you know how much fucking money that's generating? Do you think there are more newcomers to the game than BMers?
How do Ark and Rag make money off of it, bro? You're saying they're the ones that are giving these like getting the money
Because
from this?
I'm buying the fucking Robux accounts and I'm reselling them. They're getting all the Robux, they're selling all the Robux.
You really think I understand a percentage of those profits. Like I understand they get the Robux that comes from buying those accounts, but what does that have to do with selling a fucking Rift Gem?
And
What does that have to
rerolls.
do with selling a max account? Bro, how does that?
No,
Bro,
no,
I
not
guarantee you. I guarantee you that
That's not
doesn't
a big
really
part
make
of the game.
that probably. Dude, I'm pretty sure they
That's
get
not a
like
big
so
part
much
of
more
the
money
game.
from rerolls, bro. That probably gives them like shit, like fucking
Yeah,
pocket
rerolls
change.
is also BM. There was okay, for example, like 6 months ago, you were able to sell a Dezin for like $70 just out of pocket. If you did like 10 rerolls, which gave them probably like around 2k Robux in total, with buying the account as well, that's like 2.5k Robux, right?
I understand to
And
what
if
you're
you do
saying.
that for 50 accounts,
I under,
and 10,000 people do that for 50 accounts, then how much Robux does it generate? A lot. And that's how they're relying on BMers to keep the game alive and to keep their dev team alive. Because no newcomers are coming to the game. and no one is giving them money apart from BMers. And that's why I never got stopped BMing, because I kept BMing and they didn't ban me shit.
So you're saying the
They
only
didn't do
real
shit
the
because they
only
cannot do shit.
you're saying the only way Ragus and Archmage
They're
are
happy
getting
with
money
me.
now. You're saying that they're happy that people are BMing their games because that's their main way they make money. The people who buy the rerolls,
yeah,
the
they're
buy
happy
the
as fuck.
counts.
They probably made like at least 10, 5 grand of me.
They made
Of me just buying Robux
off
accounts.
of you alone. All right,
Yeah, off of me alone.
bro. Guys, bro, I'm
not joking.
go on to continue explaining. I'm gonna go get another drink.
At least 500 sales. At least 500 sales in BMs. 250 vouchers on 2 different accounts. Not even joking with you guys. You ask me anything about BM, I'll answer you.
All right, bro. How was school? It was all right. All right. All right. Have a good day today, then. All right. I'll see you later. Yes, up, bro. All right. All right. I got my drink. All right, dude. Now, I just think it's a little crazy. It's a little crazy that you think that you yourself are making the black marketers are like they like black marketers, bro. You're saying that they like black marketers and
Oh yeah. Arch probably bought some nice dinner for my Robux.
I understand that
Yeah,
while
that's
while
it.
they may get Robux from that, I do understand that, bro. Wait, what's up? I don't think they're. You're saying that they appreciate the fact that they they appreciate they're like, yo, thank goodness we have black marketers. That's the only way we're making money now.
Yeah.
And you're saying that that's
Yep.
and that's the reason why you think
Because it is the only way they're making money.
and that's you're
If
saying
I
that's the
alone
reason why.
made them like 5-10 grand. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I made over 10 grand with BM. So I made them at least 5 grand.
And you're
Right?
so
Of just selling accounts and rerolls.
and is this the
whatever
reason
the
why
fuck.
is this the reason why you think they're only making Deepwoken for money? Or like that's their main goal. That's their main goal to make.
No, because you were saying, do you really think that they're relying on BM? And they are. They're not going to.
And you
Even
think that's
if
going to
they
be the
could
same for
remove
Deepwoken?
BM, they wouldn't.
So you're
Yeah,
saying even if they had the
they
option to,
wouldn't.
they would not.
It's the same dev team, right? It's the same people behind the Rag and Arch.
All right. What we're gonna do is I'm going to have we're gonna have I want to hear what other people will have to say. I'll keep you on the call. I want to hear. I'm gonna bring 2 to 3 other people, and I want to hear what they have to say about the situation.
Yeah,
Piro, you're coming up. Daniel E, you're coming up, and Nuevo Prime. I want you guys to give your guys'
Holy
opinions.
shit.
Go ahead and give your
I'm
opinions.
planning
Do you agree or
fucking
disagree?
more therapists overtime after this. I'm going to fucking pay my therapist overtime after this shit, dude. Like, what the fuck is this man on? He admitted to black marketing and some other shit. Like, I can't take this
I
shit.
mean, in Deepwoken, black marketing won't even be as like top anyway because then you just say that most races are cosmetic anyway, so black marketing will be very mitigated. So that's what I think anyway.
Yeah, but the
Unless
game is
like
going to be
style
paid
like
access,
support.
right? Otherwise, it's going to be filled with exploiters. So whatever happens, the game is going to be paid access, or the game is going to be shit. We filled with exploiters. So
If they were
obviously,
making,
we're going
if they were making,
for the
if
paid
they were
access.
making Deepwoken for money, they wouldn't have, like, you know, you don't understand how much they've made off of Rogue. They don't need that much money. They're making this because they have a desire to make a good game, because Roblox is lacking in that
No, that
department.
was the point. The point was that
You
they're
know the-
relying on BM, and that they don't want to remove BM because they're relying on it.
It's
This
so
is what-
fucking stupid.
But why are mods so quick to ban like BMs on site? Like why is BM a
Well,
ban
yeah.
and they rely on it?
Let me guys
So-
So you buy new accounts.
Hmm?
I myself have probably gotten banned. I myself, so just myself, with my own accounts, probably over 100 times. People kept buying news. You know why?
Can't
Because it
fucking say
generated
this.
me even more.
This man, dude, this fucking guy.
So as long as you keep banning those BMers, they keep buying new accounts. Because there's no reason for them to stop. There was no reason for me to stop.
All right, I'm back, guys.
Because those accounts were cheap as fuck, and we were both profiting of it. It was a win-win for every situation.
So
Oh my
again,
God.
as long as you keep banning, people keep buying. If you don't ban, people don't need to buy a new account.
so
So why
This
would
just
they make
sounds like
Deepwoken?
an insane conspiracy theory.
They're making this much. If you're making it sound out as if they're making loads off of Rogue, why would they even have the desire to make Deepwoken if they're already making that much off Rogue?
good point. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, we're not talking
They don't
that
need
much.
more
It's
money.
not that they're set for life.
No, because they
course they-
are.
everyone-
Arch has literally said they've made like over 500,000.
Yeah, that's not enough.
It quite is. If
I
it's
think it
just
is,
like
man.
a handful
I
of
mean,
them,
if
they
that's your
can
end
pretty
goal in
easily
life-
split that.
If 500,000 is your end goal in life, then sure, you go ahead. But that's
And that's just off of game sales. That is not including rerolls.
okay. Wait, I'll get the. Let me get the calculations.
Yeah, they've made
Including
over a
tax.
million
1 second.
at least.
I've calculated it including tax. So
You're acting like
This fucking
37%.
guy, dude.
like that's like
They have to pay
DM
37% income taxes, which in the end, in total, they made around 1.183 million USD.
Yeah, but you're
And
acting
that's
like gaming is so this popular thing. People make ults for
What the
different
fuck is
reasons.
man
Some
saying?
people might make an ult because you know they want to boost themselves this summer. It's like everybody's got ults, like except me. But most rogue players have ults.
yeah, obviously.
like
I like how like,
not
this fucking
everybody's a
sitting
DM.
there quiet.
I mean,
Uh,
listen. The point
I
here
think
is
his mic
that
broke.
as long as they keep banning people, people keep buying alts. That's the
But
whole
then
point.
why would they stop working on Rogue? Why would they stop working on Rogue and then just switch
Because the
to
game is dying.
Deepwoken?
Because even I stopped BMing because BMing isn't that good anymore.
Bro, they stopped working on the game
So,
2 years
why
ago,
would
man.
you-
Almost 2 years ago. And you're saying way back then
No.
that it started
No,
dying. They've been
They
done
didn't
with
stop
Rogue,
working on
bro.
it 2 years
They've
ago.
been done with Rogue, bro. They started. You know when they started working on Deepwoken,
Not 2
man?
years. That's not true.
It was almost it was almost 2 years ago, bro. 2019.
2 years ago, Rogue was still alive.
That they
2 years
bro.
ago,
Check
Rogue
when the
was
last
still
time Rogue
alive.
Rag did an actual update, bro. What do you mean?
Actual new content.
Like
that wasn't
actual
made by
new
Aptorian.
content, bro. Like obviously they're gonna add there's a little stuff Aptorian adds and little balance changes, but when was the last time they actually added like
Yeah,
actual
but 2 years
content,
ago, they
man?
didn't need to add new content because the game was
Dude,
still
I
alive back then.
guarantee you, if they
Even
really
though they didn't add new content, the game was still alive.
If they liked the game, they would have been updating this the
People were
entire
leaving.
time.
People were leaving Rogue.
they would
2
keep
years
at
ago, wasn't that the era that everybody was saying that K sucks? Like people were leaving because they people started not liking the game because of it because it was so unbalanced. It was that was around the era when ultras would just kill freshies for no reason. Like that era was like the most toxic era, and that era was probably what started to kill Rogue in the first place.
Bro, wait. Okay, Neil, wait. Think about it like this, man. If they really, really were making this much bread, they're like, yeah, dude, it's fucking BMers, and dude, we're relying on these guys for so much money, man. We need this. Why wouldn't they just keep adding more stuff to make it more like? Why didn't they just keep adding new races? Why didn't they just keep adding new shit
They
like
didn't
that,
need
new
to.
artifacts,
They didn't need
so
to.
they can increase their
They didn't need
profits,
to.
right? They could easily add a bunch of
No,
new
it
busted
doesn't.
artifacts that people will
doesn't.
pay $500 for, bro, and then keep the black market alive just like that, bro. Why didn't they do that?
Oh my
And why did they
Because
decide?
the
Why
black
did?
market 2
They
years
didn't
ago.
need to. I mean, they didn't need to make Deepwoken. What's the point
Yeah,
of
like
making
why would they?
Deepwoken
Why
if
would
they're
they?
They
already
didn't need
making
to.
so much
Why
money?
didn't they
They
just
need to
fucking?
make new accounts until now? They didn't need to add new stuff until now, because like okay, 2021 the BM kinda died. November 2020 is when the BM was still alive, and then December the BM was kind of dead.
The only reason why the only reason why the rogue devs even added like Ronin in the first place was just because it was like a little treat for the rogue players while they wait for Deepwoken. It wasn't for any like crazy reason like oh they need to keep rogue alive. The the Ronin class or whatever was only to just pacify the rogue community until like Deepwoken comes out. That's literally why. That's
I mean,
literally why they were
obviously,
upgrading the game.
but we're talking long before whatever the fuck Ronin is, and much before. Okay, so like 1 year ago, 1 year ago, which around okay. So the BM was live 1 year ago, and
I
most
mean,
of my money came from just alts. It doesn't
you
matter
only
what the
seen
fuck
it
the
from a
race.
Oh
money.
my god.
You only
People
seen it
just
from a
want to play
money
the game.
standpoint because you haven't actually took the time to play the game. You're not looking at this game standpoint. You're looking at our money standpoint because you've only been in rogue lineage to make money from black marketing. To really really understand like the importance of Deepwoken and why Deepwoken was created in the first place, you need to really play the game except for the purpose of like black marketing or whatever.
I mean, obviously, we can't judge the game now because the game isn't released and I've never played it. We can't really judge it if we never play it.
But
so
what
No,
my
I'm talking about
see-
rogue.
but
we'll
what
see
is
how
it, bro?
original
Okay, all right, real quick,
the
real quick,
gameplay is. But
real quick. How
now I'm
how
just
does this
saying,
how does this
I'm
all
giving points.
how
If
does
this is the same, then the game is dead.
how does this
my
you're
God.
saying this relates? If you're saying it's the exact same thing with Rogue, with them profiting off of BMers, that the game's gonna die, is that your main point? So something that hasn't even happened
No.
yet is your main point. Then how does this all relate to
No,
how
that's not what
Deepwoken
I
will
said.
not? Then how does this all relate to
Because-
Deepwoken not thriving?
Because
Fundamentally,
why would it not
your
happen?
argument
Why
was
would the
still,
same not happen?
Because
your argument was still
it's a
that
different
Deepwoken
game,
is
bro.
being made for money.
It
It's
doesn't matter. It's still paid access. As long as there is a BM, as long as there's a market, there is a BM.
But how does this relate to
As
the
long as
game
people
freaking
want to
dying
buy-
and not
buy it-
thriving and being worse than Rogue? How does that relate?
But how are you even gonna PM in Deepwoken if it's not even if like most races are like cosmetic?
It's gonna be no. It's not about races, not about visa rules. Just paid access accounts, and they're gonna be hugely sold, and people are gonna fill the game. There are
Why
gonna
would you
be
sell-
lots of
Why would you sell
exploiters,
paid access accounts if paid access is gonna be around 400
And-
Robux?
and a lot of devs are going to sell exploits again. Cron is not going to work on Deepwoken exploits, but there are going to be a lot of new devs that are going to profit of this shit because they have a market here, and
Well,
that's
they
the old
have-
Bro community.
Well, obviously they're gonna have a much better anti-cheat than they did in Rogue Lineage. Obviously they're gonna have
My
a
guy.
much better anti-cheat.
My guy, it's Roblox. Anyone can make a fucking exploit on Roblox.
This applies
There's
to any
no
game.
anti-cheat.
What does this have to do?
There's no anti-cheat to this. Well, yeah, of course it applies to any game, but I've never played a game with this many exploiters.
Because
I
the
don't
Rogue
think you heard
because
about
the
this.
Rogue
Like you could
was
even
kinda-
find a free game. CS:GO
Bro,
non-prime. CS:GO non-prime is free. CS:GO
because
Rogue.
Rogue Lineage was such a hard game for most like normies who just played Rogue Lineage. That's why.
Yeah, and Deepwoken is going to be hard as well.
It's going to be hard, but not unforgiving.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
but there's still a market for these BM accounts.
But how
And
is
as
this
long
gonna?
as there's a market, people sell these accounts.
And you're saying
a
that
lot
this is
of
gonna
exploiters are
this,
going to come in.
and this is
and
gonna
that's
lead to the
going
game
to ruin the
dying. And you're saying their
Yeah.
anti-cheat is not good enough for them to
Filled
hold it
with
off.
exploiters and BMers, and they're gonna going to rely on the BM making them bank, and that's the only thing.
That's gonna drive them.
Even
The
it
exploiters and the
sounds-
BMers.
Yeah. I mean,
It's,
that's not gonna drive Raguzer or whatever.
Like, are you gonna sell
It's
like
gonna drive the
progressive
game.
accounts? It's not like Deepwoken has linear progression.
You're
Did
you're
you say?
currently underrating the motivation of a developer.
Yeah, he
No,
is.
no, no.
Like by a lot.
I just
Exactly.
corrected myself. I'm not saying this is going to motivate Raguzer. It's going to motivate people playing this game.
So you're saying the main motivation for people
DPM
playing the
and
game
market
is to
behind
is to black mark and to exploit.
Yeah. And then
And
the
that-
game
that-
is going to rely on that.
And then the game's
is
gonna
going
die
to be
because of
bad
this.
again. Yeah.
Dude, this guy's the fucking equivalent of a flag.
Okay,
This
listen.
has to be
That's
satire, I
that's what I
swear.
think.
The fuck?
That's what I
The
think.
reason why you think. The reason why
Obviously,
you think.
no one can look in the future.
Wait, the only reason why you having these opinions is because you've never played Rogue. You've never played Rogue.
You don't even play Rogue,
actually,
bro.
like, legitimately, you've only played.
You got
Excel,
ghosted like most of the
Of course I
time.
have.
Probably like,
Of course I have.
huh?
Of course I have.
Dude, I
You
showed
think
you
I
guys
started
all the
playing
fucking
game?
crap he did black market.
You probably just exploited and just probably just boosted yourself to like ultra garner artifact using like an auto farming thing, and you just sold your artifacts or your accounts or whatever. You've not actually played Rogue Lineage. That's why you think Rogue Lineage just relies on black
Bro,
marketers.
look, dude,
That's literally not the case.
look, man. The thing that you're trying to say about them, like their main profit, is like this theory that you have is just disregarded by the fact of how easy it is for these very skilled developers to make a Roblox game that could bring them so much more fucking income, dude. It's actually unreal how much income they can make if they actually like tried making a cash grab game. And you're saying that they're going to be making another game that takes them 2 years, right? That's a lot longer, and that in the end, it's just really going to be the black marketers and the exploiters who are going to give them the most profit anyway, and they're actually going to enjoy that. But if they really
that's
did,
going to be the biggest part of the player base is going to be the exploiters and the BMers.
No.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you, bro.
And BMers have always been the underground part of Rogue Lineage. Like exploiters and BMers have always been looked down upon as like just trash players. Like no one likes BMers. No one likes BMers except like a few people.
Neil, you understand there's such a thing as playing a game for fun, right? Like you can
Yeah,
do
bro.
that, right?
He just fucking
Of course.
doesn't
But
understand
when the
that.
game is filled with exploiters and currently Rogue, I can make Rogue accounts for under $1, and that's how fucking cheap it is to play this
And you
game.
think Deepwoken is going to be the same? And you think there's gonna be as many exploiters? You think it's not gonna have an anti-cheat at all? You
Okay,
think it's
Agam,
just
do you know the average price that Deepwoken is gonna cost?
400 Robux.
400
Okay.
Robux?
Okay, that's like max $1 for me. You can make like an account for max $1.
And what is
Yeah,
this?
one
But
fucking
why
Robux,
would you?
one
The
fucking
thing is,
What
people
is
in
that?
Rogue buy these accounts because they probably want the good race. They probably want Navra and Morvid. If there isn't that in the game, then why would they buy the fucking
They're not
account?
$1.
Why would they buy it?
I'm talking fucking Wiggins, Kesslans.
Yeah, what does that have to?
saying
But
it
I'm pretty
doesn't
sure those
matter
people.
the races.
Your
BM
argument,
market for
your
Deepwoken won't exist. There's not much you can black market
dude,
from what we've seen.
you're saying it's going to be the
Dude,
exact
X
same
is
as
the
Deepwoken when
biggest-
it's simply not.
is the
You
biggest
said that their
thing.
main profit earlier. You said that their main profits is that A, the accounts that they buy, and B, the rerolls they get so that they can get Navrin, Morvid, Dazin, and they can sell it, right? Why would they be re-rolling and selling these accounts when these races in the first place don't have an appeal to be black market in the first place? These races are not like Fishrin, where you fucking get 5 dodges, or Dazin, where you get free Ultra Instinct, or Navrin. They're not busted, man. They're low key, like, oh, okay, that's a cool thing to have. It's like like it's in the back of your mind, like it's literally like a secondhand thing that you never think about really again, dude. Like it's like, oh, okay, that's cool. That's literally all it is. You're saying that people are going to keep re-rolling for what? For a fucking little.
No, they're gonna buy new accounts just to play the game because it's so.
And
fucking
you're
cheap,
saying that
because I
that's
can
gonna
afford
you're
to
saying
buy
that
and I
really
can sell it for
from
like
fucking
150.
sales from those sales alone that's gonna drive the black market. Black marketers are gonna be, oh dude, I want to buy this game for cheap. Like, dude, there's literally gonna be fucking character slots. Why would you need to buy? Why the character slots are gonna be cheaper? You know that, right? The character slots are going to be cheaper. Why would you fucking, dude, why would you, if you don't fucking exploit in black market, why are you going to be buying new accounts for, dude, you can buy it for fucking
Yeah,
cheaper,
that's the
man.
point. Only exploiters buy new accounts.
Yeah,
like
no,
this.
nobody,
The game's
not
going
everybody's
to
going to
be
want to
really
fucking
good
black
There's no
market
appeal to buying new
Deepwoken, dude.
accounts.
People want to play
Deepwoken,
Deepwoken for fun, dude. They want to play Deepwoken because it's not Rogue Lineage. They're not going to want to fucking exploit, dude.
How do you know so sure?
Dude, literally, let me tell you. Literally, I actually got a DM. I got a DM
Have
from
you
this,
ever been in a BM community?
I don't, dude, I do not
These
know
people
why.
Don't play for fun. They play.
They play for
because
what?
they're, one, either addicted. Two, they want to make money themselves. Or three, they just have nothing to do and they just want to play the game. And it's cheap as fuck.
Yeah, they don't have nothing
It's
to
so
do.
cheap to
When in
exploit.
Deepwoken, there's
You
gonna be
buy
so
like a
much
GUI.
better stuff to do.
You
Neil,
buy like a GUI
the
for 10
black
bucks,
market
and you buy an
community-
account for 1.5.
The black market and community in Rogue might seem like a large player base, but once we go into Deepwoken, that's gonna be a very small portion of the community.
That's what
Like,
I'm
how many more
saying.
people are
Exactly,
just-
bro. Right now, Rogue probably has like half the player base is probably exploiting and black marketing, bro, and the community is small, and that's because they're fucking. Dude, it's
When
the
in
addicted
Deepwoken,
community.
That goes like 2-3%.
Exactly, bro. There's gonna be so many different types of people playing the game. It's not gonna be the fucking huge rogue community like you think it's gonna be.
People will move on. People will move on. The BM wasn't always
Did they
big.
fucking
The
move on from
BM
those anime
kept
simulator
getting
games?
bigger.
Did they move on from Grand Peace Online? I
The
think
BM
Grand Peace Online
kept
still has
getting
30k
bigger.
players, buddy. I think it still has 30k players. They didn't move on for those
It has
games.
like 10K.
Eventually,
Let me just bring up-
eventually, people move on from being a good player to a BMer. Even fucking
What?
moderators, senior moderators, BM.
You're saying that
Believe
the
me,
senior moderator is
even if
BM.
you don't know.
You're saying the senior
Yes.
moderators black market. The senior moderators and the
Yes.
moderators.
Same moderators that ban any
Okay.
YouTuber who's accused of
Can I
black
say
marketing.
something real quick?
The same. Those are the same mod that you're saying that black market.
Yes. There are senior moderators and normal rogue moderators that always BM'd, but have never been caught because they haven't done stupid shit. And you might think that this is not true, but believe me, it's true. So
This
Name
has to be
one mod.
satire at this rate.
I think so.
Bro, I just don't understand, man. How do you think that many people are going to black market the game, bro? Like, bro, they're gonna, dude. It's not gonna be like Rogue Part 2, man. There's gonna be a lot more different people playing the game, and Rogue players are probably gonna become like the smaller side of the community initially, bro. They're probably gonna be not as many Rogue players as you think that there are gonna be playing the game. Probably some Rogue players are gonna go back to Rogue. There's gonna be the ones that stay. You're gonna have the permafreshies, right? Then you're gonna have the huge majority of those like YouTuber audiences / anime player games, bro, that are gonna be playing the game, dude. And you still think
okay,
that
and
a
what
large
stops
majority of
them
those
from
guys are
going
gonna
to the
become
BM
black
and
marketers.
making hella money? What stops them from going to the BM? Just like the old rogue players did.
Because there's no
Because
incentive
no
to
one-
there's no
no one
incentive to
started
black
Rogue
market in the
BM.
first place. There's gonna be no incentive to.
Why not?
Because the
What's
races
the
are
incentive to
the
black
rate
market in
there's
Rogue?
because you want to fucking fish when you want to
There's
fucking
good
morbid. You want
races.
to
You can buy
dude.
artifacts.
Like
Races
obviously every
against,
game obviously
accounts,
Deepwoken will have people
etc.
who black market, of course. But bro, when it comes to
Okay,
people
so
wanting those
how did I-
races, like
Okay,
what?
so just from normal accounts, Regans, Castellans, Hassodans, I have sold lots of accounts, right?
But Deepwoken races.
This is
are
Rogue. You're
cosmetic.
talking about
Most
Rogue. We're
people
talking
do
about Deepwoken here.
Okay, forget the fucking races. Just mind paid access. There is so much paid access accounts to be sold.
But why
As
don't-
long as
why would
there's
someone black
paid
market
access, there's BM.
But why would
Why
you?
would someone
Why would
black
people buy
market
those?
access account and they
Yeah.
can just buy
What-
the game?
Who knows?
You can just
Who
buy
knows?
save
When-
accounts.
And you can
save
buy
slots.
character slots, bro.
Listen,
What are you
listen.
doing? What are you talking about, man? You're not
Even
gonna
if you're
need
banned,
5 different alt
even if you're
accounts.
banned.
That's if you're banned, you got banned for exploiting. It's probably the exploiters who are buying those shits, man, not regular
Yeah,
players.
and you're just gonna buy new.
Those I guarantee you right now, the exploits are going to be the smaller side of the community, bro. There's going to be a lot of people. Again, like I said, those Infernasu community fan bases, now Prodigy fan base, IB main fan. They're not going to be fucking the rogue players who fly around on the Ashen and grip people because they think it's funny.
I mean, that's what you think now, but do you think when there were almost no exploiters in Rogue, people were thinking, oh, exploiters are going to come to Rogue? Obviously not.
I did not play the
Rogue
game back
had
then.
a small community to start off with. Rogue never had a huge community.
Exactly.
Yeah, so how do you know there
exploiters were always a big
are going to
portion
be
of it.
almost no exploiters?
You said what?
How do you know?
Because pretty much in
How
dude,
do you know?
It's just.
say
I
that
think
again.
it's just pointless at
listen,
this point. Like,
Don't you
people
think
don't
if
listen to our
someone
point.
would if someone would see someone make like 10 grand of a BM, what's stopping them from doing the same thing?
Because they don't
you
black mark in the
don't
first
do
place.
that in Deepwoken.
There's no
So,
real way people are
okay,
going to be
so let's say
paying
a home
fucking
player is
$30
going to
for
see
a
this
race that
random
doesn't give
guy
them jack. Like, bro, what are you
make
on?
fucking 10 grand
Like,
of this. Yeah?
there's big incentives
why
for
wouldn't
Rogue
you
because
do
people
the
are going
same?
because there's
Why
people
wouldn't you do the same?
because people don't want to, bro. There's not gonna be incentives for people to be
What
like,
do you mean they
oh,
don't?
I'm selling this fucking Rift gem. There's not gonna be the fucking Rift gem you're selling, bro, for fucking however much you're trying to make, bro. There's not gonna be those races that people want that are busted, and people are gonna be like, yo, I want this. I want a fucking fish run, dude. I don't want to reroll. I'm gonna buy. Like, there's not gonna be people that do that.
It's paid access.
Yo,
And
we have a
there's
hey, we have a
lots of
sub, bro.
money to
Thank you
be
for
made with
subscribing,
paid
bro.
access.
My ears burn.
Actually,
There's lots of money to be made with paid access, just like I said before. If
Not for
someone sees me
Deepwoken.
make 5 grand with paid access, they're gonna want to do the same thing
We're just
because
circling.
because the world is run by money.
Agamatu, I think we're just circling. I think
Everyone wants money.
yeah,
these points and you just keep circling around. Like
He's got
no
he's got mind lock. He's thinking
Yeah.
that fucking Deepwoken is fundamentally just a Rogue too.
Yeah, dude. I think I
just
don't think I
wrong.
can convince you that Rogue and Deepwoken are gonna be different games, and I think that they're gonna have different communities, and there's gonna be obviously different people. Like, oh, thank you for the sub, by the way. That was Ebola Kid 69. Thank you for the sub. But I'm trying to explain to you that our main point is that it's gonna be different, man. It's gonna be a different game, bro. But I think you're still trying to relate it that since it's still is gonna have that Rogue player base that is gonna. Thank you for the sub, by the way. That it's still going to be very similar, if not the exact same thing as Rogue. But we're trying to tell you otherwise. I mean, me, a tester, is trying to tell you otherwise. I play the fucking game, dude. I know that in Rogue there's clear incentives to black market. There's obviously there's a lot of people that want those artifacts. There's a lot of people that want the fucking the races. There's clear incentives, and I'm not saying that there will be zero incentive whatsoever in Deepwoken. I'm just saying it's not gonna be fucking huge like Rogue Lineage, man. It's a different game, dude. You have to realize that different game,
It's gonna be
different way to
There's
progress.
nothing when you can black market anything. It's gonna be different.
You obviously you'll be able to black market races for
like-
Deepwoken, but
of
you
course.
don't expect to be getting anywhere near the same profit. No one's
Exactly.
market
If you
will not
if
be
you think it's
shared.
gonna be Rogue 2 and you're gonna
Again,
get insane
I will
profit,
say
dude, you're
8x
stupid.
is-
If you think you're gonna be getting like the same exact, yo, I'm getting so much money. Nah, dude. Maybe there's gonna be like those few people who maybe get lucky from shit. Like if you think everybody's gonna be getting huge bank, nah, bro. I'm sorry to disappoint you, bro, but you might want to look. You might want to like look for another game for that, bro. You might want to go back
Okay,
to Rogue.
So,
Yeah, they
explain
go
how
fucking
did I
black
make
market some
5
hoes
grand
instead.
on
Because that's
just
a different game.
on
a different
just
game.
paid access? So not
game.
Because
special
it's not-
races, not special races, just paid access.
Really, you made
Just
5
people
grand,
that want to play
$5,000
the game.
just off it's
At least, at least,
at
at
least,
least,
uh-huh.
at least.
yeah,
Okay.
okay,
just
buddy.
paid access.
Okay, so they
Oh,
made
okay.
like a lot of money,
You
right?
can ask
Made a
around.
lot of money.
You want me to send you an invite?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
No.
Dude, if you made so much money, go buy some fucking hoes instead.
okay, okay, let's keep it. Go find some. All right, let's chill out. All right, all right, okay,
You think we should
Okay.
move on now?
all right. I think we're gonna move on now.
Okay, yeah,
I
therapy
want to
after
talk
this.
about as well.
We're gonna
There's
bring
something
on people with.
I want to bring up.
All right, sure. Neil, I will say thank you for pulling up, bro. I don't know what to say to those arguments. Besides, I would just thank you for the $5 donation, $5 donation. Let me speak, Alpha Kenny One. Sure, I'll bring you up, man. I will say thank you for pulling up, but bro, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I think it's going to be a different experience than what you're experiencing in Rogue right now. All right, I hope you have a good day.
We'll see.
Peace. All right.
Finally,
No-
dude.
Anybody else want to speak
shit.
or have differing opinions before
Yeah.
I move you back?
I have nothing to say anymore.
Yeah, I have.
All right,
have,
Perot,
like,
thank you for being here.
Probably a very, very unpopular opinion
All
on
right.
this, but I think it's still gonna be like the community, you know. I think it's gonna be like
Alpha,
being on
alpha,
the anime
alpha,
community. Everybody in the anime community, right? And everybody in the road community is just gonna join the game, and then it's gonna peak at like 130k players, and it's just gonna like drop exponentially because like people are gonna start complaining about the toxicity because
Mhm. Because? Are you still there? You still there, bro? I think you might have. Did you mute yourself?
Says he can't talk.
Oh, you can't talk. Let me move you back into audience and bring you back again. Daniel E. I hate how it's not in alphabetical order, man. Like, why didn't Discord just put in? Yo, V wants to talk. Yo, V. I'll
V
drag
is
up right
here?
now. Yo, V, what's good, bro? Duo progression coming soon. That was good, man. Hey, V. What do you? I'll bring. While I'm looking, do you want to say anything on what you think? What's up, V?
What are we even talking about?
Basically, if thoughts on if Deepwoken's going to succeed, thoughts on it in general, maybe thoughts on the last argument, whatever you have to say. Let me see if I can
I think
find
it's gonna
it.
succeed, yeah. You know,
Danny, where is
I
he
mean,
at?
not really much you could say. Yeah, I think.
Go on. Anything else you want to add on? Feel free, man.
Let's see. When can I get a deep open?
Hey man, I don't know, bro. Maybe that's not for me to decide, bro. I guess maybe Raguzer might send a DM maybe one day.
And who knows, man?
Who knows, bro? I appreciate you for showing up, V. I'll be seeing you later. All right.
Yeah.
Where is he? I'm trying to look for him.
They
Alpha.
could have
Oh,
created a very small game and make the same amount of cash as Rogue. The fact that the majority of the textures and effects are made by contractors is a point in itself against this argument.
I agree with you, Astral. Thank you for the $3 donation. Yeah, you're right about that completely. They really could have just made a simple cash grab just to quickly. They can just keep making cash grabs to squeeze money out of people who will pay for rerolls and expensive shit like that in the game passes. And you're very right about that. And the fact that they do have contractors is like, dude, like, come on, man. If they're really gonna make it, dude. Anyway, let me look
He's on the right underneath Sam.
underneath Sam. On the right underneath.
Well, at least for me. Not sure if it's different.
I'm still trying to look for him. Alpha Kenny One, you can go ahead and say what you have to say because you asked to get brought in. Thank you for the donation, by the way.
I just wanted to say, he was going on about black marketing for Deepwoken, right? But what's the point of doing that when you're gonna spend maybe $10 to get access to Deepwoken, and then you can just reroll? I don't understand the point.
Yeah, there again. I was just trying to point out that there really just isn't an incentive to black market. Like they're probably very weak.
His entire like viewpoint was wrong.
At the start, alright, I kind of agree he did make some good points, but then he just started waffling. He made no sense.
When you start bringing up that black market stuff, bro, that's where it just all fell apart, in my opinion. Like I could understand where he was coming from initially,
Yeah.
but that black market stuff really just threw it all off.
The amount of disrespect when he was saying that Deepwoken was being made for cash.
Dude,
Yeah,
dude,
no, that was fucked.
It's
oh my
honestly
Dude,
infuriating.
that was so stupid.
Dude, I'm still trying to. Could you, Danny E? Could you please like put one of those hands up so I can easily identify you? While we're waiting, I guess I'll bring up some more people wanting to talk. Otto, I invited you to speak. Oh, I see you now, Danny E.
Hey yo.
All right, thanks for that one, Alpha.
What's going
Kenny.
on?
Yo, what's good, Otto?
No, I could really
much.
speak because, you know,
Yeah.
I don't really speak.
Or you can feel free to say what you want, Danny.
So I'm not really
Danny.
allowed to talk on Discord that much.
Alright.
Basically, what I wanted to say was like the Roblox community as a whole isn't really used to the games like Deepwoken. You saw like how Rogue Lineage died because people are really not used to those type of games. People are more used to like the straight, you know, that kind of bandit beer simulator kind of vibe. Not just the anime community, but the Roblox community, you
As
know,
a whole?
as a whole. Like, so I think there's gonna be a lot of contestants, like for like the best game. There's gonna be a lot of games that Deepwoken has to contend with, because there's gonna be a lot of games coming out, and there's a lot of games on top. So I don't think. I think it's very like I don't know how to explain it, but like
You think there's gonna be
it's gonna be very hard for people
to
come
stay
out
at the
as
top?
one of the most popular games.
Again, I understand
Yeah,
what you're
it's
saying
gonna be
there,
hard to just at the top.
but at the same time, I don't think it needs to be one of the most popular games to thrive, right? As long as it has like, again, Raguzer was alright by saying like, I don't know, let me see, I don't know exactly what he said. I'm pretty sure he said like, if the game had like a solid 2 or 3K people are just playing, like he's alright with that. Like that's a successful mission. I'm pretty sure those were his numbers. Like that's succeeding to him. Having like 2 to 3, like Rogue right now, that's succeeding. Like 2 to 3K players playing. Like usually like average, like if you look at the game 2 to 3K players, that's succeeding. And so if those are his goals in succeeding, I think those are very, very plausible, man. It's not going to be, if I think it's going to have more, in my opinion. I would argue it would have like maybe 5, 6K people playing. Probably something like Grand Peace, similar, around those people playing, after like, months of it being out. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. That's absolutely succeeding, in my opinion. A game doesn't have to be front page game. Like the games that are front page games for a reason. Like usually it usually appeals to a lot younger kids. There's a lot more younger kids on Roblox in general. So if you appeal to those younger kids, you're probably gonna have like 100K to 50K players. You know what I mean? I think that everybody's aware of that. And with Deepwoken, like the complexity, it's probably not going to appeal to those very, very young kids. So obviously, it would make sense if it was just like 5, 4K people playing, right? And I think there's nothing wrong with that. But I just think it's ridiculous that people think that it's going to flop completely, like 200, 300, like that's just stupid. Somebody said it was going to be like World of Magic. I thought that was just like That
That's World of Magic. You get in there and like, it's a bandit beater, but there's like some type of fuck, I can't speak, uniqueness
oh
to
wait,
like how the magic works and shit
we
like
actually
that.
got we have some.
But
Yeah.
Uh, all right, Daniel, is that all you have to say for this? Because we have some other
Yeah,
people coming
pretty
in.
much.
All right, thank you so much for pulling up. Otto, speak your mind. We actually have some very interesting people pulling up. Elam Middleman, interesting.
so I was just thinking like the fact that Neil said, I think his name was Neil, I forgot, but he said like the game's gonna flop and shit. Like, oh, people are gonna get bored. It's not gonna happen because like the PvP is interesting, like hella fire, and the PvE hasn't even been shown that much yet, other than the end of your video and the fucking random monster in the depths or whatever. Yeah, like there hasn't been a showcase of all the monsters because obviously they want to let the game release and people want to see shit like that. It's gonna be a fun adventure because they're keeping shit like compact. Nobody's knowing a lot of things, and the PVE will help like get you used to PvP. Maybe it'll get you a little accustomed to fighting, parrying, feinting, like shit like that. So you don't necessarily need to do PvP all the time unless you're just a whole ass menace. Like it's fine. Like that's all I wanted to say, man.
All right.
Oh.
Thank you so much, Otto. Appreciate your opinion for coming on here.
Mhm.
Alrighty. Next up, we're gonna bring up Alan, and then we're gonna bring up Sam because a lot of people ask me to bring up Sam. Uh, what's good, Alan? You're an Elam Middleman. Is that what I saw in chat?
Yeah.
So what do you have to say, man? I'm interested.
Yeah, so like basically for Deepwoken, if you make alts right now, you're gonna profit like a shit ton. I've already like started like making 3,000 alts. It's like you can buy like Robux for like 1k $2. So, and we already know that Deepwoken is gonna be like 400 Robux. So if you sell the alts, you're gonna profit like a shit ton. So if you out there like does BMing, just sell Deepwoken alts. That's all I gotta say, pretty much.
So you're saying that a lot of people are probably gonna it's probably gonna be like the exploiters or people who get banned who are buying these alts, right?
Yeah. Like, do you know how much fresh you sell for, like, for rogue lineage, like, at the moment?
I have no clue. He
Like,
said
when
$1.
Deepwoken comes out, like, nah, like, 1k Robux is, like, $2. And you can sell, like, 350 Robux of a rogue lineage account for, like, $5 right now.
You're still under the assumption that you need alts for Deepwoken.
Yeah,
You only really need one account.
that's true. That's why I asked, like, do you think it's gonna be? I would only really see exploiters like buying those alts. And even when the game comes out, I'm almost positive the people who exploit, a lot of people exploit Rogue, probably out of boredom, right? Some people do it like whatever they do it to progress, but I'm pretty sure a lot of like a good amount of people probably exploit because like they're bored or they just don't like Rogue. If they like Deepwoken or if they're not bored because it's a new game, then why would they need to exploit? You know what I mean? If they unless they just want to progress and
Yeah, true.
yeah, so like why would I? Like I've seen a lot of like there's this like one exporter YouTuber. I think his name's like Bum Dude. I don't know if you know him. He like I think he told me in the DMs like he's like bro. I was like dude, if you're exploiting, you're literally gonna ruin the game for yourself. I'm telling him you're going to ruin the game for yourself. And he said I'm not gonna exploit. I don't know how true that is, but I'm just saying like a lot of people they exploit probably because they're bored and like if Deepwoken's a good game and it's enjoyable, then like I mean over time of course like eventually that's gonna end, but like initially like why would you ever want to exploit if the game's fun, right? You know, that's like people. That's like exploiting on a single player game. You know, like I mean, okay, dude, but like you're ruining the fun. You know what I mean? Like you literally
Ultimately, it'll ruin the experience for you.
exactly. Like I just think
You're spoiling yourself and making it easier on yourself. You don't have the same struggles everyone else has to go through.
especially if they keep adding content like they are right now, bro. Like it's only gonna keep being more and more fun the more you play it. And once you start to exploit, you're gonna ruin all the surprises and ruin all the fun. Now I don't know how much of it will be ruined because I don't know. Again, like the anti-cheat is better, but I don't know how much better. Like I'm not a dev, but I'm assuming it's better. So like again, you know what I mean? I just don't really see I don't really see the incentives as much as Rogue, where like Rogue, nothing to do, you want to fuck around, get sober, blah blah blah, etc. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it might not be fun, but then as long as you make money, I guess that's
Don't
all
worry,
that
I'm gonna
matters.
read your donation. You're saying as long as what?
As long as you make money from Deepwoken, that's all that matters. Like even if you exploit and it ruins the fun, pretty sure that money will be the motivation.
Understandable. All right. Well, if that's all you have to say, Alan, I appreciate you for giving your side of the story. I really
Yeah.
appreciate it. Gives more depth and perspective. Um, all right. Let me bring somebody else up. But real quick, we're gonna read this donation. Will Deepwoken have the same mods as Rogue, and will Deepwoken have a better anti-cheat? In my opinion, I think they're probably gonna keep a lot of the same mods because the way I look at it is like, for example, right? Let's just say I have a friend group, right? And I'm making a game, right? And I trust these guys that like, yo, like, of course, unless they do something obviously wrong, like, I would prefer to pick my friends that I trust or people that I trust, right? To moderate for me instead of like completely new random guys. Like, why would I just completely get rid of the guys who I've been trusting for like actually like a good amount of time for like a year, 2 years or whatever, right? Guys I may even know personally, right? Why would I get rid of them and get like a brand new mod team? Now maybe they will get a brand new mod team, but I personally don't think that they will because it just makes sense to have a mod team. Like, dude, if I'm a mod and I have like 5,000 bands, right? Bro, I'm gonna keep you. Like, I'm gonna keep you. You do good work. If I have somebody who has like 3,000 restores and like 1,000 bands, like, yo, I'm gonna keep you. Like, dude, they're doing good work. If they're doing good work, then why would you get rid of them? Now, maybe some people would. Maybe some people are like, oh, the mods are corrupted. They have to get rid of them. But again, that's what I personally think. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I personally do not know. And we're gonna bring up Sam because he asked to talk. Let me see if I can find him. Sam, go ahead, come up. What do you got to say, man? Let me invite him to speak.
That other part of the donation was talking
Yo,
about
okay,
anti-cheat
so
as
I
well.
just wanted to take a counterpoint to the way this entire podcast has been going so far. Everyone's been really undermining like the whole point of Deepwoken, and well, I want to talk about why I personally think it will succeed as a non-tester.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'm a developer. I've been on the grind for like almost 2 years now as an animator,
I respect.
and I've also been on Roblox since 2013. And
Mhm.
I just want to say, back in old Roblox, the games were so fun and diverse. And as Roblox has gone on, I think it's gotten a lot less diverse. And Deepwoken is exactly what Roblox needs right now for the older audience.
Mhm.
Now, people may be hyping up the games like anime battles or anime legends and shit. But I just want to say, Deepwoken, it's so diverse from the shit that we've seen as non-testers.
Mhm.
And from it's just like there's gonna be so much content in the game, and people are undermining like the reason that Raguser and his team are working on the game. So
All right.
yeah,
I respect
and
that, bro.
also as a developer, I think that the work that they've done on the game so far is absolutely amazing. It has its own style. Even the music, they're getting their own music for the game. Like
True.
there's not many games on Roblox that have really done that so far.
That is a very good
They're
point.
they're really going out of their way to show that Roblox has the potential for quality games, and not
And
every game has to be a simulator.
I agree with that entirely. Like it's so awesome because I think this is going to be the first time in years where Roblox has really gotten a really unique game. And yeah, as a developer, I think that they are really devoted, and I would be so excited to see Deepwoken live on for years. That's all I really had to say.
All right.
Thank you for covering this.
No problem, bro. Appreciate you pulling up, and yeah, very good point to bring up the fact that they are making unique music. All right, bro. I'm gonna bring up this next guy. His name is Bottle. He's been asking, saying that he's gonna bring up points. I'm also gonna bring up Rogue, um, afterwards because he says he has a lot of arguments. All right, let me look for Bottle. If you have your hand up, I will bring you in. I don't know. I don't know how
You might
recently
want
you
to
joined
up
in.
the volume on the stream, by the way, Olga. It's a little quiet.
Which side? Like my mic or like people talking?
Just Discord audio. It's a little quiet.
All right, I brought it up a little
On the
bit.
stream.
Should be a little higher now. All right. Again, I want to see what chat thinks. Chats, go ahead and just like put in the chat what your general opinion about Deepwoken is. I'll probably read them out the next time we're waiting for somebody. I'm still trying to look up for Bottle. I found him. All right, let me invite him to speak. I don't know why it's not in alphabetical order. Wish there was an option for that. Alrighty. Bottle, you are now on.
Hey, how we all going? I just want to bring up how Deepwoken is. It's going to be more easier for freshies to progress rather than Rogue, because progressing on Rogue as a freshie is It's just with Deepwoken, I reckon freshies will actually have a chance to progress rather than getting one comboed by every face of Shinobi and Oni ever
Mhm.
in Rogue. And with most of the working stuff I've seen, I'm guessing you can counter and parry, which is automatically making it way better than Rogue. Instead of just getting one comboed, you can actually fight back and include some skill into it instead of macroing. So, and with the BM stuff, I honestly think, like what everyone else is saying, it's probably going to die down more since it's going to be more expensive than Rogue. Because Rogue is like 350 and Deepwoken's going to be 400.
Mhm.
It's just going to die down. And if they include artifacts into Deepwoken, it's probably going to boost it up a bit. But it's still going to be harder for black marketers to actually sell shit.
Alrighty.
And with some of the other stuff, with some of the other stuff in Deepwoken, it rather than it just being mostly PvP in Rogue, you can actually do some really good PvE stuff in Deepwoken, which is going to be exciting.
All right. Thank you for your opinion, man. Appreciate it, ton, bro.
Thanks.
I'm gonna bring up our next speaker, and I'll see you later, Bottle.
So
You have a good one, bro. All right, Rogue. You said you had a lot of issues or concerns that you were worried about. So go ahead, man. Speak your mind.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me.
You can hear me, right? Hello?
Yeah. I
Oh,
can hear
okay. So what that guy Neil was saying earlier was where he was bringing up like the BM, right? Where he was saying, I don't know where he went, but he was talking about how like it wouldn't thrive because the income, I'm guessing, which is that's his definition of thriving is I guess having more money. So we all know that like you can get money off of alts and how Deepwoken won't really value races. So I guess that's where he was going with that, is where people won't really buy alts on Deepwoken the same way it was on Rogue, and he won't make as much income. Is where I feel like he was going with that argument. So they won't just like. It depends on what you like. Your definition of thriving is like, you want a steady player count or do you want to make a lot of money? And you're saying that he values player count over money. So I guess that's what your argument is. But he was saying that people on Rogue thrive off money because of races, and that's not the same for Deepwoken. So that's what he was getting at. And then that Sam kid was talking about how Deepwoken brings up diversity, and I guess like, yeah, that's a good thing for the older population on Roblox, but most of the games like on the front page are like bandit beaters or simulators. Like we've seen that over the years, so I guess he's okay with the 2K player count, but it just all comes back to what you consider thriving, I guess. So I don't know how you want to take that. And you're also a tester, so like, you know things we don't. And it might be just like, it might be your type of game, not like an overall type of game for Roblox as a whole, which is like going back to the diversity thing. I don't think that people see the games the same. So
again, you have to realize though, when it
I don't
comes
know.
to
Whatever.
a majority of Roblox players, a majority of Roblox players are the ones playing Adopt Me right now. Let's just keep it real. They're on the younger side, so I don't really think Raguzer has an issue with the 4 to 5K players because let's just say he only does have like 3K people playing, right? It doesn't really matter to him because in reality he knows that like a lot of the older people are going to be playing his games, but while the younger generation, they're a lot more hard to get into a game that actually, is permadeath and requires probably, let's just keep it real, a lot more thinking. And, obviously the younger kids are probably not going to enjoy that too much when it comes to playing these games. So I think the reason when it comes to like Thrive, yeah, sure, it'd be very nice to have a front page game. It's not, what I mean? Like everybody wants to be on the front page, get that grand piece, get that anime battle simulator thing going up. But at the same time, I think Raguzer is like actually okay with a game that has like a solid community. You know what I mean? A lot of people play it.
Yeah,
not a lot, like as in like 100K, 50K, 10K. You know what I mean? Like he's okay with the numbers, and I think that's what a lot of people probably don't realize. I think a lot of people are like, yo, no way Deepwoken's gonna get like obviously some people are thinking Deepwoken is gonna be like, yo, 50K players playing, dude, it's gonna be the ultimate. No, Like, there's gonna be maybe it might hit that number like first day of release, right? But in my opinion, I don't think I don't know if it's probably gonna hit like numbers like that. In my opinion, it's just really not like for the younger generation. Like, yeah, a young generation can play it, but like I just don't think like the people who are playing those like simulator type games are really gonna be sticking around that much. Like some will because again, if their favorite creator are playing it, then they're probably gonna want to play it as well. They're gonna try it out. Some will stay, some will not. But yeah, that's just my thoughts on that. I don't really think they care that much if you know.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
if it
but
hits
another.
that
Oh
high
yeah.
number or not completely depends mostly on how well Deepwoken is known outside of the current Roblox community. Because once people know that Roblox has that kind of permadeath, actually difficult, well-made game, people will inevitably come to Roblox
This
to
is
try it.
true. Like what I was saying earlier
Um,
about the guy from Face who is actually interested in playing the game. 2.4 million subs, dude.
yeah. One more like point that I have is that I don't want to compare the game to like Deepwoken. I mean Deepwoken, GPO because like very completely different like game styles, I guess, and like devs.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things is like you know how GPO was in work throughout the years. I'm not sure like
Yep.
3 years, maybe 4. I don't know.
Yep.
But I was how I had a lot of like build up, and then people played it, and then it was like, oh, it's just a normal like bandit beater. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not saying Deepwoken is a bandit beater, but like I feel like the hype itself could be the reason for the game's downfall as a whole, where people expect
Too
so
much.
much of it, and then it just ends up killing it. Yeah, I feel like that's a big problem that could also like happen because
But
I don't know, like the fighting style is like completely different from anything that I've seen personally on Roblox, so I'm not sure how people will like take that in and then how it will like affect the game itself. So yeah,
fair
I don't know,
purpose.
that's just a big problem I see.
In my defense, or like in GPO's defense, even though it did get a lot of hype, it still has like a pretty solid fan base, right? I think I don't know, like every time it releases an update, it always does have like those huge influx of players that come back to the game. So in my opinion, even though it did get that huge amount of hype, would you consider Grand Peace a failure? Question.
Well, I feel like the big difference between Grand Peace and uh, Deepwoken is that Grand Peace is based off of like one of the biggest animes, so it has that hype behind it already. It has that like fan base, whereas Deepwoken is an original game that they designed, so there's not really much to go off of other than them saying, "Oh, you can expect this," but however you perceive it or how you experienced it is what they have to depend on for the game to strive. So I don't like they're not really comparable in the sense that they can both live off just because they update the game because one is clearly like one has a big anime fan base and the other is just like a custom, like project for them.
I see. Well then, I appreciate your opinions, bro. If there's anything else you want to like bring up or say, feel free. Any like questions, comments, concerns, man. Other than that,
No,
yeah,
I'm good. It was
yeah, I understand your concerns about like of course like GPO's hype, building up a ton. But yeah, man, I just appreciate you coming out here and just saying what's up, bro. Like how you feel about the game. All right. Let me see who else is trying to pull up real quick. Anyway, for those who are in the phase, remember I'm pretty sure it's Phase High Sky. Yeah, Phase High Sky that is trying to play the game. Actually, he asked for Wave 0 too. He was talking to the moderator Leafy, right? Leafy, I'm pretty sure Leafy was actually telling him to come in contact with me to talk to Raguzer about that. But I don't know if he just said he wants to play the game. We also have a $5 Canadian donation coming in from Ecliptic. Do you think that Arc wants X-Players in the game since it makes them a lot more from them buying alts? I don't think they want X-Players at all. As a matter of fact, X-Players kind of ruin a lot of the aspects of the game, and I don't really think that they want their hard work to be kind of ruined, or at least the general feel / vibe of the game to be ruined. Like for example, like how Faceless used to not appear on the leaderboard. Well, then like a lot of Faceless a lot of X-Players would go Faceless and then just kill everybody because you can't see their damn name. And so whenever you got killed, it also didn't show the name either back then. So now they got to show the name of the players when you get gripped. Now faceless ones have to be shown on the leaderboard. I remember everybody was like, "Yo, dude." Also, exploiters. Yeah, like this guy said in the chat, exploiters drive players away, man. When you get killed by exploiter, it fucking sucks, man. You're like, dude, you get frustrated. You like, dude, you could have something important. Like, let's just say in Rogue, like you have 50 health pots on you, bro. You're like a druid, called a construct druid, right? Dude, it really sucks to get those potions again, man. It's just really time consuming and really annoying. So there's a lot of things that a lot of people don't really like when it comes to exploiters, and I don't think that the devs would want that in their game because it fucking ruins it. I'm positive that they can make money fine without exploiters. If black markets and exploiters didn't exist, I'm sure they could still make a ton of money either way, bro. If they really wanted to, man. I'm sure they'd
If they
be
needed
fine
the
with
money,
exploiters.
if they needed the money, they wouldn't be putting in as much work on the anti-cheat. But since they don't, all exploiters bring are a worse reputation for the game.
Exactly.
You don't want your game to be known as the most exploited game on Roblox.
Alrighty, we're gonna bring next up Kaido and then Dawn. Or actually, I'll bring up both of them. We'll let both of them talk.
So don't ask me to bring you in. I don't have that.
Kaido and Dawn. I invited both of you guys to come talk. All right, Dawn, what's up?
Hey, what's up, dude?
All right, what you got to say, man? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well.
All right, so I disagree with a lot of what you said. Let's get into the first thing, such as the black market. Yeah, Rogue, I would say a great portion of their revenue is from the black market because those are the guys that are going to be spending a lot of Robux just to resell. Also, for another, when it comes to Deepwoken, you said I have some questions about it. For instance, what's the difference between Deepwoken's progression versus Rogue Lineage's progression, and what incentive does it have for players to not grind out and just buy an alt from a black market owner, something like, or a black market?
Deepwoken's progression doesn't rely on use of alts. It's less linear, a lot more branching. You have way more ways of progressing.
Yeah, basically what he said. I mean, PvE progression. I don't think I have to. Like, people are
So
not
what's
going
the incentive to not buy it and just
it's not that
buy an alt and just watch?
Well, there's not going to be
you
incentive
go.
to not buy an alt. There's not going to be an incentive at all. Like, there's going to be pretty much zero. I tell you, the only people who are probably going to buy alts are going to be people who want to exploit and that people who get banned. That's like the only incentive I really see. Because, like, why would I fucking buy an alt, man, when I can just buy a character slot that's cheaper?
There's no buying alts for grips. You don't need your grips to progress.
I want to grind.
What about if you
Those
want to
people
grind?
exist too.
Okay, you can
Yeah,
grind
people
with
that don't want to grind.
that just want to buy like
An alt doesn't define. An alt wouldn't help you grind any faster.
Well, alt can just skip that process, especially just a high level alt.
All right, so you mean buying a max level
That's the-
account?
Yeah,
You know, okay. Well,
that's
what about
the
it?
black does as well. Ultra accounts.
There-
Ultra.
Yeah, there will obviously be demand for that.
They'll
People will
obviously
buy
be, yeah,
those.
exactly.
But I feel like at that point
You're
you're gimping yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're
making-
skipping the fun from the game, dude. You're like in Rogue that's understandable, but in Deepwoken, like it's pretty fun to fight, like, you know, do the PvE, man. Like, you know what I mean?
Well,
like
you made it
you
seem
think
like there was.
like you think people are just gonna like once they hop in the game, dude. All right, dude. I'm not gonna play the game. Instead, I'm gonna pay $150 and buy a max level account so I can have fun. No, dude. People are gonna want to experience the secrets, the fun, the joy of progressing. Ecliptic saying, "Could you drag me in next?" Sure. Thank you for the $2 donation.
Yeah, even if you're going into Deepwoken exclusively for the PvP, I think you're still underestimating how fun the PvE will be. If you're trying to buy an alt to just experience the PvP, then you're missing out on a very large portion of the game.
I agree.
Well, people said that about Lineage. People said that about Rogue Lineage. Like,
Well, Rogue Lineage definitely wasn't.
It wasn't a
Hold on,
PvE game.
when
I don't know
Rogue-
about that, bro.
Yes.
Not PvE. I'm saying when Rogue Lineage started, people were saying like you should go through the grinding process, which in general, like speaking, unless Deepwoken is such an innovative idea, which I wouldn't say it's not that. I would say it's a very innovative idea, but I do believe that the grinding process will have the same frustrations as Rogue Lineage in terms of the repetitiveness.
Go on.
Well, in terms of the repetitiveness and also people just getting tired, right? Because, like you said, people were making it seem like high level classes weren't going to kill freshies. They have no incentive. Well, people in the chat, I wouldn't say you, but people in the chat were making it seem like there was no incentive for higher class people or higher level people to kill lower level freshies. I mean, it still happens. Like in Rogue Lineage, there is no incentive other than getting silver.
I mean,
It still
runes.
happens.
You know, Navern, if you want to get feed, you can eat freshie.
Runes, whatever.
Right.
People just kill freshies just to kill freshies.
I mean,
the
some freshies are fucking annoying. I guarantee you there's a lot of people in Rogue that kill freshies just because they're fucking annoying, dude. I'm surprised you haven't seen the amount. I guarantee you, like way back when I did clip videos, the amount of times I've gotten like Azo / like Navrin interrogate clips, bro. That shit is annoying. I understand why people kill freshies. Just like in general,
the
like
overly aggressive Ashens.
And then there's
exactly.
others that just kill freshies for silver. Like for instance, there are people that will camp out, watch you farm, just to kill you. I mean, will Deepwoken have aspects where there is a?
I really don't see that, to be
What I
honest, that
mean-
much, man. I'm gonna keep it real. Like maybe if you kill a blacksmith, okay, okay. But I don't see like some nigga like a shinobi just watching some freshie pick up trinkets and sell it. Like, dude, I guarantee people don't do that, man. That's fucking boring. People don't want to do that. People are probably instead just going around ganking.
I mean, in general, I'm pretty sure other than people that aren't ganking, the people that are solo players, they rather not go against somebody that's also a higher level due to the high risk / high and like this. I wouldn't say the risk matches the reward for killing somebody
High
because
level?
there could be ganking in Deep. Yeah, like the high level / high. I mean, high risk / high reward. Right? In Deepwoken, it seems like if you were to kill somebody that's a high level, you could get like a high reward. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why would anybody who's solo playing do that? Especially if
Because
there's a risk of them being ganked and lose stuff.
I understand that. Like, you might be like, if I start finding this player, I'm gonna get ganked. Like, there's gonna be people who jump me. That's very understandable. Like, I understand that perspective. The thing is that people won't. I think what people don't consider is, in Deepwoken, there's no gate. There's no snap gelly, my guy. Right? In Rogue, if I start fighting somebody, right, a lot of times like, yo, I'm getting ganked at Ores, bro. Force feed, or dude, I'm getting ganked at Sentinel. Desert 4, like you get like 5 people there. In Deepwoken, bro, you on an island by yourself.
It's a spur of the moment thing.
And
you
you
see
start
them,
getting
you
ganked.
attack them.
Like
There is no backup coming
bro,
for you.
I'm
unless they're already there.
sure you've watched Nano's video, bro. You can drop somebody in 15 seconds and they're gripped. 15 seconds, bro. Even less if you get the drop on them, bro. And if they're like, I'm getting jumped. Like, they'll be nervous, they'll be panicking, and then you'll probably kill them, bro. Like, if they can't compose themselves and fight back, then there's not going to be a gate to Meteor Island, gate to Etris. There's not going to be that, my guy. You're going to get fucking gripped, and you're not going to be able to catch up to the guy's going to escape. Unless you're traveling in, like, huge packs, which, okay, then, like, the solo player obviously won't go in and fight, like, 5-6 niggas at once, unless he thinks he's that goated. But, like,
is there a reason to solo play?
There's reasons to solo play.
Why, if you can just get ganked? Or
Because, like I just said.
Hold on, wait, let me finish. Or if people that are transitioning from Rogue Lineage just use the same houses and just level together.
I do understand that perspective. Like, I understand what you're saying. Now, I can't get into the reasons why you would want to go into solo, but there are incentives for solo players to play solo. Now, I can't get into the reasons. What? I can't say.
He just said he couldn't get into it.
I can't say. But
can't you just say there's a reward for it? I mean, I don't think that's leaking a lot.
I'll bring up actually a good example, right? Let me see. Let me go in my Fort Merritt video, right? Okay. Fort Merritt, Deepwoken. Let me see if I showed it.
I mean, no doubt stealth will be much more of an option when you're solo play.
All right.
What if people don't want to fight with?
Let me see if I actually have to make sure I showed this off in my video, just because I at least want to bring this up because I think it's a very fair argument. Right. Do I show it?
If you don't feel comfortable showing it, you don't have to. I don't want to like get you in trouble.
Righty. Okay. So in this video, as you can see, I'm carrying the prisoners to the guy on the boat, right? And I'm obviously when I turn in, as you can see, a chest drops right next to the guy whenever I turn in the prisoner on the boat, right? So just thinking from a perspective, right? If I'm progressing with 10 people, right? And there's like, let's just say there's 3 prisoners I can turn in. Obviously, only 3 out of those 10 people can get those chests, right? Only 3 of those guys can get the loot and the rewards from turning in that chest. But if I'm playing solo, I get all 3 of that chest to myself, and in return, progress faster than if I were progressing with 10 different people. Do you see what I'm saying? So when you're playing solo, you can actually get rewards better and faster than if you were playing with like 10 different people, bro.
How is that different from Rogue Lineage? I'm pretty sure houses focus on people that they need to progress. Like the main people in the house, like the head of the house, are usually the guys that are focused upon. And then once they're high enough level, they then pretty much focus on other members.
Because if you're playing with, let's just say you are playing with those people and you want to progress, you don't want to fucking wait on the house lord to get all of his fucking shit first. I'm gonna go play by my fucking self, dude. I'm not gonna wait on this dude. I'm gonna go progress myself and level myself faster than this guy who's progressing faster, bro. Like why would I just wait for, like, I don't want to wait my turn. I want to play the damn game, dude. Are you telling me you're going to be one of those guys who just waits for their house lord to get progress and then maybe I get my turn next? No, there's going to be people who are like, fuck that.
Every house does that. There isn't a house where people
in
are
Rogue
complaining.
because you can boost people like that, dude. There's not going to be boosting in like literally 40 minutes. There's not going to be that, spawn in all the shriekers, get your EXP, drop silver. There's not going to be that shit, bro. There's not going to be that shit. I'm telling you right now.
There's still going to be boosting.
The boosting is going to be like 5% effective as of what it was in Rogue, dude. It's not going to be. There's really going to be no boost. It's boosting is you can't boost, bro. There's really
5 players that are focusing on one person isn't going to help them at all.
What do you mean by 5 players focusing on one person?
Or not significantly.
Like for 5 players boosting one person.
5 players boosting one person. 5 players boosting one person. Similar to how houses are doing it. 5 players boosting one person. You're telling me that there's going to be a 5% effectiveness to that, or
compared to Rogue, yeah. Compared to Rogue, yep. It's not going to be that fast. Obviously, if you're helping your friends, yeah, there's going to be obvious benefits to getting help from your friends, of course. But I'm just saying in general, it depends. At first you said progressing with your friends. Now you're referring to boosting specifically. When you're progressing with your friends, it's different if you're all starting out on an even playing field and all going up at the same time. If you have a bunch of high levels helping you out, then yes, there will be some things that you can get that will help you out, of course.
When I meant, okay, so let me clarify.
Go ahead and clarify.
Progressing together, but mainly focusing on one person. Well, right? In Rogue, if there's 3 chests and there's 5 people, right? Or 4 chests, 3 of the people could probably get that chest, right? And there's like 5 people in the group, 3 people get the chest. And then maybe if there's like a trade system, they can probably split half of the profits to the main person they're boosting, or they can just take turns between boosting so they can even out the house so they all aren't just weak.
Okay, then.
But there's still
if that happens, and it's still probably not going to be as fast as somebody who just does all of it alone and gets all 3 of the chests themselves, my guy. Dude, I progress myself because I don't want to fucking share my rewards with other people, bro. I solo progress myself. I don't use my guild to progress with me. I don't progress with my guild, bro. I progress myself.
Well, not that many people. A lot of people are willing to help other people.
Yeah, there's people willing to help other people. Understandable, but I'm just saying in general, there are incentives to these solo players if they want to play by themselves, and they don't want to just wait. And yeah, there's people who want to play with their friends, of course. It's better to play. It's more fun to play with your friends, but there's obvious incentives to just wanting to play by yourself, man.
Also, what it means is
it's not going to be like
you
shit in
could
Rogue.
get boosted by a group of people.
Also, it would be literally impossible for it to be faster. It would be a lot easier for 5 people to gank on one mob than one person fighting one mob. So how can it be faster?
I'm not. I can't. I'm not gonna say anything about that, bro. I can't say anything about that. But I'm just saying.
Or damage decrease.
I'm not saying it. No comments. No comments, bro. On to the next topic.
You're kind of alluding to it. I mean, that's kind of implied.
I'm not implying anything. I'm saying no comments at all. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so can we all say that group fighting, there is no decrease of damage?
I'm not. I just said no comments.
I know. I'm I'm just going off of logic. I'm not going off of Deepwoken. It might not be the case in Deepwoken, but just off of logic.
Well,
Based off
don't assume that all that you're gonna need is just the rewards from said missions. And so by splitting it between multiple people, that means it's slower for each person individually.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like
what I'm
that's
saying,
simple
it's easy.
math right there, bro.
My
Go ahead.
My point is, it's gonna be easier, and I'm not even accounting for buying alts for people that actually know the fast methods, which probably are gonna be released on YouTube, just like with Rogue. Like with Rogue, when it comes to progression, if you didn't go on YouTube or research, you're gonna be like destroyed. You're not gonna be able to play the game.
Understandable.
With Deepwoken, will that be any different? Will you need to do research to play Deepwoken?
No. If you don't want to do research, you don't have to do research.
So,
which is why I said earlier, it's more palatable to new players. You don't have to research the game. I didn't research the game. There was no fucking research. I literally played the game by myself, bro. Nobody helped me out. And now I know everything.
I know. I'm wondering if it's gonna be similar to like Rogue Lineage, right? You can still progress in Rogue Lineage if you didn't watch any videos. It's obviously gonna be a lot slower and harder. But are there gonna be
videos will help you? There's no doubt about that.
Of course,
but
videos
the game will come easier to you normally.
Yeah, but
there's way less reliance on it.
Yeah, you don't have to rely on videos to help you out, man. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, sure.
No,
yeah,
I mean,
sure. If you want the biggest advantage, then.
I know. Well, let me finish. Okay, the reliance on videos for Rogue Lineage is pretty much the only thing you need to play, right? Without those, you can't play the game at all, right? So with Deepwoken, will that be the case?
No.
At all?
No.
Okay.
The game comes easier to you normally. It's laid out in a much better way.
See, I think
will there be like?
I'll say what I said earlier. Yeah, you're right. You do need videos to learn Rogue, right? But it's exactly what I was telling Nail earlier, bro. Hard to learn, easy to master. That's Rogue. In Deepwoken, it's exactly how I said. Easy to learn, hard to master, bro. You don't have to look up videos to play the damn game because, I mean, I didn't have any videos to look up. I just learned everything naturally, and it's really not that hard to fucking learn how to like play the game, dude. Like, dude, it's really not that. But no, I didn't get help from nobody, bro. I didn't get help from nobody, bro. Like, obviously, you can tell your friends information when you first run the game, but I had literally nobody to help me out, bro. I just got invitation from Raguzer, Agamatsu, and Deepwoken, and that's it. Like, I'm in the game. I'm like, shit. The only thing I got from was like a tutorial from Doc on how to like make potions, like what I said in the video. He said 5 ingredients, put it in the pot. That's it. That's all I got from Doc. I also like when I first started off, and then from Voxes, he just showed me like just basically where these like 2 islands were, and that's it. Because he hadn't been playing the game for that long either. Other than that, I literally figured out everything else by myself, bro.
So, I have another question.
Yep.
Will the black market system be any different from Rogue Lineage?
In my opinion, I think it will be. Yeah. I think, of course, there'll be reasons to black market, obviously, and like any type of game similar to like Rogue or Deepwoken. But I think first off, people buying there's not gonna, of course there's gonna be people who want to buy alts, right? Obviously for like money, right? But I just see that becoming less and less of a thing. Like if you, I don't know, like character slots. I think again, it's really gonna be only exploiters who buy alts.
For black marketing, you could black market a race, but when they don't have as much importance in the game,
exactly. It's like,
they don't have as much value. You can't get as much resale value out of them. What point is there to black marketing it? The only reason you'd be buying a race is for the drip reasons for it. And when they add stuff such as like artifacts, the amount of time it's going to take to get to that makes it not worth the investment to sell it.
Is Deepwoken harder than Rogue?
Ooh, that's actually a pretty complex question. I think Ragu said it best when he was describing the wiping system. He said like easier in some aspects, harder in some. That's probably what I have to say.
Is the core gameplay compared to Rogue harder?
What do you mean by what do you mean by core gameplay? Like progressing, PvP, ganking, etc. What do you mean?
PvE? Progressing, combat, PvE of course, because PvE is pretty much
PvE is definitely harder. PvP, that ganking, like that depends on how good you are as a player. So it's subjective. It changes depending on how, like, dude, like if I'm good at the game, I'd be like, yeah, it's not really hard to gank people. A lot of people are trash at the game. But if I suck at the game, I'm a perfect freshie. I'm be like, yeah, dude, ganking so hard, I can't like, dude, it changes depending on your progression and how good you are at the game. And finally, for progressing as a whole,
We've heard. I'm pretty sure we've heard it said before that it's not necessarily harder, but it's. I mean, I guess it is harder, but it's more easier to come by.
I
yeah,
mean, all you really needed
it's
to
not
do
unfair. I'll say that
with-
it's not unfair.
with Rogue, all you really needed to do was get an ult, kill it like 50 times, and then like you're good.
Yeah, something like that.
With Deepwoken, from what I've seen with the missions and the quest, seems pretty complex and a lot of things that you have to worry about. Also, from another video, like this guy was 1v1ing a mob. He was like having like not I don't know if it's a mob. I mean,
Which video?
Hold on, mob. I don't like. Should we call like human characters in Deepwoken's mob? Because that's kind of
You can just say NPC.
Like
when they're fighting guards.
Like guards, like I don't like calling them mobs because it seems like they're like inhuman. It gives
Yeah.
this connotation of them being inhuman.
Yeah.
But like guards, right? I'll be wanting guards, and pretty much he just ran. I think it was your video. Pretty much saw two guards and just ran away. So it seems like, from the standpoint of that guy's level, maybe it could be easier for somebody that's higher level. But it seems like 2v1ing a guard would just be like one of the hardest things ever.
Nope.
To the point where he has to
You
run
did
away.
not watch my new video. Oh
engaging.
my goodness.
Yeah, that's
You know what's
completely based on skill.
I mean, yeah, but
So it was you. That was your.
That was I think that was my Fort Mirror video. That was like what like.
I mean, yeah. When you had
7.
bad ping, it was definitely a lot harder for you.
Oh, he had bad ping. Did he even say
Oh
that?
yeah, in the Fort Mirror video,
yeah,
had really bad ping.
I did live in Asia at the time. But no, if you look at my newest video, actually, you can see me 2v1ing 2 Etrian guards, bro, and you can see exactly how it plays out, bro. Like you literally see one of the guards waiting, and the other guards are going in while I'm attacking them, and then they switch out. You know what I mean? Like I'm attacking another guard, and there you go. Like you know what I mean? It's like it's not fucking shriekers, dude. Like they all just come at you and just fucking you get infinite combo to death, bro. It's not that bullshit, bro. It's like, yo, take this guy out, then you will be able to take out this guy. But you're still going to have to grip one of the guards. So, like, you know, you got to know what you're doing, bro. There have been times, like, I will be caught lacking because, like, there'll be, like, 4 guards that pull up on me, and I got to fight 4 of them at once, bro. And, you know, like, if I knock a guard, bro, if I don't grip him immediately, he's going to get back up. So I got to quickly take out the guards, and I got to get rid of them, or they just keep coming back up and I have to keep dealing with them. You know what I mean? Or I have to knock all of them down at once. You know, that's usually how it is whenever at least I'm playing. Now, for some people, they don't really struggle as much. It just depends on how you are as a player and how you can fight mobs. But yes, like you will get parried by, you know, the NPCs. And when that happens, you gotta be prepared. You gotta be prepared to fight, bro. Of course, you can just if you want to. You can,
yeah, it was your video. Mission from the mission on Fort Merritt where you were running away from 2 guards.
Yep.
Or what, like really early on in the game where you weren't really that skilled on PvP or something like that.
I was kind of pretty. I wasn't that good. Yeah, I wasn't that good. Yeah, pretty bad.
He was still early in the game.
Oh, okay. So like early game, it's gonna be a.
So, yeah, essentially speaking, it'll be harder when you first start, and then it'll get easier as you have more experience.
How long will it take?
I don't know. Depends on
I
it.
guess
Depends on the
it mostly
players.
depends on the person.
Subjective, man. You could easily
how
master.
fast
You
you
could
can adapt and learn.
You know, you might be able to master like fighting those things in like a week, dude, or like a couple days. I don't know. You got to realize that some people are going to be grinding this game for hours on end, dude. Like literally no lifing it, dude. Those guys are probably going to understand it a lot more faster than the guy who are casual. That's the thing you got to realize. So it depends.
How long did it take for you?
For me, let me see. I actually first started seriously playing the game like I don't know, like a month ago, and I was playing it literally all day, every day while uploading. So it took me like 2-3 days.
Well, during the time of when that video was recorded, like from that video being recorded to now, like how long did it take you to be able to
like the Fort Merritt video?
Yeah, because it seemed like you.
I wasn't really playing Deepwoken that much during that the months in between, bro. I started hopping back on like Deepwoken, started grinding that shit like a month ago. I say that's more so when I actually started playing the game, bro. Cause like that Fort Mirror video was like just me fucking around, dude. Like I didn't really know much of what I was
You're
doing.
still like figuring out how the
Permafreshy,
game worked.
basically. It's like a permafresh in Rogue, bro. I was a permafreshy getting my base class. You know, like that's basically me. Now I was like, it took me like probably like a day or two to like understand how to 2v1 guards, bro. I mean, it's not fucking super complex, bro. Like when you're fighting, bro, it's not gonna be like, yo, dude, like I gotta do this and then like it's challenging, but you know, like you know what to do, bro. Like you have to react. You know what I mean? Like that's how I consider
Well,
it. It's not like a huge like learning thing. Like oh, I gotta do this specific thing when I fight. Like no, you just have to.
I'm not saying that.
Oh.
I'm just asking you, like,
All right, then a day
how
or
long
two.
did it take?
Yeah, a day or two.
Because because my main point was like, because if it took you 3 days just to be able to 2v1 guards, imagine if you had
I
four
say,
of your friends.
I say
that are
like
around
I'll probably say
similar
like
levels.
I'll probably say like a day or two to like, yeah, I'll probably just say like a day or two to actually box them up. I mean, yeah,
or
it's still
those low
challenging.
level.
No comment.
I'm pretty sure you said at one point that it was like a pretty early mission, but
yeah, it seemed,
Oh,
yeah, so it was low.
Are you talking about
hard.
which one? Are you talking about my newest video?
Or merit. I think it's recent.
Again, no comment. No comment. But you can go
So,
on.
like on a scale from 1 to 10, how likely are you to be attacked from another player?
I don't know.
First day, I'd say first day is probably gonna be a pretty high chance.
Yeah, I agree.
I know people are gonna go crazy.
I mean, yeah, dude.
People will attack everyone on site day one.
People want to
Easy
get
for
good.
people to quit.
Dude, if you're fucking quitting because you're getting grip, bro, you're just a pussy, bro. I'm sorry. If you're gonna fucking
People
quit, then
do
quit,
that.
dude.
I mean,
and then quit. They're gonna quit,
you can
dude.
say that, but
With the amount of hype that Deepwoken has, if you're quitting from that,
Yeah, then quit,
they're
bro.
not having fun.
Don't play.
Not
Don't
having
play.
fun. I mean,
Then don't
you're not
play.
a pussy if you're not having fun,
Bro, if you're literally
Yeah.
like first couple grips, like you give up, bro, like dude, then quit, bro. The game's not for you then, bro. That's all I gotta say. Like I'm pretty sure when Rogue, I'm pretty sure Rogue back then, dude, like there was a lot of people playing it early on when there was the mystery stuff. If you quit after like literally like what, like 10 20 minutes, bro, and like then yeah, dude, then it's not, I guess it's not your game, bro. But bro, like
that
you're not gonna try
PvP
it.
stage won't last that
But
long.
That's what I'm
isn't
saying.
your argument to say that? But isn't your side or your argument to say that it's going to be different from Rogue?
I do
What you're
think
just
it's gonna be
telling me
different
right
from
now
Rogue.
is just.
But I'm saying is if that
But
really
you're
is
telling me-
but if I'm saying if it really is going to be like that, bro, if it really is happening, probably I understand if it does happen on like maybe I don't know. The thing is we can speculate, but we really don't know what it's going to be like first day. Like in my opinion, I don't think it's going to be that crazy. Like
it's going to be
I think ultimately, first day, people are gonna PvP to figure out the systems and then immediately move on and start exploring.
If Rogue Lineage, which is a less
like
complex
what
game
happened when
and
Rogue
le-
first
and
released? Could you tell me?
easier
Because I do not know. Like what?
If Rogue Lineage isn't, first of all, like Rogue, like in general, like even if you didn't get beaten up, like being a fresh spawn sucks.
I mean,
It-
yeah,
it-
in
it
any
just
game,
sucks.
being a fresh spawn in any game sucks. Yeah.
I mean, in Grand Peace Online,
It
you
sucks
didn't have
too.
to face the fear of getting.
Well, yeah,
I
dude,
mean,
it's a
but
bandit beater
with
game,
Grand-
not a permadeath game. If it was a permadeath game, it'd be completely
Not
different, bro.
PvP.
If Grand Peace was a permadeath game, it'd be completely different, bro. I tell you right now.
But you say in every other game? Do you just mean every other game that's roguelike, or like?
What do you mean?
You kind of were in general. You just said every other game, so I just brought up GPO.
Wait, say what?
So, like, do you only
what was
mean-
the context I said every other game in? Like, what were we talking about? I just forgot.
Like I said, it sucks to be a freshie in Rogue Lineage.
Yeah, pretty much in every game. Yeah,
And then
it does.
yeah,
In
and
Grand
GPO.
Yeah, and
it's
GPO
not like-
suck. It sucks to be a freshie in GPO. You don't want to be a fucking level 1, dude. You want to be progress. It sucks. You say it's okay to be a freshie? People are not going to stay as a freshie.
There's a difference between being a freshie in GPO than being a freshie in Rogue.
Yeah, but they both still suck,
way
dude.
different.
They both still suck. What's your point?
I'd rather be a freshie in GPO because the progression in that game is a lot easier than being a freshie in Rogue Lineage without the help of YouTube videos and friends.
I mean, yeah, dude, it's a completely different game, man. It's a bandit beater game that you don't have permadeath in versus a permadeath game that is not really a bandit beater. So of course being a
So
perma
it's
freshie in Rogue is not going to be as fun. I'm just saying, like, how does this relate? How does this all relate to
it's
Deepwoken not thriving? Wait, real quick. How is this all relating to Deepwoken not thriving? What is your definition of not thriving? Because remember, this debate, my main thesis, my main point is that Deepwoken will thrive. 2 to 3K players average playing. If it goes down to that, how is it not going to hit that?
A little bit under Rogue Lineage.
You think it's going to be under
Be
Rogue?
around on launch, it's probably going to be one of the biggest games on Roblox. Obviously, it's not going to reach like 1 million players, but like it's probably going to be one of the biggest games on Roblox. Then it's going to die down a little bit, and it's going to be around the player levels of Rogue Lineage, if not under.
And why do you think it's going to be under Rogue after? What you think Rogue is going to have more players than Deepwoken? You think Rogue is going to have more players than Deepwoken? All right. You think
during a certain amount of time? Yes. Yes.
All right. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Of course. Said that Deepwoken was harder than Rogue. So why would anybody? Continue playing a harder game.
Dude, first off, just because
it's harder in.
I said. First off, I didn't say it was harder. I said sometimes easier, sometimes harder. That is not what I said. In some aspects, in some aspects, it can be harder, right? But in some aspects, it's also easier, right? And I think it can be harder, but it doesn't have the bullshit. Rogue has the bullshit, dude, that people don't like. Right?
What are the aspects? It's harder, but it isn't unforgiving.
Exactly.
You can figure it out on your own.
Exactly.
What are the aspects that are easier?
The PvE progression, like you can progress through PvE. That's literally. I think I don't have to say anything else for that. Like you can progress through PvE. What do you mean? Like, are you saying that? Okay. Are you saying that's going to be worse than having to do it? Like,
no. Is there anything else?
Obviously, there's other
aspects.
All right. Again, now this is more so subjective opinion. Like this is more opinionated based. Like I can't say this is objectively. Like again, like in my opinion, like it just depends on how you perceive Deepwoken when we first get in. Like I don't know, you might struggle with PvE more than you struggled with Rogue progression. You might just suck at fighting like monsters, dude. And so in that aspect, you might think Rogue is actually easier. It just depends on your perspective. In my perspective, though, right? I think Deepwoken has that PvE progression is like probably going to be a blessing to permafreshies, right? The fact that you don't have to interact with players, especially like Rogue 2021. And I don't know, man. I just think a lot of permafreshies are going to pick this over Rogue, which is why Deepwoken will have more players than Rogue, bro. Like you're saying, I don't know. I just think it's kind of ridiculous that you think Rogue is going to have more players than Deepwoken when like 50 to 40% of Rogue's player base right now are like permafreshies, and you think permafreshies are going to keep fucking playing Rogue over Deepwoken. That's the craziest part to me, man. That's actually crazy.
80,000 people or so in the Rogue Discord.
Hold on. You said 50% are permafreshies?
40. I say 40 to 50%. Yeah. I
have any proof for that?
I think my audience is a big enough proof for that, bro. I don't think I need to say anything else.
Audience? How much do you have of your audience, and how much do they act?
They play Rogue quite a bit, bro. I did a poll even as well. A lot of people would agree. 40 to 50% sounds right. I go in NA. I literally press play, bro. And every server I go in, unless I look hard for it, a lot of freshies in America, bro. EU, not so much, but a lot of people.
Rogue Lineage, like the active players right now, represents your fan base.
No, obviously my whole fucking not the whole Rogue community is my fan base, of course. But I'm just saying a lot of people are freshy. Yeah, a lot of the active fan base are perma-freshy, bro. Experiment. Go in 5 different servers. How many of them are freshies? Go ahead and do that. Because if you think go ahead.
How do you prove that?
Because I just said go in Rogue, go in literally 10 different servers. I fucking guarantee you, how many of them are freshies? How many of them are freshies, bro? How many of them are freshies? 10 different servers. Count how many ultras there are. And when I mean ultras, I mean the max level Lannis gate users, not like the freshie sigil who just got his sigil helm. I'm talking max level players. How many of them are actually in the servers, and how many of them are like the freshies to like freshie ultras who get wiped in 2 days? Go ahead and count that and come back and tell me, and that should prove it.
Is there a difference between a freshie and somebody with a super class?
That's
a reason.
If you have a super class and you've never gotten ultra class, you're still a perma freshie. Like
what is your definition of perma-freshie?
Perma-freshie is somebody who can't progress to ultra class and keep like an actual progressed ultra class account, dude. Like an actual
one who can't have a main build.
Exactly. Like they don't have a main build that they go on and gank with. You know what I mean?
70% of people that have ultra class. I mean that.
Obviously,
73% I mean, 73% of people that reach superclass also have ultra class.
70. Wait, second.
That doesn't mean they have that build still. Just because you can hit ultra, a lot of people can hit ultra. It's not that hard.
Exactly. What I'm trying to say
what I'm
is,
saying is like armor freshie is like it's kind of wonky. Like when we think of freshie, we think of people that don't even have armor. But
when I
what
think
you
of
think of
when
freshie
I
is
think
somebody
of
that doesn't even
no, I think when I think of perma freshie, I think of somebody who can't get an ultra class, or they only have like a freshie sigil, or like a spy that doesn't have like sigil home, like those type of players. You know what I mean? Not the guys in Rogue League, dude. The guys who are in Rogue League are not perma freshies. Anybody else like the guys who have gate and will get like gate to you, bro. You know what I mean? Like those are not the perma freshies. Perma freshies, like, you know, like they're hanging out with their house. You know, it's like 2 super classes, the spy with bucket helm, the faceless with assassin's armor. Like those are like usually perma freshies, bro. Like not
kind of cut off.
Oh, apologies. When I say I'm trying to say like the guys who are like the guys who just don't have like those max level builds, bro. The guys who've never gotten one.
If I'm one move away from my ultra class, am I not I'm still a freshie?
If you've never gotten a max level build and like, you know, like obviously like all right, let's just say like Tomeless, Sigil Helm, you know, like maybe like day 30, 40, like that type of ultra, bro. You know what I mean? Some like an actual build that you hop on, bro.
Day 40, because you said it's pretty easy to get old. Like
that wasn't me. That wasn't me who said that.
Don't you see? Like but okay, but you kind of agree with him. Like it'll take like a couple of like in-game days to reach ultra class.
Depends on how you do it. Depends on how you do it. If you're like, if you're actually Iron Lineage,
if you're soloing it, expect like around 10 days.
Yeah, like 5 to 10 days in my opinion.
But don't you think that like your definition is kind of wonky? It's not really set. Like it's really hard. And also, are you sure that people?
It's not hard at all to understand,
like,
dude.
Majority.
Perma freshie is just people who.
Are you sure? Okay. Are you sure that people use your definition of freshie?
Not freshie, perma freshie, my guy. Freshie is like obviously no base class. I think everybody can agree that like if you're a super class and you've never gotten ultra, you'll get called a perma freshie. If you're like, bro, I keep dying when I have my super class, you're gonna get called a perma. Oh, okay. Let me ask right now, bro. Because I guarantee you, a lot of people will clown you if you've only gotten a super class, dude. I guarantee you, dude. That's fucking goofy as hell. You think
you don't have
you think a perma freshie is somebody who doesn't have like base class or something, bro? Like, what are you saying?
A perma freshie is somebody that doesn't have super class. Somebody that can't reach super class.
Bro, ain't no way, bro. Do you know how easy it is to get a super? Bro, people they're
on super class.
Bro, look, when people refer to perma freshie,
a perma freshie is someone who can't get that kind of max tier build.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, that's
what is a max tier?
Is in an ultra that you can keep for a long period of time to start working towards ultras and participate in ganks.
Like an ultra,
how do you determine that you can keep for a long period of time?
Because it's an account. It's an account that you want to have an artifact on. The account that you keep that you're trying to get an artifact on. That's those accounts that people
keep for a long period.
Exactly,
of time.
Bro. Like an account that you can keep.
Let's just agree to disagree on that point.
Dude,
my personal
I can ask. Let me ask people right now, bro. Okay, if
but you just said that your community doesn't represent.
I'm not asking. I'm asking the Rogue Discord right now. If I'm a super class and I have never gotten my ultra, no.
No, I want you to. The example that I gave you was somebody that doesn't have the last move of their ultra class. You said that they're a perma freshie. You said the only way
if they don't complete their build, then yeah, bro. Like, dude, a lot of people, even if you do get an ultra class, right? Even if you get like an ultra class, bro, and like you have like one move and a bucket helmet, yeah, you're technically an ultra, bro. But people are still gonna call you a perma freshie, bro. You're like.
I'm saying they need one more move to reach the last.
Do they have Tomeless? Do they have Sigil Helm? Do they have any artifacts?
Like, even if they get the last move, they're still in your definition a perma freshie. Since they don't have Sigil
if that's their first, ultra, if that's their first, like, okay, here's what I'll say. If they've had an ultra before that is like, okay, Tomeless, Sigil Helm, Faceless, and maybe I don't know, you like, you know what I mean, like actual solid build, like they have Snap Ignis, then yeah, you're not a perma freshie anymore, bro. You've had a build like that, a build that you can actually reliably fight on. If it's your first time, and you still haven't maxed out your ultra, then yes, you're still a perma freshie, bro. you're still a perma freshie. You are still a perma freshie until you've maxed out. Unless you get Tomeless, Sigil Home, and you get all your moves, then you're not a perma freshie anymore, bro.
But that's still not enough because you just said you need to be somebody that's able to
keep your
for
build
it to last long.
Yeah, you
that's
keep
still not
you,
enough
because a lot of people want to keep their build, my guy. They want to keep their build and work towards getting an artifact. Do you think people want to wipe their accounts? Like what? Do you know how many people have like day 999, day 100 accounts? Like, bro,
People can have that amount and still not have the last move of their ultra class.
Bro, wait, say that again. Say that again.
People can have. There are people that have over 50 days off of just grinding Dizin and still not have the last move of their ultra class. Are they not? Are they still freshies? And even if they got
if that's their first ultra, yes, dude. All right, now look in player. No, look in player journal right now. If I am a super class and I have never gotten my ultra, am I a perma freshie? Everybody's saying yes.
Even
dude.
Class, I want to give a fair comparison.
Dude, you're picking like some fucking specific ass example where like, oh, I don't have my last move. Like, dude, that's so specific, bro. Most people, whenever they get to that point, they're going to get their last move, obviously. Like, you don't need to test that definition because that's like 0.001% of the player base. Why do you need to test the definition?
0.01. Do you have proof of that?
I don't need proof of it. Nobody's gonna keep an ultra with without their last move. They're gonna get their last move, bro. If they don't,
they can't get the last,
if they die before it, then they're still perma freshie, bro.
What about for like Necromancer? You know how hard it is to finish that ultra class?
Dude, it doesn't matter how hard you think it is. Literally look in player journal right now, dude. This is the rogue community, bro. If I am a super class and I've never gotten my ultra, if I've never gotten any of my ultras, am I a perma freshie? Yes, noob. Yes, of course the dude is molding. Yes. Like, dude, everybody's agreeing, bro. I don't know if you can now since you're bringing up this point, how about you ask people if you ask your example because you're the one bringing up this. Since you're the one bringing up this argument, then I need you to prove that people agree with your side. But I'm pretty sure the burden of proof is on you because I just got people to say yes.
You claimed
you're the one claiming that
you claimed that being a perma freshie is somebody that doesn't have a full build and also doesn't have a maintainable build.
Exactly, and a lot of people agree. That's what the community generally agrees on. Perma freshie can have different meanings in different communities.
So if I can't get one of the hardest classes, which is Necromancer, if I can't get the last skill of Necromancer,
and it's your first ultra, then yeah, if you wipe before you get it, bro.
Like this.
Well, then at this point, if perma freshie, if that definition is so wide to the point where at that point where you're still a perma freshie, but you're still murking other fresh spawns, like
dude, if you're a super class and you never got your ultra,
the rogue community is that toxic. Like,
dude, I'm just saying you're still called a perma freshie, bro.
Perma freshie is arbitrary. Then being a perma freshie is arbitrary.
Okay. I don't know. Basically, what I'm trying to say is though, perma freshies make up a good majority. Like I say, 40-50% of the game because they simply do, right? A lot of people don't have those max build. Oh no, listen. A lot of people just have never gotten a Snap Ignis, Tomeless Faceless, or an Oni that has Snap Gelidus. No, it's not arbitrary. That's what the community agrees upon, dude.
Consider like this.
So can you compare somebody that's not finished their ultra class but pretty close to it versus somebody that hasn't even reached super class? Is that comparable?
That is comparable if it's their first ultra. If I've had ultras in the past, bro, that are like
in terms of like how strong they are in game, are they comparable?
You said somebody who's a super class and somebody who hasn't finished their build, like finished their ultra class.
A super class versus somebody that hasn't finished their ultra class but pretty much has most of the ultra class skills. Are they comparable?
I mean, it depends. Like, you can call them both perma freshies, but obviously one's going to be strong. Dude, obviously one is going to be stronger than the other, man. If I'm a max base class and I'm an actual like fresh spawn, they're still called perma freshies though, bro. The point it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter how strong they are. The definition is somebody who doesn't have a max out build. Why can't you understand this? If you don't have if you don't max out your build, then it's not random, dude. It's not hard to understand. It's not hard to understand. If you don't finish your build, you're still a perma freshie, bro. Yeah, it's a big.
It's so broad to the point where the comparisons between
this what I'm trying to. Okay, wait. The reason why
consider it like this. A permafreshie is someone who's still on their path to progressing to that max build.
Exactly.
Someone that doesn't actually have it yet.
You know what's funny?
Who's never gotten it.
Ultra's not even the final build. Uber is the final build. Like,
Bro,
like,
bro,
what do
please,
Uber, what do
please,
Uber
man,
guys
please.
call
They're,
it?
bro, just
Instead of Rogue, no.
Bro, people
Uber's
don't
the final.
people don't actually care about. Some people don't care about going to K, man. Some people don't want to go to K. A lot of people consider their build maxed out whenever they finish their ultra class. They want to stay in Gaia, bro. But let's not get on that topic. The main
Okay,
reason.
yeah.
Wait. Okay. The main reason why I'm saying permafreshies in Rogue will prefer Deepwoken is that they can go and finish that max build easier. They will have a better time getting to that max build, which they've never gotten in Rogue. That's why I said,
so is
why?
progression easier in Rogue?
Why?
I
That's
mean,
what I'm saying.
easier.
Why would I? I think for the general audience, it will be easier. In some aspects, it will be easier for them. And now, again, I get it depends on the player, of course. I can't say for everybody that they're going to think it's easier, but for a lot of people, yes, it will be, in my opinion. It will be it won't have the unfair bullshit that people complain about now. That's what people are complaining about the most. They'll be like, oh, dude, all the blah 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 blah. There will be things. The
bullshit is still intact. There's nothing changed. You can
Those
still
permafreshies?
No, there
you
won't
can
be.
still
Still in that progression
You can
phase.
still get ganked. You can still be fucked over by let's say getting ganked by actual like guards
Yeah.
or mobs or whatever. You can still get and this is just Roblox. You can still get glitched and get killed, but you can probably get restored.
What does that have? But what does that have to
all
do with people? If it doesn't matter what you think about that. My original point is that I'm trying to disprove to you, Rogue will not have more players than Deepwoken, man. Simply not true. People permafreshies, and what I'm trying to say is permafreshies in Rogue will go to Deepwoken, and it will. First, it will reduce the players in Rogue by about maybe 40 to 30%, right? And then those 40 and 30% are gonna go and join Deepwoken and give it a considerable boost of players above Rogue if it were to get to that point. So that's what I'm trying to bring up. That's
I'm saying is what is gonna be retaining them from staying in that game compared to Rogue Lineage?
the same
Right? What
the
is
same
gonna be
exact the
retained?
same exact thing that got him to. Okay, go ahead and finish.
Because from what you've said is Rogue Lineage. I mean, you kind of said Rogue Lineage had easier progression, but then you're saying that Deepwoken has easier progression.
When did I say Rogue Lineage had easier progression? What?
Different, and it's completely different. It's hard to compare.
It's different, bro. Like, you're not going to be gripping. You don't have to PvP people for progression. It's different. If you think PvE is tougher, which in my opinion, I don't think it's tougher than Rogue. That's my opinion, right? I mean, a lot of people would agree. Like, they like this progression. They like Deepwoken's progression over Rogue's. A lot of people agree. Then yeah, dude, I think a lot of people are going to pick that over Rogue's progression, dude. Especially the permafreshies. That's all I'm trying to say. And, you know what I mean? Like, I play the fucking game, so I think I and a lot of other testers would know because we were once freshies at one point. We were all once freshies. So I think the people who were once freshies and who also play Deepwoken, shouldn't they know above what you think of the matter? Because, like, dude, I was, dude, literally, like, I literally talked to people who were, like, a lot of people joke that a lot of my fans are permafreshies, but I think I would know what my fans would like. I think I would know.
Let's just agree on this.
Okay,
that the definition of permafreshie is pretty broad.
It is broad. It does have a big range.
So,
in my opinion, it's someone who's just still progressing.
Exactly.
I know, but when you when you use the term permafreshie, can range from somebody who can pretty much hold their own and somebody that has a max class versus somebody who can barely fight other fresh spawns who don't even have super classes or a weapon. Right?
Wait,
so
sorry,
what you mean by permafresh and deep, like
what?
Like, for instance, will permafreshie in Deepwoken, will there be permafreshies in Deepwoken?
I mean, probably there's obviously going to be people who probably won't, like, will probably struggle. Like, that's always going to be a thing. I don't think it's just going to be as, like, big of an issue as Rogue. That's all I'm going to say. Anyway, this doesn't really matter to the topic at hand, so we're going to move on. Basically,
yeah, we definitely got off tangent.
Yeah, I apologize about that. Watching, I just, it doesn't matter what the definition. Like, yeah, sure, you can say all you want about, oh, okay, whatever, dude. Let's just say that if you're not a permafreshie, if you get ultra class or like you have moves, that doesn't matter. The main point of the fact, like, staying on topic, is that I see no way whatsoever that Deepwoken will have less players than Rogue, especially when the game is.
I wouldn't say
like all I'm trying to say is that Rogue stopped getting updates. Deepwoken will get updates still. So, like, That's all I'm gonna
If
say
you
about
take the
that.
people from Rogue that still want to keep progressing and are in the process of progressing in Rogue, they're gonna enjoy Deepwoken
Deepwoken
more,
more,
and they're gonna
exactly.
want to
Yep.
swap over
And
to it.
they're gonna stop
So
playing
my
Rogue
point is, how is it going to be that much different from Rogue Lineage if
because there's
people can just
PVE
still?
progression. Because there's PVE progression. That's all I need to say. The
The
fact that there's
progression's
PVE
completely
progression,
different.
it's a clearly different
Okay,
game.
I
It's a lot
understand,
more
but
palatable.
okay, there's
Yeah,
PVE
sure. People
progression.
will grip you, whatever, dude.
No,
But the
I,
fact is that even if you get gripped, even if you get wiped by a player, then
But
like you can
here's
get
the
back on
point.
your feet easier. Like we've said it like 10 times. You can get back on your feet easier. You can
Yeah, I know,
progress.
but
You can
I
the
didn't
more
even
you learn,
finish.
the faster you can progress. Go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying is, when with houses, especially with ganking,
Mm-hmm.
and you couldn't answer this, but it seems like from what I've seen is I would rather just have friends around me, help, and we boost each other, and then gain the same level, and then get high level, and never solo play ever in Deepwoken, than to just solo play. I would just rather play with my friends, gank a lot of people, just like in Rogue Lineage, gain artifacts, and that's about it. Like I don't. So that's what I'm saying. If that's gonna be the case, then how in the hell is it going to be? How is it gonna blow Rogue Lineage's player count out of the water?
I never said it was gonna blow it.
Because why?
I never said it was gonna blow Rogue out the water. I just said it's gonna thrive and
I
it's
said
gonna
it was gonna
succeed.
be around the same. I said it's gonna be in around the same player base.
I think it's gonna be a little bit higher, because Deepwoken's still
How
gonna get
much higher?
updates. I personally do not know. I was thinking maybe 4 to 5K, on average. Maybe
5K
three,
higher?
not 4 to 5K. Like it will be
But even
4
if
to
you
5K
just
players.
take the past player base of Rogue,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
they all
Like
come back to Deepwoken,
the
that's
past
already a lot.
the past player base of Rogue quit Rogue for a reason, bro. So when they go to Deepwoken, they're
The
gonna
Rogue
be
Discord has like 80,000 people
yeah,
in it. That's
exactly,
not
dude.
including anyone else that already knows about it.
So like you think that people like obviously, dude, obviously Ragusa and Archmage have like they understand what made Rogue Rogue, right? So do you think why would they want to make the exact same thing? Question.
I'm saying
Like what?
with
No, but
Roblox in general, like
but I'm just saying
Roblox
like
as a gaming engine,
as an engine.
there's not much you can expound upon. As a game engine, there's not much you can expound upon.
I mean,
Like
there's
Roblox.
there's a lot of differences if you just try. Like you can obviously make different games.
I understand. It's not going to be. What I'm saying is the experience is probably going to be the same.
Of like
Obviously,
just
gameplay is going to be different.
of like what people being toxic, ganking, etc., etc.
Yeah, the experience is going to be the same. The same feelings, the same toxicity, the same people quitting at
Nah,
the beginning of the game.
I don't think they're
the
gonna
same
quit at the beginning.
ending.
I disagree.
Dude, people quit in the beginning of the game with GPO. They're going to be quitting this game.
There's
A lot of
obviously
them are.
there's gonna be people who quit the game, but it's not gonna be the same fucking thing happening again with Rogue, man. It's a fucking different game, dude. You're thinking it's gonna be Rogue 2. I hate when people think it's gonna be Rogue 2 when it's a completely different game with different progression and not the same accessibility to things that made ganking so prevalent in Rogue in the first place, man. There is no gate. There is no snap gelly. Obviously, yes, you can go fight players, bro. Like you can obviously go attack people, bro. But like, what I'm trying to say is that since the creators of Rogue, Ragnarok know stuff like this, they're obviously going to try and make it different and allow for things.
They're not ignorant of the flaws of Rogue.
Yeah. What Neil said, he was saying that they were doing it for money. Well, I mean, I do
Bro.
believe developers' end goal is to make money off of their game. I wouldn't say that's the only reason, but their end goal is to make money off the game and also have fun, right? It's not mutually exclusive. Their end goal can be to make money off of the game and also have fun. There's a reason why I don't even think that Rag had that much fun with Deepwoken. We didn't see him he barely played Deepwoken. Will he even play I mean not Deepwoken but Rogue? Will he play Deepwoken as much? We don't know. Maybe if the game is as fun as you guys are touting it out to be, he probably is going to be playing it a lot. But whatever. But yeah, that's about it.
I mean, I can understand, like, of course, like I understand, like you just want a game that isn't Rogue, right? You just don't want to do the same thing and have to deal with the same aspects. I understand that, but and I understand your skepticisms. It's good to have skepticisms, right? You know what I mean? So you're not freaking super disappointed when you play it, right? I do understand that, right? But I don't know. I just find it like weird that like that it's just you think the same thing will repeat, like over again. Like I
Well,
I understand like the thought process behind it, but it's just like
that's the curse with Roblox games in general.
like
The
yeah
same
I
thing
yeah you know
repeats. I don't
like
think
you wait for a game, it's just a
no
banner
matter
beater
what.
again. Yeah, I understand that perspective, but you got to understand like Rag and Ark and
It's more
Raguzer
complex.
made Rogue Lineage, man. Was there any game like Rogue Lineage before, bro, on Roblox? Question. Right?
I
No.
mean,
Like
there were.
no, but in reality, like there was no game that was like
No,
there was no game that was like Rogue Lineage, right? Let's keep it real. There was no game that was like Rogue
there
Lineage, right?
was.
Like what?
Well, not directly correlated to it or like one on one same, but there are obviously games that are similar to Rogue.
Like what?
Obviously, with the not Grand Piece. There was this game. It's a really old game.
Huh.
I would have to search it up, but
Search it
I
up.
believe it was made by somebody, Vatex Games.
VTEX games, all right?
Vatex Games. There
Arcane
was
Adventures.
not Arcane Adventures. It was fuck. I forgot.
Well, like,
It was
are you talking about
Vatex
like what?
Games.
Are you sure
It's
it's not?
definitely a
Are you
game
sure not talking about
Vatex.
Tales from the Valley, bro? Tales from the Valley had some unique things in it, right?
Not-
Is that what you're talking about?
I mean, you could count Tales of the Valley too. I didn't even think of Tales of. I didn't play that much Tales of the Valley.
I mean,
What
again, like
else?
I don't know. Tales is not real like
One
Rogue.
Piece.
I've
Online. The progression was pretty similar
the
in
progression,
terms of how hard it was.
but I'm not meaning how hard it was. I mean like how unique the game is. Like the One Piece game. That One Piece game is a One Piece game, bro. Like when it comes to Rogue, Rogue is Rogue. There is no game like that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, yeah, sure, the toxicity, blah, but you can relate the difficulty or toxic, like, oh, it was just as difficult. Or it's just, but I'm saying Rogue as itself, there was no copy. You can say for One Piece games, oh, it's level, get double fruit, level up, put stat points in. But for Rogue, Rogue is Rogue.
Oh, One Piece Online didn't have that, but yeah, I do agree with you. Rogue is.
And so I'm saying
I may have to think about that. I may have to
Definitely
think
the first
about
of its
that.
type.
Yeah,
and so I'm saying
obviously the first of its type with the permadeath system, probably yeah.
and so what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to say just like put some trust, right, in the guys who made Rogue and expect them to learn from their mistakes. You know what I mean? That's all I'm really trying to say, because a lot of people are like, a lot of people are Deepwoken doomers, right? They're like, dude, no way Deepwoken's going to surpass Rogue. But it was the same.
If Rag was gonna let that happen, he wouldn't have
Oh,
redone the
wait.
game 2 or 3 times already.
Come in and talk.
Yeah,
Wait.
I do think that Rogue is gonna not Rogue. I do think that Deepwoken temporarily at the beginning is probably gonna surpass
All right.
Rogue.
Sorry, go on.
But at the end, I still believe that it's gonna end the same way as Rogue. I don't think that any Roblox game is gonna be that engaging to the point where it's gonna be never gonna have any problems or not have a number of problems. So yeah.
All right, but again, my main point though is like Deepwoken is just, bro. Remember, Rag and Arc. You gotta remember, like when it comes to devs, everybody already sees. Guys, don't worry. I'll move on in a sec. A lot of people look at games on Roblox and they appreciate like the team behind Rogue and Deepwoken, and they really appreciate the fact that they're actually making games that are unique, like unique IPs on Roblox. Because a lot of times it's super easy to copy. It's super easy to copy, like like make a One Piece game, make easy money. But I think the fact that like I don't know, man, you really think it's gonna have less players than Rogue Lineage, man? Like
I said it's gonna have around the same player count.
Like you don't think they're not gonna do anything to improve the game? Like you don't think they're gonna like it's gonna be the same people?
First of all, like Roblox is filled with kids. I don't think like the average 9-year-old, which pretty much populate majority of Roblox, is gonna be playing Deepwoken. So I don't think Deepwoken is going to have 30,000 active concurrent players every like month. It's gonna be under 10K.
You're underestimating how many like older people there are on Roblox.
Well,
I understand.
when it comes to retention,
Again, I understand. Like, yeah, retention, of course. But again, realize like I think the devs are okay if there are like 3 to 2K people playing, and that's what I mean by thrive. Like, dude, they're okay with that, man. I again, the main point of this debate is people to try and tell me, and I guess pretty much everybody else who like thinks Deepwoken will be good, is that Deepwoken's gonna flop completely and turn into World of Magic. There's been people who said it's gonna be a World of
that was
Magic.
bad. Yeah,
that's
that's
ridiculous. But
No
I don't
way.
know. But like, dude, like the things people were saying earlier, like, do you really agree that like BMing is gonna carry like Deepwoken's fucking profits? Like I thought that was
It's
like,
gonna be a huge portion of it
you think it's gonna
because
be a
they're gonna
huge
be the
portion? Only people
yeah,
paying.
huge portion. I mean, there's gonna be a huge portion of people rebuying alts and just a huge portion of it, especially if there are people that are just don't want to grind at all and they're just like itching to like just get to max level. There's gonna be a huge portion of it.
And you think
yeah,
Rag and
I wouldn't say it's
because
gonna be
earlier somebody was your friend was saying Rag and Arc would prefer that. You think they actually want that to happen? You think they would prefer the exploiters and the black marketing, all that shit? You think they prefer that?
well. That assumes if the people in the black market are like majority export. A lot of people in the black market just want to sell shit, and the reason why they don't allow it is because it's against Roblox TOS. That's the reason why they don't. I wouldn't see Rag being uptight about it and be like, "Yo, you can't sell it because I'm not getting profits." But like, the only reason why they don't allow it is because it's against Roblox TOS.
Okay. Well, I think.
But yeah, I
think,
do believe that a black market would be a lot of profit, especially if people don't want to go through the grinding process and just want to get stuff easier. Hence why people exploit. There's millions of exploiters on Roblox. You know why? Because people don't like grinding at all. A lot of people don't like grinding.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
All right.
Elam probably made over $100,000 in cash.
I think for this topic, I think
just people that want to exploit Rogue.
I don't really want to get back into this.
Rogue's progression was much quicker, much easier to do. You could progress those alts in a few hours and sell them.
For now, we're gonna move on.
But hey, all I got to do is just buy an alt from somebody.
I understand what you're trying to say, but
and since that
we already covered this topic. I think for now,
fucking good. I'm good.
I appreciate you coming on for today.
I could just play with my friends, probably troll with them or something like that. I'm just good. I don't need anything at all.
Well, I appreciate you for coming on today, man.
And there's an incentive to do that. I mean, nobody wants to waste their time, hours on end, stinking up their room.
Thanks for speaking in front of everybody, but for now, we'll be moving on, bro.
All right.
We'll be done for now. I appreciate you for coming on for today. We're gonna drag some new people on here. I'm trying to hear some new points, so thanks. I'll see you later. All right.
All right.
Peace. All right. Now we're gonna bring up some new people. I think I'm looking for this guy named A's. I think he wanted to be brought on next. Also, this guy.
There's Super 707.
I'll invite him to speak. I'll also give you the ability to put people like.
Okay.
I don't know how to do that. I'm not gonna lie. Let me see. I'm trying to find out where he is. Is he joining? GF Azel. I forgot what your name was. I invited you if you want to come up and speak. G Frafael. Yeah, that's your name. I'll bring up this guy named the Punisher. By the way, guys, if you guys are just coming up on here to say like, oh yeah, I think Deepwoken is gonna do well, like you don't have to pull up if you don't want to, like yeah. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, don't just pull up to say like, yo, like don't just like repeat what people were saying because we're trying to get some new arguments in here. All right, the Punisher was good, man. What do you have to say today? Good to see you on here. Are you there?
He's really spitting facts.
Is your mic on? Did you forget to turn on your mic? All right, let me see if anybody else wants to come up on the stage to speak anything. Super 707.
Yeah, Super.
Oh yeah, he said he wants to put up some
He's been
debate.
asking for a while.
All right. Do you have your hand up, Super?
Should.
Do you see where he is? Apologies. We're just let me read what some of the
him.
chat is saying. Interesting. All right. Do you know what row he's in?
Well, I don't know because I'm pretty sure it depends on the screen resolution. For me, he's on the very left.
On the very left. Oh, I found him. Yep. Thanks for that. All right, Super. I invited you up. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead and speak your mind, man.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Yep. Good morning.
All right, give me a thing. Wait, give me a thing. Sorry.
All right. I guess we'll also bring in one other guy if they want to speak. Let me see what people are saying in the chat.
All right, wait. Is my microphone working?
All right.
Yep.
Anyways, before I make my main point, I'd like to talk about some of the things you previously said.
All right, go on.
I'd rather skip over the permafreshy thing since I think that discussion was kind of done to death.
Hmm.
Anyways, you said people won't want. Wait, sorry. You said people won't watch freshies sell trinkets and then kill them because it's boring, right?
I mean,
I don't really agree with that though. Because, like, from my perspective, it's kind of idealistic to think that everyone in the community just wants to fairly fight people in groups.
All right,
rather than just, like, kill them easily.
before we get into that, what does that have to do with Deepwoken not thriving? If you could explain, like how to if let's
No,
just like
the
if I
point of that is,
like go on.
oh yeah, the point of that is because I kind of think that it's kind of confusing the activities of like the general community with what you do and what you'd like to be seen, which is kind of like a false correlation. I doubt people suddenly stop being like toxic and Deepwoken and stop asking people to like drop silver. That's the point I'm trying to make.
All right.
Obviously, I haven't played Deepwoken yet, so I don't really know about the mechanics or anything. But for like an entire community shift to happen over gameplay mechanics,
Okay.
I don't really know. What do you think?
All right. Well, in my opinion, even if the game was just as toxic as Rogue, let's just say it was, right? Just as toxic as Rogue, IMO, I don't really think that's going to change really much about the game like falling apart. I don't think toxicity can kill a game in my opinion. Like obviously it can be really annoying to deal with, but like I'm just saying in my opinion, if you have a big game and there's people who are toxic, I don't think it's going to really kill you. Like ABA is toxic all the time, man. People still play ABA. I think if I look at the page right now, there are probably like 6K people playing. So yeah, sure. Let's just say there are people who are, I guess, toxic like that. Do you really think that's actually gonna like cause the game to not do well?
I don't know about dwindling player numbers, but I do think it will affect a lot of people playing. If well, for my main point, I was going to mention more about that.
Go on.
But mainly so yeah, I just had a few points about like the previous things you said. Another one was about hacking in Deepwoken. I obviously don't know how it affects the like how much it affects gameplay since I don't know much about the anti-cheat. But your point about hackers, you
Hold
said
up, wait,
that
one
they do
sec.
it 'cause
I
it's easy
actually
to
apparently people on the listening thing can't hear us. They can only hear us on stream. So real quick, I'm gonna make an announcement for people to watch the stream at here.
right.
If you can't hear us, watch the stream. Yeah, I don't know why that is. That is pretty strange because I can hear you
that's
just fine.
damn weird.
Yeah.
I want to turn up the stream a little bit more then.
All right. Anyways, my point was you said that hackers usually hack because like it's easy to do, right? Or it gives them some in-game
Argument,
benefit, something along
stay
those
in
lines, right?
Stage. All right, say that again. Sorry, I was typing on Discord.
What was I saying? I said you said earlier that your experience with hackers is that they usually hack because it makes the game easier, right? Right?
Also, probably
Makes
because
the
they're
game easier.
bored. Probably because they're bored, or like somebody said
Yeah,
before,
because
maybe
they're
a
bored.
monetary incentive.
Yeah. But from my experience, most people, and like the hackers I talk to mainly, they mainly hack because they want to ruin the game on others and make it harder on them.
But why? Why would they want to purposely ruin the game?
That
Like,
is a really good
all right,
question.
I
But mainly they
think
just
maybe what
like,
you're talking about is like maybe those people are like, yo, I fucking hate guy dwellers. I want to kill all the guy dwellers. You talking about those type of people?
no, I'm saying mainly I think Road Lineage is a really good game. Like a really good game for like people who want to ruin other people's like lives to play. Because it's one of the only permadeath games that like you can hack on Roblox and actually ruin a lot of people's time nearly instantly. Like if you wanted to ruin someone's day in a game, is there any better way to do it than playing Road Lineage? Especially on Roblox. You can ruin hours of someone's life easily.
I mean, you can get restored.
That will give a lot of joy to some people.
Yeah, but you can also get restored.
I'm just saying.
I mean, yeah, it's annoying.
That is true, but some people don't really.
But again, like you can simply just get restored. All right. Yeah, I
That
know.
is
I know.
fair.
I did say earlier that like you have a bunch of pots on like a construct and you get killed. You have to get the pot. It is annoying. Don't get me wrong, but like if their only intention is to ruin somebody's day, like dude, I can just get a restore. You know what I mean? Like that's the cool
Yeah,
thing.
I feel bad for some people who don't get restores though. When I started out on Rogue Lineage, I lost multiple ultras
But again
because I
though,
didn't know
again
about
like
metal. My
again, but
recording's messed up.
not to get off topic. But what does this have to do with Deepwoken not succeeding?
I'm
Like,
saying I'm saying if hacking is in Deepwoken, no, I was just like talking about your previous points.
Oh.
That was more of it. It's not that on topic. My main point was about a different part of toxicity in the rogue lineage community and how that'll
Alright.
affect Deepwoken. Because
thank you for the $2
I'm
Canadian dollar
assuming a lot of
donation,
the
Il
community.
Cryptic. Go on. Sorry, I got a
I'm
donation.
assuming that a lot of the community will come from rogue lineage, right?
Uh,
At least a decent amount of it.
I mean, there'll be a lot of rogue players playing, yeah.
It won't
I don't
be
think
the overwhelming.
Yeah.
Like it won't be the entire majority of the community though.
At first, at least.
My main experience with the rogue lineage community is mainly in like house servers and sort of general chats in rogue lineage. So that's my main area of expertise. So I'd like to use an example you mentioned before. You mentioned Rogue League, right?
Yeah.
It's like a Discord server on Rogue Lineage.
Yep.
It kind of helps one of my points because in their memories channel, right? I was in that server for a decent amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
They have a bunch of really toxic things that they did. Like they bullied a bunch of Twitch streamers, tried to blackmail them before. They're like taking advantage of little kids, like making them cry. All that sort of stuff in the community. Do you think that that's actually going to change with Deepwoken? Because I've seen in the Deepwoken VOD when you were talking to Archmage, someone made a point that Deepwoken probably wouldn't be as toxic as Rogue Lineage, right? But I don't understand how that'll exactly happen. Because mainly my experience in the Deepwoken
in some
community,
aspects,
right?
I think,
especially in like house servers.
I think in some aspects, it is possible for it to be just as toxic as Rogue. Like there's it's a permadeath game. Like obviously, in some aspects, it might even be more toxic sometimes. Like sometimes it'll be less, sometimes it'll be more, in my opinion. And so, since it's a permadeath game and other players can cause you to wipe, IMO toxicity is going to be inherent. Like it's going to happen. You know what I mean? There's going to be people who spam easy. You know what I mean? And so the thing is that even though like that toxicity will exist, the thing is that the gameplay allows you, since the gameplay, because a lot of people agree, like, dude, if you try iron lineaging like right now in 2021, it kind of sucks, right? Like a lot of people are like, I mean, it's not as bad, but like a lot of people would prefer to like have some people help with their dual progress or just pay for grips. You know what I mean? Shit like that, right? But the thing in Deepwoken is that it's a lot more palatable. Again, as I said, I always say that, to those people who are trying to progress again. So even if you do wipe, and even if you do wipe to somebody who's toxic, right, you will feel a better incentive to restart again and do it all again. Because not only when you restart, you'll have more knowledge on how to progress faster, you will be able to progress a different way or a different method. You know what I mean? You can try out new things. So you don't always have to, progress the same way. There's a lot of things to explore. And because of that, I think even if you do die to the most toxic player, and even if the situations you're in are pretty toxic, there'll be a lot of ways to counteract that. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
That is fair. Yeah, it does.
So there'll be incentives to keep playing the game and not just quit immediately.
Yeah, I do understand that. But one of the points I wanted to make before was you also mentioned that there would probably be a lot of mods carried over from Road Lineage, right?
That was just my theory,
well,
my
maybe.
personal opinion.
Like,
yeah, I think.
You
I
said
don't
it would
know.
make sense since,
I mean,
it'd
if
be
you trust
easier to work
somebody,
with
then
people
like,
you've
why
already
would you
worked
have them
with.
as a mod, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But one of my problems with wait, give me a sec. One of my problems with the Road Lineage community is not the Road Lineage community, but the effects it might have on the Deepwoken community is my experience mainly comes from like house servers, right? And in different house servers that I was in, there is a startling amount of racism and sexism all throughout them. In every single one I've been in, loads of people are always like being extremely racist, and I doubt even in game too. And I don't know how that will exactly change in Deepwoken. And that also really affects like the
Um,
community in general. Because I've seen people quit Road Lineage because they get downed, and then people spam like the N word with some sort of different letter at the start.
like to bypass the chat filter.
I don't know if that'll like.
In
Yeah, I know
general, I
Twitter
think
SJW.
while it is while that will happen, of course, I think in any competitive game, right, in any competitive game where you allow players to chat or especially voice call, right, there's going to be that level of toxicity sometimes, right? And like for example, I'm sure there's a lot of people on Call of Duty, like Warzone right now, dude. You like hop on mic, you kill somebody, they spam the N word. You know what I mean? They call you the N word, right? And so that like I don't know if you expect Deepwoken to completely eliminate like racism and sexism because like that's
No,
that's
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 not
quite a
what I was going
task.
for.
Not
No.
really, not really in their control.
No, but
Though.
I don't know about that one.
Adumatsu himself is called out as sorry, not Adumatsu. What am I saying? Archmage himself is called out racism in the mod community, which is why I was talking about like carrying over mods. He's denounced the moderators for doing that before.
Well, I reassure you, if the mods,
So
if
it's
there
just
are
like
mods that
wondering,
do that,
like,
then they'll probably be demoted.
yeah, hopefully.
But
Yeah,
again,
so no, that's mainly like my experience.
I do understand though, like, maybe that will make a couple players quit, understandably so. But again, like, I think it's kind of off topic. You know what I mean? Not to be rude, but like,
Yeah.
how does this relate to Deepwoken failing?
No, I was just thinking about like
Just like
different
just
themes in
general
the Road Lineage
just
community
general
carrying over
concerns.
to
Right?
Deepwoken.
Okay.
But yeah, I do get that. Like it was mainly about toxicity in the Road Lineage community in general. Because if it carries over, like a lot of people are going to be like dissuaded from continuing to play the same type of game. Well, like Deepwoken in general.
And I personally, I don't know how much control you can have over that, to be honest.
That is true. Yeah.
Anyway, I appreciate you for coming on, but we're gonna bring on some other people who feel like they have some other
Thanks.
like arguments. All right, appreciate you for coming up.
All right, I'll see you. Bye.
Peace. All right, we're gonna bring up some more people. Eyes, we're gonna bring you here finally. We're also gonna bring up Stipe. I think that's how you say it. Hopefully, he has like some arguments.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep. You're kind of quiet though.
Yeah,
Hello?
I'm using my bad mic. So you got
I can hear you, Eyes.
Can you hear me?
You're,
Hello?
yeah, I can hear you guys.
Yeah. First of all, do you think it will thrive or not? Because I want to argue with someone.
You think? Do I think it's gonna thrive?
Do you think Deepwoken will thrive or not? Because I want to argue with someone.
Yeah, I think it's gonna thrive.
I wanted to bring up a few points.
All right, go ahead. Feel free.
So also I might have a delay because I have to hear Agamatsu over YouTube.
All right.
You can't even hear him when you're here.
I don't know why I can't hear him, but I'll get to my point.
On YouTube. Let me hear
The
myself.
main problem I had with Rogue was that the progression was pretty boring, and when you would play, your build would mostly depend on your race. And what we know about Deepwoken so far, well, is that the the race you get won't determine your build, because the race buffs will be very minor, and the debuffs will also be very minor. Can Agamatsu confirm this?
That like races won't really have big impacts on your builds. Yeah.
Agamatsu is dead.
Can you guys hear me?
They can't hear you on Discord, but they can hear you via the stream.
Oh, can you guys hear me now? Shoot. Hold up. Oh wait, you guys can hear me now?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
What? Hold up.
Yeah, we already know race buffs from what from what Reg has said. Most of them are related to different starting stats.
Yeah.
All right, can you guys
and we know
can
they
you guys
might
hear me
have some
now?
minor abilities.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. All right, appreciate it, guys. All right, so yeah, races aren't really gonna be like build defining.
They won't define your build, but they're
Dude, trust me, there's never gonna be anything like Fishrin or Dinakiri. Like there's never gonna be like Dinakiri druids or anything like that again, bro. Don't worry about it, you know.
Okay.
That was the biggest issue with Rogue.
That's very good to hear.
Reassuring. All right.
So another point I want to bring up is the player count on Deepwoken, which was talked about when Dawn was on, I think. So when Deepwoken releases, it will probably have around 5k players because all the people that quit Rogue will probably come on and try to play Deepwoken, right?
5K?
I think it's gonna have more, in my
Around
opinion. But
Yeah, no.
like
I think it was
probably.
way more than
Yeah.
that.
Hell nah.
My estimate was around 30K maybe first day.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, like 30k,
Yeah.
20k to 30k.
Yeah, but
Because
it will have a
80K
lot of
people in the Rogue Discord. Everyone's looking forward to it.
When the not just rock people will want to play Deep Oaken. Like
Hmm It's
I have
it's
a few
it's
friends
it's
that
pretty known around the
never tried
entire
rock.
community at this rate.
Yeah. And so when the game releases, the problem I have will probably be that there will be a lot of ganking immediately as people spawn in because it was confirmed by Rag that
You start with the weapon.
you start with a weapon and you can you can progress by beating players that are on a similar level to you or higher a level than you.
Mm-hmm.
And that I wanted to also bring up that PvE will be a lot more skill based and well, not easier, harder than rogues, but way more fun because in rogue it was literally going into the scroom pit or going into crypt and just running out of crypt and killing like a few shriekers, or in the scroom pit climbing up on the little like platform and just killing the Z screams with your chosen weapon.
Yeah.
But in Deepwoken, the AI will be a lot better in the sense that it will probably be able to parry better than a player that just started out, since you don't know the mechanics of the game when you start out. And the thing I will probably be most hooked on for Deepwoken is the exploration part. I enjoyed playing Breath of the Wild a lot when it came out, and the main part that hooked me was exploring the map.
Yeah.
And exploring Deepwoken will most certainly be very interesting and fun because it has a lot of lore behind it, and the gameplay has been very thought out, etc. So I think Deepwoken will most definitely thrive when it releases.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. If you have any other points you want to bring up or like arguments, feel free. But for now, I think I have a couple people who actually want to argue against Debo thriving or have like problems. So I'll be.
Yeah, those.
Go ahead.
Yeah, those are mostly all the arguments I wanted to bring up.
Alrighty. Thank you so much.
Oh
Stipe.
yeah, and also I wanted to say that
Oh,
black
that was
marketing
A's.
and exploiting will probably be um, uh, less of a problem because the game won't have much of a meaning if you don't play it by yourself. In the sense that if you exploit it, completely ruins the fun.
All right, bro. Well, appreciate it so much.
I think those that
I'll be seeing you later. All right, go ahead. You were gonna say something, Nova?
I was gonna say how the people like what Don was saying about how people will be fully progressed builds. I think with the amount of time you have to invest into making a build like that, if you wanted to sell something like that, the price would have to be quite high. And so I feel like that part of black marketing probably won't be very
like prevalent.
important.
Like there won't be a lot.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Pat, Insane Asylum, I also invited you up.
Yes.
But, all right, go ahead and you have some concerns.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for letting me talk to you about this topic.
No issue.
And now, I think Deepwoken will be more successful than Rogue. I don't think that's really a question, but I think it could have some issues.
All right, go ahead.
So I can think of 4 right now.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one is safe servers, like in Rogue. You know, when
Like,
People who are all
yeah.
allies just flood an entire server.
So you're saying like if there's like 25 of like the same like housemates in a server just
Yeah,
flooding up and having
like 30
completely safe
people, all of
progression.
them are in the same guild, just in the server.
All right.
So that no other people can get in, and they're pretty much safe.
Yeah, like
Like
no
there's
threat from
not really any
PvP.
threats besides NPCs.
I can't understand that perspective of like, uh, there won't be really any threats from PvP. Now, luckily, the PvE still provides enough challenge to where there'll still be issues, but like what like in the early days of roguelike, I don't really see much of what the devs could do to prevent things like that. If you know what I'm saying, like obviously if you're playing with like a lot of friends, yeah, you have safe servers. Now I think if you're all progressing together with like 25 people, to counteract that progression will be kind of slow, depending on like if you guys are all together, then obviously like it's gonna be really slow. Um, Now obviously people are gonna be like at different progression levels, different areas, of course. So yeah, I can understand what you're saying. Um, but I think there will be things to counteract that in Deepwoken, so you don't have to worry too much about it. Because I think when you start playing game, you'll see that like it won't be just as clear and cut as like big 25 player servers. You know what I mean? Like if you try making a 25 player server, it might be a lot more difficult than you think. So it's not just gonna be like, yo, find an empty server, bro, hop in. Like there's gonna be what like a solid 10 to 5K people playing, for those like those first couple like weeks probably. Like just a lot of people playing. So I don't really think it's gonna be that easy, man, to be able to find a super small server and flood it up quickly with all your friends, man. You're probably gonna be joining a server that has like 19, 18 players. So yeah, sure, that it like yeah, if you do manage to get a big server, yeah, the threat is gone, but it's not. It's going to be pretty difficult to get something like that. Achieve
Much
something
harder
like
than
that.
Rogue to make a house safe.
So what you're saying is that it's harder to get a safe server in Deepwoken, and even if you do get it, it isn't as rewarding as it is in Rogue.
No.
In my
Is
opinion,
that
yeah,
what you were saying?
it's just like, hold up, somebody asked me something. Okay, yeah, in my opinion, like, yeah, it's just gonna be a lot more difficult because there's just a lot more players. Like, obviously, you will find small servers, but what I mean, like, it's gonna probably be pretty difficult to find like actual small server. And if you do, then I guess feel free to go ahead and do that. But again, like once the server starts getting bigger, unless you immediately flood with like 25 people, if you have like a solid like 15 to 16 players in a server, Roblox will probably start putting players of other like other guilds, of course, in those servers. So like it's gonna be really hard to fill up a server to 25 players with fucking like your whole guild when like unless you immediately flood up like that, dude. There's gonna be other people who are gonna naturally join that server, and of course those other players might want to gank you, so that may cause issues and like et cetera, et cetera. So it's not gonna be as clear and cut as a lot of people think it is, where it's like, oh yeah, dude, like I'm just gonna get like a bunch of like obviously yeah, like if you have a lot of people, but like it's not gonna be as clear and cut as I think you may think it is. But go on with your other
So
issues.
yeah.
Oh wait,
So
so
then,
if I could, oh never mind.
so the
You go
next
on.
one I have is, from what I've seen, PvE is a big part of Deepwoken, and you can literally get your max build without even meeting another player at all. But the thing is, um, if someone finds out a way to cheese the NPCs, that might be kinda, let's just say, bad.
You can't really choose any of the NPCs like that, bro.
Wait, oh, so is it because the game is designed like that, or because you guys, the testers, actually look for ways to cheese the NPCs so the
Look, to be
developers
honest, I'm gonna keep it
patch
real.
them?
I've looked for ways to cheese NPCs because, like, I mean, I might as well tell them if like I don't want to be honest, I don't really want people to be cheesing the game whenever I play the game. So I look for I like when I first hopped in, bro. I was looking for ways to cheese every monster, like in every conceivable way. I thought of like, oh yeah, how the fuck can I cheese this, bro? And to be honest, I really haven't found any, bro. Like none. Um, Especially with like
So
the harder
basically,
monsters, like all right, you might I don't know, there might be a little glitch sometimes that happens where like one of the NPCs, like this was like way back, like one of the NPCs might get like might not be able to go around like this little gate or something like that. But even then, like even if they get like stuck in an area, bro, like whenever I swing at them, like they'll still parry my hits. So I'm still fighting them, like even if they're glitch. Like, and again, that was patched, but like that was so long ago, and they were still. It was still like a challenge to fight them, even when I was trying to cheese them, bro. So I think for a lot of people, you're gonna have to fight the monsters legitimately, bro. Like a lot of the times,
So
you know what I
basically,
mean?
cheese isn't a problem.
Yeah, for me, I've tried it. I've never been able to cheese any of the mobs.
Now another issue that this is more for like the early stage of the Pokemon, like some weeks after release at most, maybe some months, but um testers basically know everything about the game, right?
All right. Well,
So what if they
I don't know.
just
Not
join a
every tester,
guild?
but I don't think
Well,
every tester
they
knows
know a lot of
everything.
things. So what if they join a guild and just tell everyone about how to do things in Deepwoken, like how things work?
I can actually understand where you're coming from with that. Now I don't know which testers would go and just tell all like the freshies, especially paid access players, all the new shit. I don't think anybody's really gonna do that. There might be like one or two guys who might do that, but IMO, like the people they're gonna tell are probably gonna be like their close friends, if anything, right? They're not gonna be telling like a huge fucking like. You're not gonna see me telling like my guild, yo guys, this is the like no. I think it's best if you actually learn to like play yourself. So I'm gonna leave the progressing in my guild to themselves. Like I'm not gonna fucking try and help anybody out because that's how you get the good players. If the good players can figure it out, then those are the guys that deserve to be like the high ranking officials. So
Now, another thing about testers, what if they all just get in the same guild? Like, imagine a guild with only testers.
I mean, what's your
They'd be
point?
dominating.
I mean, again, with a game that has like five, like after a while, like let's say give it a month, like probably like 5, 6K people playing. I don't think like a guild of like what, probably like if it really was only testers only and it was maybe decently big, what 20, 30 players, I don't think it's gonna be that much of an issue, bro. Like I really don't like what like I just don't see how it will be an issue. Yeah, sure they'll be strong or whatever, but like I don't think it's gonna be an issue for the major majority of players. Like they're never gonna see. You're probably not gonna interact with the tester. Like you might rarely see a tester, bro. With just how many people are gonna be playing. So, I mean, I guess if you run into them, oh yeah, if there was something like that, but I don't think it's gonna be an issue.
No, this is probably my last issue that I can think of, but um, you know how there are exploration guilds, or maybe like you can make a guild for exploration.
Okay.
The thing is, what if what if just everyone knows all of the map eventually?
What if everybody knows everything about like literally everything?
Or at least most things about the map. Like imagine how there's a rogue lineage map,
Well, how long did it take for
like a
everybody to find out
literal map
everything?
for the whole world of Gaia. Okay.
Well,
We're
how
still
long?
figuring things out about Rogue now.
No, I'm saying this as an example. I'm bringing up Rogue as an example because
Well,
there's a literal image of a map of the whole world of Gaia.
That won't be something you can find immediately on Deepwoken.
I agree with that.
Because the game
Also-
has streaming enabled on, meaning parts of the map load in and out. You won't be finding a whole picture of the whole map like at once.
IMO. I also.
Doesn't
Oh, go ahead.
do you think the game will get boring after um finding out about the whole map, like knowing everything about the map?
Even if you did know everything about the map, bro, like there's still probably gonna be some secrets that you just probably won't ever find out, or things you just probably won't ever know. Some people are like, oh, okay, what about Rogue? Well, question: does anybody here in chat, go ahead, know how construct percentages work? Does anybody know that? Anybody like know the exact way how to increase your construct chance?
Yeah, it was never explicitly said.
Actually,
There's
funny
always
thing
theories.
was, Raguzer actually told me that. He said on the condition I can never tell people about it. So I know, but I just can't say it. He's such a troll,
I
right?
remember like the
But
most like
people never figured it out. That's still a secret to this
Yeah.
day. Or Falaura's blood, dude. Like you can still make that. Argument said you can. Some people never figured it out. So there's just some secrets that probably people will never be able to figure out, man. Some things you would just never know.
I'm pretty sure the most like the one that people like tend to believe the most was that it's based on how many skills you have.
People can try and guess and like
can I
figure it out, but I'll go ahead.
So can I finally get my chance to talk?
Oh, my bad. Yeah, my bad. I saying this on. Go ahead.
So,
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about like how the game could possibly like die in my eyes, honestly.
Die is in like what, like World of Magic, 300 players, 200 players. Oh shit, I'm lagging out.
Some Rogue, just because you know how you have that like toxic part of the community
My
where
bad, I
they
had to
kill you
rejoin.
constantly, even if you're a freshborn and stuff. Like I feel like that's gonna trade over to Deepwoken and just kill everybody, like all the people like that.
Nuova
Like
Prime. I kind of missed on what he said. Could you recap what he said?
I actually was listening either, honestly.
All right, say that again. Sorry, my bad. I had to rejoin the call.
oh, one of my buddies, like me and him have been playing since like like mid 2019,
Mm-hmm.
and he quit the game pretty early because like the toxicness of the computing the game and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to try and get him into Deepwoken, but he was pretty like iffy about it because it's another permadeath game, and I don't know what everything about the permadeath in the new game Deepwoken, but pretty much he doesn't really want to get into it because he's worried that like he'll probably end up like Rogue, where you're out there farming. Like I don't know how it'll work, but if you're out there farming AI and stuff like that, like if you want to do the PvE part of the game, is there like any chance you'll run into a random player out there and he just straight up wipes you and you lose all that progression?
You're saying, is there a chance of that? You just run Flipper and he
Like,
messes up
yeah,
your day.
I don't
Yeah,
know
I
if
mean,
there's
yeah,
actually like a chance
there's
of
a
running
yeah.
into a
You
player
can
out there.
you will run into a player and they might just grip you, bro. Like it might just be on site, bro. They might just glide onto you with their
Yeah,
glider
because
and
I
like
was just
fuck you
wondering
up.
that because
Yeah.
I thought
It's
I
probably
didn't know
gonna
how it
happen.
was
Tell them
gonna
it's probably
work
gonna
with
happen,
like
man.
the
Like,
PvE side of it and the
dude,
PvP.
like there's gonna be toxic players, man. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. There will be people
Yeah, I
who
just
kill
thought
you.
the game would slightly die by that. That's all.
But
Because
the
like most
permadeath
people would.
Bear
the
back up.
permadeath in
'Cause that
Deepwoken isn't as unforgiving as it is in Rogue.
Because
We already know that.
I don't think it'll be as forgiving as like Rogue. Honestly, like it'll be easier to learn, but I feel like the toxic community would come over from Rogue and stuff, and you'd end up with these broken ass people like just going around in large groups killing people, stuff like that.
I don't, go on. Oh, is that all you had to say?
So, and one more thing I wanted to talk about like the BMers that were in here before is like I don't think the BMers will really take over the game because it's like the races and everything like it wouldn't really like die as fast with BMers and hackers and stuff like that because the races weren't really like that big of a difference and stuff like that
Mm-hmm.
because they have smaller. They have like the other guy said, they had like smaller differences between different races and stuff like that. So I think the game like would do better in that aspect, but I feel like the toxic part of the community would like kind of ruin it a bit. Like I feel like I don't know how the game works, but like as I said, like what if there was like a PvE side of it where you could go into a PvE only area, stuff like that, where you won't really get targeted by players and stuff, so you can like progress without the problem of them.
Bro, I'm gonna keep it 100, man. You're not really gonna run into an area where you won't be able to get attacked by players, bro. Like, you can always get attacked by a player, man.
Yeah, I know. It's just that I'm fine with that and everything. It's just that like some people like get you like they don't really like the game because of that because like they can lose everything because of it. Like
That's
like
understandable.
most like you have that big part of the like well not really a big part but like a decent amount of the community of like Rogue and stuff like that. I would probably quit because they lose all that progression because like you get ganked by like 5 people and stuff like that.
That's understandable.
And I was hoping like PvE would be like have a bigger difference in it where it was like easier.
But I think the thing a lot of people don't consider when it comes to Deepwoken, right? A lot of people are thinking like, oh, dude, as soon as I get sighted, I'm done for, dude. It's not like Rogue where like when a Shinobi sees you and you're like a super class, like you're fucked, man. You still have the chance to escape, bro. There's not like a grapple. There's no snap galley. There's no snap gate, bro. Like if you escape somebody and you get on your ship and you start sailing away and they can't see you anymore, bro, they're not gonna gate to you, man. You've escaped. If you get away, you've escaped most of the time, man. Now, of course,
How
if you
does
start,
how does it work? That's actually kind of nice, but like, how does it work when there's like multiple people joining the same server you're in, and you get like, cornered by like 5 people and stuff like that?
it depends on the
It's gonna
scenario.
it's gonna end
If
badly,
you
right?
get jumped though,
Yeah.
like, I mean, and if they're surrounding the area, like, obviously you're probably gonna die, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, again, that the thing about Rogue is that people use it to jump people, but they also use it to escape. So in some scenarios, you're just not gonna be able to escape, man. You're gonna have to fight. And if you're skilled enough,
Yeah.
you might be able to win. But like, if I'm one player and I get jumped by like 5 players, bro, unless I am able to escape, bro, I'm probably gonna die, and that's just how it is, man.
So like, if you were to like put the game into like how much of a PVE and a PvP game is it? Like, what are the percentages you think? Like, how big of it is a PVE? Is it?
Hmm. Uh,
Pretty sure it's kind of hard to quantify it like that.
yeah, I can't really quantify that. No comment on that. I do not know how to quantify it.
All right.
But
Because I was thinking of the game of like more of like more of a PVE sided game, and then there was like a choice of PvP and stuff like that. But I guess it was like different. It's kind of like in the same aspect of Rogue, where it's like a lot around PvP, but there's also PvE sided.
I mean,
just like pretty much.
Rogue's PVE is, yeah, dude, yeah, it's not really,
Essentially non-existent.
yeah, pretty much.
Your XP, and that's about it.
PvE is literally just XP, and then in K, it's just an annoyance unless you're like a monster hunter.
Yeah.
Like that's
The only
really
thing that's like any danger is like howlers, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's like an environmental threat.
I guess the PvE
Yeah, I
in
just
K
thought
is
this game was gonna
Justini's,
be like.
I guess Justini's.
Well, yeah, in K PVE is like you can do more PVE
we got
sided
two-
stuff like.
Yeah, we got $2 donation coming from Cthulhu. Good morning, Aga. Thank you so much for the $2 donation, bro. All right, but if that's all you have to say, bro, yeah, man, I understand your concerns and all that stuff, bro.
Yeah, I think if you're worried about the permadeath side of things, we already know it's not. It's gonna be more skill based, not as RNG based, and you can pass stuff down more than you could in Rogue. So if that's what you're worried about, it shouldn't be as bad.
Yeah, because I was thinking, because when I was thinking of the game and like looking at your Fort Merit video and stuff like that, I was thinking of the game like 80% PVE and for like 20% PvP. But then I feel like it's kind of the other way where it's like 60% PvP and 40% PvE.
IMO, we're probably just gonna, again, because at the moment it's still testers, right? There's not a huge like group playing. Some of these things you're just gonna have to wait.
Like the choice of PvP.
We're just gonna have to wait to see when there are more players how things are gonna affect things. We can speculate, but in reality, we're just gonna have to wait and see how it changes things and how it changes over time as well. Because obviously things initially for like the first week are not gonna be the same as like a month or two later. You know what I mean? There's gonna be obviously a lot of differences. So in my opinion, that's just something we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah. All right.
Actually thought of one more issue. It isn't as big probably, but you okay if I say it?
I'll go ahead.
So basically exploiters and the stranger system. Will that be an issue?
Yeah, has Reg figured out what he wants to do with that yet?
Oh wait, say that again. My bad.
'Cause I know they were for the strangers. He was talking about exploiters and the stranger system.
I personally don't know how that's gonna go down.
I remember.
I personally. Don't know how that's gonna
Yeah,
go down.
Reg and
maybe
Ox
when
were
you
considering removing
maybe
it. I'm
if you
pretty sure.
die to an exploiter, you get like his if you die to a player, you get a message like in Rogue where you get his Roblox name and the Roblox ID.
I
but
wouldn't.
not the in-game name.
I wouldn't be surprised if they like eventually like plan to roll out stuff like that just to like fight back against exploiters. Like I wouldn't blame them. You know what I mean? Again, a lot of this stuff I just simply don't know because I'm not a dev. You know what I mean? But yeah, like
Yeah, you'd have to ask Reg.
there's probably gonna be some things like, of course, like probably people would probably want that. You know what I mean? Like if I get gripped by an expert, I really want to know his name. You know what I mean? So again, these are one of the things where like experts kind of ruin basically the fun of it. You know? So that is unfortunate. Anyway, I'm gonna bring up another person real quick. He's been having his hand up. Let me look. Yeah, you guys have
roast just in the chat.
Yeah, it was good. Anger roast. Good to see you here. And saying this all, and Pat, if you guys have anything else to say, go ahead and say it. Other than that, Appreciate you
Yeah,
guys.
I have
coming.
nothing else
Why
to say.
All right.
why
Anything
do the
pulling up today?
devs say nothing about the progress with Deepwoken?
'Cause
Like they don't say anything.
I mean,
Like for example, they could say like each month what they have left to do roughly. Like maybe we have maybe one major area to do,
I
maybe
mean,
one island.
again, like that's
That's
their
just
decision,
preference.
and yeah, that's their decision, and like sometimes they just don't want to. They don't want to announce what they're working on, man. Sometimes some things are a secret, you know, for a reason.
I think they should do at least a little bit every once in a while so that we don't get so desperate.
Understandable. I understand what you're saying. Thank you for pulling up today, bro. Hope you have a nice day. I'll be seeing you. I'm gonna bring up 2 more people, and I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
You have a
So,
nice day too.
you guys go ahead and speak your arguments. I'll be back in like a minute. Give me 30 seconds.
I just asked them over. A
Alright,
lot of
can
people
you
are
hear me?
like compare. Yeah, I can hear you. A lot of people are
Alright,
comparing the maps and shit about like how people are gonna explore it. I don't think they're comparing it the correct way, because the way people entered Rogue and the way people are entering Deepwoken are completely different, like completely lopsided. I feel like a good analogy is whenever you play like Super Mario 64 for the first time, you know that game, right? It's really famous for like speed running and shit. Have you seen like clips of that or no?
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah. Whenever you first enter the game, like as a kid or something, okay, you're going through and you're just doing the levels and you're like exploring shit and you're playing Super Mario Bros. Like, you're just having a fun time. You're trying to see shit along the way. That's how people entered Rogue. They were playing, they were trying to progress, and they would be finding to like, oh, that's cool. Nobody was genuinely like full on had the mindset of I'm gonna do all this shit, and and they had the mindset of I know there's hidden stuff everywhere and all that. Compared to the mindset people are going into with Deepwoken, where it's like people that are trying to speed run the game in Super Mario 64,
Not.
where like it's an insane amount of the moment they get into the game, they start trying to do instant shit of I could be like they're instantly trying to do this, and this, and this, and they know what they're trying to do. They're not gonna be like trying to take it slow and explore. They're gonna be instantly looking for some random crevice to find some random trainer or something. Compared to Rogue, they kind of took it a little bit more slow at the very beginning.
Yeah, because they were unaware of what Rag and Ark has made. But now
Yeah.
that Ark and Rag has that reputation, they expect that from them. You know.
I
All
assume
right, I'm back. Yo,
I assume you're referring more to the map being more linear, rather as something that's more. I'm not sure what you entirely mean. Yeah.
Alright, let me just.
I actually heard what you were saying. Okay, so
yeah.
Basically, what you're saying, I assume, is you're kind of a little bit afraid that a lot of people, when they first get in, they're not really gonna care about the exploration. They're just gonna try and find the fastest methods to progress. So.
Yeah, they're not really gonna be like more enjoying the game more so than I gotta get the fucking snap snarf of this game.
That is actually
don't need to worry about that.
Actually, no, wait. I think that's actually a fair point.
It will be, but I don't think it will be at the beginning.
No, even from the beginning.
Something that will come in later.
There's gonna be a lot of people with that mindset.
Even from
like
the beginning,
from the beginning.
A lot of people will want to get strong quickly, man. And a lot of people are gonna want to explore at first, but there's gonna be like that guys. There's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna be like, "Yo, bro, I'm gonna become as strong as I can, and then we're gonna go ganking, bro. We're gonna rule the seas, bro." That's a lot of people told me like they're just gonna try and quickly become as fast as they can, and I can't blame them for that. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't you want to become strong? Why wouldn't you want to try and just find the fastest methods? Like, you might be like, okay, like that system's in place. Okay, whatever, dude. Like, you know what I mean? They're gonna try and min max their builds. You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna do anything they can to become the strongest they can be. And to be honest, like that's just how it is. You know, like some people, that's just how some people are. You know what I mean? I don't really think you can really do anything to prevent anything about that.
Yeah.
That is a very valid point. But how do you think this will affect Deepwoken in your opinion?
Because here's the thing: there's going to be a very big divide of what players and what they want to do, and it's all going to be on one map, so it's going to clash. There's going to be people that are like generally going to sit back and enjoy like people that actually have like built games and shit, I feel like they're gonna more sit back and enjoy like the actual development of the game because they know what it's like to develop a game. So they're gonna sit back and like admire the graphics, look how well the mechanics are made, shit like that. Then there's gonna be people that are, and knowing the rogue community, the rogue mindset, and I'm literally like open reading chat and I see the shit's right, even because of the PVE dude that was just talking beforehand. The moment they get shit, they're gonna go, they're gonna form five mans, they're gonna go gank, and they're gonna try and become ranked. They're gonna figure out if there's a rank system even before they try and max out their class.
I see.
Because they got that kind of mindset. That's the rogue player mindset. You gotta get that Lannis and shit. And because considering they're all on one map, give it about like 2-3 months, and one of those groups is going to reign supreme because it's kind of gonna ruin the feeling for the other groups. Because if you have somebody that's just kind of taking it slow and enjoying the game, compared to somebody that's completely trying to get as fast as they can and min max, and they collide, one of them's gonna like either one of them's gonna get outbalanced by the devs, and they're gonna lead the game because they feel like, oh, I can't make my ultra mega build that can one shot people. The game's doomed.
Right.
Or the people that are.
I understand what you're saying, right? I understand what you're saying. About like the people who played Rogue, right? They're obviously gonna look for those ways to quickly min max, quickly find out shit as quickly as they can. But I think, what you're gonna realize is that that's probably gonna become the smaller portion of the community that does that. Maybe like, I don't know, the 10 to 20% who perhaps try and do that. I don't know. I don't think it's really gonna be as big of an issue because when it comes to like a lot of the new players coming in, again, as I said before, and for Nelson making video on it, IB Main, Sly Kage, Nano Prodigy, all these big YouTubers are making videos on it. They're gonna bring a lot of like brand new players, right? And when those new players, I don't think that those new players are gonna have the rogue mindset, dude, because a lot of them probably either played rogue for a very small amount of time or never played rogue at all. And when you see like, their favorite YouTuber once again saying like, yo, this game is awesome, bro, like they're gonna want to obviously play it, right? And as long as they keep making videos on it, a lot of like those same communities are going to keep playing the game as well. So I think when it comes to those people who you're worried about, it's going to be a lot more on the smaller side. And I don't know if it's really going to have as big of an impact on the community initially. It's, again, I think in my opinion, Deepwoken combination is, I mean, the Deepwoken community is going to be like a combo of like people from Rogue, but also like a lot of new people and old people who played Rogue before, as well as people who enjoy PVE. So there's going to be a mix and match, in my opinion. Like it's going to be all mixed together into one like Deepwoken, decently sized Deepwoken community. That's my opinion about it. So I don't.
Thing is just.
Go ahead.
Just finish your shit.
Oh, you can go ahead.
The only thing is, I'm just hoping that coexists because if it coexists, it's gonna work out just great, and that's kind of the best case scenario. But if some people try and just like kind of make the whole community that, then it's gonna get a little bit annoying. But I think that kind of just ends up on there's no way to actually tell until people get into the game and get their hands on it. Because there's a million different ways it can go right now.
I will say that we will have to indeed probably wait to see what happens when the game first releases. Again, like when a lot of players start joining a game, that can really change from when testers like play the game itself. Especially for a game like Deepwoken, in my opinion. So we're just gonna in my opinion, we're just gonna have to wait and see like what effects will actually take place. I'm excited to see it though. Not gonna lie, like on release, it's probably gonna be huge community, like really huge community, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real, bro. I have my friends that haven't touched Rogue in like 2 years, and they're getting all hyped up. I have my old ass house server.
I have people who don't even play Roblox, but I told them, they're like, "Oh shit, that sounds cool." Dude, like, I don't know, man. It's
No,
gonna be
it definitely just sounds like a really fun game.
Yeah.
Can I put my opinion on gizmos?
Go ahead.
All right, so Gizmo, I understand what you mean, but I can't say this will help a lot. But I think a good example to what would counter your part at least would be when I first played the Vast Realm. Everybody sat there like, oh, it's just Rogue Lineage but PVE. And in the beginning of that, there was a lot more people who were willing to be nice and like help around and stuff. Sure, there's those people who would take your monster kills, but they won't actually go for your life, you know? That's
Oh
what I feel
god.
that Deepwoken might have in the beginning. However, when I played the Vast Realm recently, there was a lot of talk. Not a lot, but it kind of
Toxicity.
died. It died. Let's be honest.
Dude, I was the exact same way because I played at the very beginning, like me and my group of friends, and we were playing Bard and shit, and nobody would do anything. It's just kind of chill.
Exactly. So I think
Most
that's a
I've
good
seen.
example that people will actually, go the PvE route, but there will be that one guy who will want to kill you.
Okay, I mean this to no offense to you, Agamatsu, dude. Okay,
Yep.
me and my little group of homies found that game. The moment you made that video was when like that kind of your group, like the people that you follow came from Rogue.
Hmm.
So they kind of had the grip mindset. So like the game kind of died out a little bit because gripping was like at the very bottom of the list you needed to do to progress.
I don't even think you get anything from gripping besides like one of the classes, which
Yeah, I
is
think
the
it's
thief, I
fun.
believe,
In
or the
my
assassin.
opinion,
I don't
since it
remember.
kind of does, since it's like PVE based, I'll talk about it. IMO, the thing people have to realize is that in a permadeath game, no matter what, when you run out of things to do, people will naturally gravitate towards PvE and ganking, right? So, for
That's a
example,
good.
when
Yeah,
people
yeah.
were done with the exploration part of, Rogue Lineage, guess what? Everybody's ganking now, right? Everybody's like, oh, the game was so nice when, there was like all this
Yeah.
like exploration shit, but once the game stopped getting like actual content updates, well, what do you see like for the past year and a half, man? Just ganking, right?
Just
And so
fighting.
when
Yeah,
I
I think
assume in the vast realm, at least when I talked to the devs and infected, he was also pretty big in the community. It just seems like a lot of the time, people were done with the content. They got their class, and now they're going to gank. Of course, like that's probably the natural progression of how things were. Unless there's constant PVE content being added to that type of game, people are just gonna automatically go to ganking because like, what else are you gonna do? Just like what, chill and talk?
The
You know what I
only
mean?
update base. Oh, sorry.
So like once you're done with that progression, like that's it, man. And progression, the vast room was also like really easy to do. Um,
yeah, you could cheese a lot of this shit. I remember for
exactly.
Bard, you could literally just like keep dropping them like pickaxes and picking them up.
So of course, like when it comes to that, like I think I that's why I usually try and bring up in my defense. I do understand a lot of rogue players they play the vast room, but in Deepwoken, I just don't think it's again PVE is like just not cheesable. So I don't really think it's really going to be the exact same way, man. And people are just going to stop playing
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
There's going to be the people who are going to want to keep fighting like they want a really tough PVE fight, one that probably would take forever to like actually like conquer and get down. Now at the moment there are some things in the game that I'm like, yeah, I can't beat that right now, bro. I can't.
How's that boss you're stuck on?
But yeah, other than that, I just think like for example in the vast room there just wasn't a lot of variety as well in like the NPCs. Like it'd be like the same bandits, you know what I mean?
They
And
all
like
had the same. They all had the same AI. Just
exactly.
like different weapons and
And
moves.
the thing about wait, hold up. The thing about Deepwoken is that like, dude, there are different varieties of monsters, right? You're not going to be fighting the exact. It's not going to be the same fight every time. There's going to be different things you have to do and things you're going to have to watch out for, bro. So like, I think a lot of people appreciate that about the PVE and find joy in fighting the PVE, not just in ganking alone, which is I think a major difference than Rogue. A lot of people are like, dude, it's so fucking annoying fighting a gore pig or like when you're like fighting a griffin and it's just really
Oh
annoying
yeah.
to fight a griffin. But in Deepwoken, it will be, in my opinion, a lot different because people like I at least find joy fighting the PVE. I like fighting the PVE in
That's
the
good.
game, and so I
I
think
mean,
a lot of people will as well.
I'll drop my 2 cents on this. I'll
Go
be
ahead.
real. Even with Rogue, and I think about every Rogue player is gonna agree with me here. Nobody has ever truly found joy of Rogue if you play completely solo without your friends at all.
It's really
Like,
not. I've always soloed the game because I don't have that much friends to play it with, and even if I had a house, they're just houses are very annoying to be in because it's so loud. So I try to do it solo. Never again.
I'm talking about progressing solo's
Yeah,
cool because you're vibing. I'm talking about just straight playing the game solo. Like if you're ganking, you're going solo like that.
that's
Because
what I'm saying.
you're gonna get kind of cheesed out and that kind of stuff. But the people you're with make the experience. Like people don't realize that, but the game yourself you're playing doesn't always make the experience. It's the people you're with. Like if
That
you're in a gank, especially I'd say Gaia and K, if you're in a gank by yourself, you're kind of just like, ah, shit.
Oh, we have a £5 donation, or yeah, or €5 donation. Thank you, Spectral Strider, saying it would be great to make a hype trailer for non-Roblox players. It would surely attract a lot of players, new people in your opinion. Yeah, that does sound kind of cool. My bad for cutting you off. Go ahead. Sorry, I got a donation.
But yeah, like the people you're with and like the excitement of like, if you're about to get knocked, like the VC, that kind of stuff makes the shit more enjoyable. And I feel like Deepwoken, if it can get that aspect, is gonna make the game a lot more enjoyable.
I think Deepwoken
with
will,
people
of
kind
course, have that aspect, man. Again, it's just whenever you're playing with friends, anything is more fun. But the thing I think that is the biggest difference between Rogue Lineage and Deepwoken is the fact that you can play the game solo by yourself a lot. Like you can literally play in a server just by yourself and play the game, and you can still die and wipe by yourself with just you. So
And just have fun.
the thing is that like whenever you consider that it's a game that you can play by yourself and then you add other players into it, there's a lot more variety and options and what can happen. Like sure, whenever you're playing alone, like okay, like I fight this monster, if I lose this monster, this happens. If I beat this monster, this happens, etc., etc. But now you add in players onto the mix, right? Well, what if while I'm about to attack this monster, two players jump me, right? And while I'm fighting the two players, the monster jumps all of us. You know what I mean? And so it's like it adds that level of randomness and variety to the gameplay that is already great alone. But when you mix in the other players and the players that you can play with, like your friends, it adds so much more variety to the content. Which is why, like, Rogue, even though it has no PvE, the fucking PvP is always thriving, dude. Because there's so many unique scenarios. Like, I might be a Solons, and I might be fighting a Fisher and Shinobi, and a Faceless who's a Morvid, and we're fighting at Orsval. Or I might be going to go get some trinkets at Deep Force, and I get jumped by an Oni and a D-Sage with a Bucket Helm. Like, there's, like, those type of scenarios. Like, every fight in Rogue is unique. Like the ganks are always unique. Like you can always tell a story of what exactly happened to you. You know how you died, or how you won, or how you killed two players, and the last one knocked you off ores, so you broke your leg and you weren't able to escape. Like there's always a unique thing. And so when you introduce PVE aspects to that, you can add even more randomness and more content for you to remember and enjoy and have a memory of. And that, in my opinion, will enhance the gameplay to levels that are not ever been seen before on Roblox. Which is why I think T-Bone will probably be one of the best games
actually
on Roblox.
on the performance side of things, how well, like, frame rate wise, is it one of those games that like looks great, but if I hit W and I render another block, my whole shit's gonna fucking die on me?
It should run about the same as Rogue.
Yes, it's pretty much the same as Rogue for me.
Well, that's a very big difference, because sometimes Rogue can run. Ugh.
Yeah, a lot of people, they say like, oh, I
I
got
think
a potato
with
piece.
with the addition of streaming enabled, you might only have like 1 or 2 islands loaded in at once.
Okay, then that's
rather
What
than
I
the
was-
entire Gaia map.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is in Rogue, you have your computer rendering the entirety of Gaia, while in Deepwoken, you'll
Everything's all
only
spread
render
out and
one
everything's loaded
island.
in.
You'll only render one island. So if you think about it, potato PCs will probably be able to play this.
Yes,
Due to
sir.
the
I'm
fact-
on my laptop right now. Let's go.
Due to the fact that it's only rendering one island, so your computer won't be stressing from the entire map. Now, one of my minor questions: will dying in the game give you much of a feeling as a roguelike, where like you're progressing in a roguelike game, you die, you're like, oh man, well, trying to try again, or I'll try again later, and then you come back? Or will Deepwoken deaths be like, damn, well, I'll play this some other time, and then take a 2-day break or something? I'm just asking, is death gonna
It's
be
very
as painful?
first off, you have to realize that that type of thing is pretty subjective. Like it depends on the person. You know what I mean? Like there've been times I've wiped before. I'm like, all right, bro, all right, man, that was annoying, but whatever. I'm going back to it. Like I'm addicted. You know, like I'm going back into it, bro. Or like my friends are like, dude, don't worry, bro. Like we'll just do blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like it depends on who you're playing with. If you're playing alone, how you died, how you wiped, etc., etc., etc. Right? If I wipe to a bunch of players being toxic to me, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. And I'll be like, man, fuck this game, dude. I'm done for today. But if I wipe to my own stupidity while like I'm fighting like a monster, bro, like, yo, bro, I'm gonna be upset, but I'll be like, all right, now I know I gotta do this whenever I'm facing this. So it really depends. That's all I have to say.
All right. Well, that's good to know. Now, my main question is, I don't know if anybody else in the stage asked this because, I just woke up, but PvE. how does the AI? How do you think about the AI? Like when you do the missions over and over again, do you ever feel bored of it, or do you enjoy the hell out of it?
Let me think. It depends. It depends, actually. I don't really
Like, does
feel
it feel
bored.
repetitive?
Like, I don't really feel bored per se. You know what I mean? Like, I gotta
Yeah.
focus. I gotta pay attention. I'm like, yo, bad dude. I'm about to get into this fight. Um, it really does. I mean, like, obviously, if I run into the same monster and I'm doing the same thing when fighting it to beat it, like, obviously, if you do anything enough, it will be repetitive, of course. Like, you know what I
Hmm.
mean? Of course, like things will eventually get repetitive, right? But
But there's some things when it's repetitive there's always a joy to it in a way, you know? Like
yeah,
for example, when I'm playing Titan Edge because it just came out, I enjoy killing Titans even though it's really repetitive. I enjoy it because you have that mixed opportunity of getting grabbed or absolutely slaying it, you know? I'm just
yeah. I
saying
think that's a good
will
way to
the
put it. I guess. Yeah.
Titans Titans are dookie. I'm going to say that right now.
I'm gonna say this right now. It's way too easy than it should be. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I feel like the Titans should at least grab you a lot more, like have more
But
chance to
wait,
kill you.
back
For
on topic. Back on topic because we
Yeah,
are
back on
we
yeah.
are
topic.
we're straying away from topic. But other
Um.
than that though, I think now we're gonna bring in some other people because right now again like the whole point of the conversation is will Deepwoken thrive, and I think we're just we're just kind of doing a Q and A instead of actually like debating. So
I
I'm
was
gonna
just wondering. Okay.
I will be bringing in some new people to
You want to
give their
bring in
thoughts.
Hee Hee Ha and Special? They've been waiting for a bit.
Okay, appreciate you guys for pulling up. Let me move.
All right.
All right. Thanks very much.
Peace. All right. You said special. I think I'm gonna also invite this dude too. Hee hee ha. Again, if you want to come up, bro, please bring up some arguments. Because I don't want to just like say the exact same things every time. Like just keep praising the game. Like I do want to hear some people who have to say some opposing things. Special.
Hello?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. What's up?
All right.
Yo.
Say what you guys got to say, man.
Does anyone want to go first?
I guess I'll go first. I'll go first. What's
Go
it
ahead.
called? So let's say, do you think exploiters like you know how Rogue fucking exploiters and shit like that, they were like there was like attached to back and shit like that. How do you think that will affect Deepwoken?
Well,
Like, do you think that shit is gonna be like the same shit again?
I can
There's no way
reassure
to
you
tell
that
right now.
I can reassure at least it will be better than Rogue. Like obviously, like people. I don't know how much because I'm not a developer, but again, it will be better than Rogue. But does this relate to any way how you think Deepwoken will not succeed? Because again, I'm not trying to do a Q&A. I'm trying to
Oh,
hear some.
alright, my
I'm
fault,
trying to
my
hear some. I'm trying to hear some arguments. You know what I mean?
fault. Alright.
Um.
To be honest, that's my fault. I was not expecting that. I'll stay quiet for now.
All right. Anybody else?
I would just like it pose the question of end how is the end game like improved? Because when you go into Rogue, all you get your ultra class, sorry, uh, and that's kind of it. Maybe you get your artifact, your weapon, armor, and then that's kind of it. The only thing really left to do is I guess go to K, get your Uber, but like there's not really much to do for the end game other than PvE. Is that like improved or sorry PvP? Is that like improved at all or?
It is improved in my opinion, but no comment. I cannot speak on it.
No.
Alrighty.
And then another thing.
Uh,
All right, you go.
no, you go ahead. I didn't have anything to say.
Like, what do you think about fainting? Because honestly, I could see it being a problem in weapon balance if it's
Fainting.
not done correctly.
What do you mean exactly?
Like, yeah, do you know about Mordo?
I believe, yeah, I've heard of it.
Well, it's a medieval slasher, right? Where it's just simply that you pick a weapon, go in. A big part of that game is just trying to mess up your opponents, doing faster hits, doing quicker hits,
Oh, it's like in first person,
uh,
right?
slower hits. Yeah, in first
Yeah,
person.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, one of the things I'm worried about is feints being like unreadable. Things that you can't like tell between, oh yeah, that guy's going for a feint, or like, yeah, I know I need to wait where the guy goes for the attack and then I can go in for the parry. Like, I'm worried that there could just be a only feint meta and then like parry dagger or shield would be really the only good options to counter a parry meta, or not a parry meta, a feint meta.
Can you like read feints or are feints powerful while still being balanced at the same time?
I think feints are just fine in my opinion. I don't really see it being like a freaking huge issue that people are gonna be like, yo, dude, like the two. I don't think I've had any tester or ever heard about any tester complain about feints. Again, I just think it's more so something like if you can't handle feints, then you're just bad. Not to be blunt, but you're probably just like you're just not good. You know what I mean? Again, it just seems like a lot of players in the game right now can like if you can like read a feint and see it coming, then you can react to it as well, and mainly be fine.
I'm pretty sure. This is one of my friends told me this, but like every race in Deepwoken is gonna have innate ability.
Not confirmed.
Go on. Is there anything else you have to say?
Oh yeah. Fuck. Has anyone mentioned the PvP in the game?
Well,
What
a couple
degree?
times, yeah. It
I
depends.
mean like the fainting. Like how are you supposed to parry when you would like get baked by feint? Like would you just be screwed at that point?
Well, if you feint and then like you know, or if you parry because you think they're about to swing and they feint, then yeah, you get punished for it, bro. Like you kind of it's hard to explain, but dude, it's kind of hard to explain, bro. But I'm pretty sure. How do I explain it? I guess I can use fake woken as an example since people play it, bro. Bro, like that has fainting, right? Like people react to that fainting, bro. So I guarantee you'll be able to react to it in Deepwoken, man. I don't think it's gonna be as big of an issue as people like make it out to be. Again, if you just can't react to fainting or like you're just getting like screwed by it, you probably just have to I don't know, just get better. You know what I mean? Be in more fights, get in more 1v1s, practice more,
Wait,
and you should be able to
Moss,
read them.
is there like an audio cue for like a feint or like any of those or no?
Have you seen any of the gameplay?
Yeah, I've seen.
It's like a
Yeah.
little.
Well, they
If
used
you
to put
hear it.
music over it, so like.
Oh. No, I'm pretty sure in one of my videos I what is it? I was fainting, but yeah, if you look at like maybe I think Black Star's video had it, you can hear like the little audio cue when they faint.
It might be too quiet to hear in most videos.
If you can pay attention, you might be able to hear it. Um. Anyway, is there any other arguments you guys wish to try and bring up or concerns or
Oh
anything
yeah,
like that?
the BMing, the BMing, the BMing.
Go ahead.
Honestly, like I'm pretty sure like Don Flacco was kind of right though. Like the devs do like they do profit, well somewhat.
They do profit off of
Cause
I mean, okay.
yeah, do the rerolls. Cause like usually the main source of BMing is through race, like selling races. And to even get like a rare race that someone would want, they would have to like reroll over and over again. Like the chance of them getting a really rare race, that's like maybe like, I'll use an example like the Zen, like a 1% race, and like, the chances of them getting it through like one spin only is like really rare. BMing doesn't matter. Are you dumb? Lol. He says the argument's crusher. What?
Again, like in my opinion, just the whole black market exploiting thing in general, I don't in my personal opinions, I just don't really see it really affecting Deboken's success like that. And even if it was a big thing, at worst, it would just make Deboken have like probably like 4 3K play. It would just probably like Rogue level. And again, a lot of people don't consider the fact that Rogue has the same amount of players with no updates, no actually big content updates. So when you're considering a game that's gonna be basically better than Rogue and still have content updates, like I just don't really see much of these things being an issue in the long run. Again, a lot of these things will depend on when the game actually comes out, but again, that's just from my personal opinion.
I mean, like to be honest though, your previous argument, how like you know how like you said it would take like a really long time for people to progress builds, and like the price would be too high.
Be too
Like there are
hard?
people that no life the game, and like would gladly like if they could make a profit off it, regardless of their price, they would do it. Like they would actually do it.
Yeah, but how obtainable is that going to be for certain people?
Yeah, that's true.
Because, like, here's the thing with Deepwoken. Progression is actually, like, the main part of the game, and that's not really givable like to most people. I'm pretty sure. Like, yeah, there's some instances where you can black market, but I don't think that that's going to be a main part of the game because you actually have to work for what you're doing rather than go out and buy it on some like cheap site.
Guys, in my opinion, right? Let's just say people were to let's just say black marketing was big in Rogue. How do you think that will make people not play the game? Right. All right. Let's just
So,
say,
like,
but let's just say it was. Let's just say there was huge black market. How do you think it would make people? If anything, like, how would it make people quit exactly? Why?
Angamatsu,
Like,
you remember
why would it make them quit?
the broken ass builds in Rogue, like the
Yeah.
FFD Slayer?
Yes. Yes. So, what about
Like
it?
their whole build, like they had like an artifact which is Vampiros, as well as Lanish Shinobis, and all
Yeah,
those
but this
retarded
isn't
ass
Rogue.
But how does it? Again, but how again? Like, how would it make them quit? Even if you do get a max build, right? How would it make somebody quit? Question. Right.
I mean, like it depends on the artifacts, like how good they are in Deepwoken.
I like how this man is comparing this to Rogue, but this is completely different game.
Yeah, it's a
Like,
different
There probably is
medium.
gonna be artifacts though.
you
I mean,
can't
there
just
probably is.
compare a game that's been out for so long to a game that's newly developed. Like,
Well,
you
still in
can't just do
development.
that. Well, yeah, it's still in development, but I'm actually a developer myself. I know what goes into these types of games.
Again,
It's
I
not
think
all like fancy.
again people pay for those max builds either A because they don't want to progress, which I mean again I think for a lot of people, especially in Rogue, it's I don't think that's the issue, bro. But I think a lot of people pay for those max builds because they want that artifact, right? Well, in Deepwoken, which inevitably will be more balanced than Rogue, right? I don't think progression will be that huge of an issue that people will literally pay like fucking what 50 100 $200 for what like you're telling me that they'd rather like they wouldn't play a game that is going to be pretty fun. They would rather pay their way to something that shouldn't even be it's not going to be like the most difficult thing in the world to do. Like, yeah, there'll be some challenges, but it won't be like insanely super hard that it'll make people want to like buy it. And
Yeah.
it won't be as like unbalanced in terms of like artifacts giving you such a huge advantage, in my opinion. Like, I personally don't. I don't think it will be like that unbalanced where people will pay that much money for a maxed out build. In my personal
I
opinion.
just like there's still gonna be obviously like the boosting and stuff, but it's not gonna be like insanely like easy to get an arty or something. Cause like already progression in Deepwoken, if you've viewed any type of video, you'll know that it's fairly simple and straightforward. And like that's like not gonna be easy to just BM. And on the other side of things, you said exploiting. That's completely different because Raguzer is taking extra steps to make sure that that shit doesn't really happen. So you can't really like go into this comparing this to Rogue anti-cheat and Rogue BMs because this is a completely separate game. So
But I do at least appreciate your concerns about it. You know what I mean? You just want to see the game succeed, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Aga, I have a proposition for you.
Proposition? Okay.
Mm-hmm. This might well actually,
Trade deal.
So when it comes to the actual like ineptitude of people in this call, like no offense to you or anything, Hee-Haw, but when they make a proposition, I'm just letting you guys know in the call, just so if you get brought up, he's asking for a debate rather than a question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, half of the questions are like questions to Aga rather than like a
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
an
yeah.
actual
So
argument.
I'm gonna give you a debate, Aga,
All right.
and you're gonna like it.
All right, let me hear.
When it comes to the actual main progression of Deepwoken, this is my thoughts only.
Okay.
And this can apply to anybody else. But when it comes to progression, I believe that it's really piss poor, and I just don't see a lot of main content in the game.
What when it comes to progression in Deepwoken?
I get that the game is really hyped up, but this game, it just feels like it's a drop down from a step down from Rogue. Like when it comes to actual progression, it feels really like watered down because I remember Rogue being so thrilling when you first got your Ultra. How do you think that will affect the main game of Deepwoken?
So you're saying like it won't be as thrilling whenever you max out your build?
Yeah. Like I get because you're gonna have a maxed out build, and when you use it a lot, you're just going to be really bored at that time, and then you won't have anything else to do.
Well, this again is speaking on the end game, which again I cannot really speak about. But in my eyes, there will be.
Okay, well let's speak mid game then. Mid game, there's a lot of world like kind of events, you know, because you've mentioned this multiple times in your videos. You can actually take this as a step further to say that even though you're mid game, what's really like I know you can't speak on what's in the game, so I'm gonna like stray away from that. But what is the main purpose of actually playing Deepwoken? Because I get that there's a progression line, you have to get classes, and that's all cool and all, but in the end reality of it, you're going to be still playing a game on Roblox that doesn't really have much of a storyline. We were promised a story, but this isn't really what we're getting in return. We're getting a game with still progression such as Rogue.
So your main gripe is that you think once you max out, there won't be anything to do, right? Is that what you're basically saying? And you're saying in Rogue there is something to do, and you think it's going to be watered down compared to Rogue.
Conquest, you can actually go to a separate dimension. Like we're not getting that.
Okay, wait.
Such as K, for example.
I'm so you think the progression will be similar in the sense that wait, okay, I got to rearrange it. So
I'm
wait.
not saying it's going to be uncomplex. I'm saying that it's going to still be complex, but when it gets to the point of mid-game or near high-tier game, that you're not even going to be able to really play the game anymore. It's going to be so boring because let's all be real.
Okay,
the
but
attention span
you
of
think they're
most
not
Rogue
going to
players,
Bro,
no. The attention span of most Rogue players is pretty low.
Yes, the attention span of the attention span of most Rogue players is low, but despite that, even though there's fucking nothing to do in Rogue, and Rogue has not got an update for like a year and a half, there are still people playing the game,
I'm
dude.
not talking about Rogue. I'm talking about Deepwoken.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to say is, even if let's just say there literally was, let's just say it literally was like Rogue, right? For a second, let's just say it was like Rogue. Deepwoken was like Rogue. All you can do whenever you get your maxed out build is gank, right? Let's just say that's all you can do. People will still be playing the game, but that basically what I'm trying to say is, you really think
there's a lot of other stuff to do in K. That's why I brought up the point of dimension. Like we're not seeing these things. Like there might be.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, do you not think that they're going to be preparing people for a solid end game?
No, I don't believe that they're gonna be like there's gonna be a solid end game. It's gonna be like any other game. That's my proposition. That's why this is a debate.
All right, and so your evidence from this is the fact that Rogue didn't have that you haven't seen anything. But how can you have this debate when you haven't seen anything yet? Obviously, they're going to be hiding.
I've seen lots. Like, yeah, you might not know me, but I'm actually a developer myself. So I have connections. I've seen stuff, but that doesn't apply to this argument. The main argument is that the end game is going to be really dry and boring.
But how do you know that?
Game too.
How do you know that?
It's like it's a Roblox game.
But just because it's a Roblox game doesn't automatically mean the end game is shit.
I argued the main point of progression
isn't Rogue a Roblox game? And you just said that Rogue's end game they have something to do, which is gank.
I believe I rest
which is
my
K.
case,
No, but you just said wait, I'll get back to it, but you literally
you're getting your panties in a twist, bro. You good?
I literally just said you literally just said a second ago that the end game for Rogue was going to K in another world.
And then I brought up another fact. I said that it's not going to be complex at all. That's what I said.
How do you know it's not going to be? How do you think it's not going to be complex?
I never. What? I said it was going to be complex. I was agreeing with you in the sense that the game is still going to be complex and have lots of features.
But you just said.
But I'm saying that it's still going to be dry end game.
Because it's a Roblox game.
Because it has progression line. And every progression line, when you reach the end, has nothing to do. That's my proposition.
You don't think they're going to have content for the end game?
No, I know that when they update the game. But I'm saying, even if it comes before updates or anything, the main progression line is still going to stick and have an end. There's going to be officially an end to any progression. And that can go with any game.
All right, so what is...
I'm saying that it's going to feel watered down.
Compared to Rogue because...
No, I wasn't comparing it to Rogue.
You
I was
said
comparing it to itself in the main progression line.
you said
If you were listening, you'd know that.
you said you said you think Deepwoken's progression will be watered down from Rogue. You said
No. And I
Uh, I-
said I said this in my personal overview. This is my personal opinion. You don't have to agree with me at all. This is why this is debate. This is how a debate works.
well, it doesn't matter what your
need to
opinion is. It's about the
understand.
facts in a debate. Your opinion
And
can
I
be.
brought up
I can
some
say.
facts,
I
such
can.
as- No, I brought up a ton of facts, such as progression line and how it compares.
Yeah, but
that's not
that's
the point.
but
The
that's
point I'm
your
trying to
opinion about
state
the
is that-
game. How do you know?
No, man.
How can
you
you
just
say
lost
that
the debate.
Deepwoken? How can you say Deepwoken's end game is going to be better when you haven't even seen the end game? Just because other games are like that with a progression system doesn't mean that Deepwoken's going to be the exact same way. That doesn't make any sense. Just because every Roblox game is
Said
like
it was
this doesn't
gonna
mean they
be the
can't be
exact
anything.
Same way. You're now putting words.
All right,
in my mouth, which is
let me
very
pull it back up
controversial.
on stream then, because literally
Yeah, please
you were
do.
saying that because it's a Roblox game that the end game is not
Yeah.
there's not really going to be anything to do at the end.
I'm still waiting for that facts, man.
Facts about what? Because it's a
You,
Roblox game.
you just put words in my mouth, and yet you're not gonna back up your statement.
All right, man, dude, I don't because could you at least explain that part?
Can you at least tell me what I said?
All right, let me
and
pull
then actually show me proof that I said that, rather than just going on. Because this isn't how a debate works.
Thank you for the $2 donation. Go.
Like, yeah, of course I'm based off my own opinion, and I actually brought up facts about progression and how it compares to
How
other
is it
games,
facts
just to
about
give you a
progression?
solid
All right,
baseline.
where are you getting these facts from? Like what games? Please give me games that you brought these facts. What games? Name them.
I
Name
even brought in
name
Rogue.
the games. Name the games.
But I'm not comparing Rogue to
Name the
fucking
games.
Deepwoken.
Name the
I
games.
just told you Rogue.
That's not.
I'm
I
saying
said
any
games.
game with
You
progression.
and name the
Okay,
games.
let's
Name
do
some
it.
games. I want to
Alright,
see
let's
some
do it.
examples
We
because
have some Avatar games that have progression. We have Rogue games that have progression. We have NEC game that has progression. We have One Piece games that have progression. We have
On Roblox,
a
right?
shit ton of games with progression. Yes, all of Roblox. That any game that has progression, that was my main point. It's going to be watered down and dry to the point where you won't even want to play the game anymore once you reach end game. That is my point. So you cannot tell me and put words in my mouth saying what I said is completely the opposite, and you said I was comparing it to those games. No, I'm not comparing it. I'm making a baseline for progression.
and
Okay?
so you don't think so you think Deepwoken's gonna be the same way, or do you think?
No, I think it's going to be the same way in a sense, but I'm not. I still am going along with the complexity of the game. It's still going to be complex. They're still going to update the game, but I'm saying that you cannot put words in my mouth for any of these because I told you the main debate was Deep.
What's the main debate?
Even with all its content, the main progression line is still going to be watered down.
From Rogue.
It's no matter
Or
what you
just
do,
in
you
general,
update
just
the
watered
game a million
down.
times, it's just yes, it's gonna be watered down compared to any other game. Yet it's still gonna have those features. Like
Watered down
this
to.
is not-
Can you give me some games to compare to that is gonna be watered down to so I can write this down?
I already gave you Rogue because.
So it's gonna be
what they
watered
did
down
with
compared to Rogue, right? Okay, watered down compared to
No,
Rogue.
no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the progression line at the end is going to be watered down.
And so how is Rogue better again? Say that again. How is it better in
Well,
terms of
'cause
progression
they
line?
actually did something to fix end game.
Fixed
But
it
we
by
don't know
K,
that
right?
yet. Yeah, they fixed
A
it
is
with
not really
K
a
in
good
contrast.
example of a good end game.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying it's a good end game. I'm saying they at least made an attempt to fix up end game. And we haven't seen anything from Ragusa or anything.
They
saying
didn't
that
show
he's
anything
gonna
because they're trying
do
to
an end
keep
game.
it a secret. Why would they show anything?
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just in general.
Okay, define watered
Like,
down.
progression is gonna be
Define watered
stale.
down. Let me get your definition
It's
for
gonna be
watered down.
stale.
What is in your opinion? Define watered down so I can know what you mean when you compare it to Rogue. For Rogue's progression line with K and shit.
Okay, let me say something. The main progression in any game, you have the beginning game. This is the most thrilling part of the game. This is when you first join the game and you start your progression line. This is going to be the best part of the game. You have your mid game. This is where you've gotten fairly progressed and you have, let's say, some base skills, right?
Oh,
You
that,
have
okay, come on.
No, you have the middle to end game. This is where you've played the game for long enough and you know what you're doing. Okay? Then you have the end game. The end game, at this point, you've already played enough to know that there's a bunch of you pretty much know the game at this point. Like I'm talking. This is where you know
All right, but
everything about the
this
game.
is cool. But
and
I'm asking you real
everything's
quick
been
just to
sourced.
define. I'm just asking, what do you mean by watered down? Can you give me a definition? What is your definition of
Yeah,
watered
sure.
down?
So I'm saying at endgame, when you're at the point where you know the
Okay.
game and you've pretty much played and tested almost each and every class, this is going to be boring as hell. Like it's going to be boring to the point where you won't even want to play the game. You just wasted 400 Robux.
When you finish a game, it becomes boring. That's how games
Well,
work.
no, even though when
no.
okay, when you're saying when you reach your end game,
And
then
I'm saying
why do you
even
think
when
there's
they
other
update it, it's
builds?
still
Why do you think
gonna-
there's other classes, dude? You think when somebody progresses to faces, they're like, "Yep, I'm done. I
And
got my
that's
Uber
why
faces." You think they're not going to go
specifically stated-
Dark Sigil?
No, I specifically stated when you've tested each class. That is a fair point that I.
Yeah, and the thing is
You
with
wanna
Deepwoken,
dodge
that
it
is
and
not
make
going to
sure
be
that
classes. There's
you're
going to be a lot more variety in terms of builds.
I never said it was going to be classes, dude. I was just stating that there's going to be a bunch of other stuff to do in the game. But once you've already reached that point of progression where you've pretty much done everything, it's going to become like Rogue and it's going to die off. That's
So
how
you
it's
so
gonna
you
work.
think so basically what you're trying to say is no matter what the devs do, the game is going to die because everybody's going to do the content is going to become like Rogue.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That is the debate.
Bro.
That is the point of a debate. I have made you think. I've worked your brain. I rest my case.
I don't see how this is like. I don't exactly. I don't understand how you've got this conclusion. I understand that you're trying to say that every other game like that on Roblox is like similar to that, but I just don't see how you can compare this to Deepwoken, especially when you haven't even played the game yet, dude. If you played the game and then you said
Not
that,
even about the game. Yeah, I can still. But here's the thing: it's a closed community game. You can't just use your opinions because you played the game to flex on other people about it and tell them that they're wrong. Like I get that you played the game, but that does not fucking matter. Dude.
of course, well,
Like,
dude, that's you can
can't just
fucking
use that
you
as a
can make that
debate
argument for literally
argument.
fucking
You
anything, dude.
cannot make an argument.
You can
off
make
that
you
because
can
it's
do
a
that for
closed
literally
community
anything,
game. It would
bro.
be so
You can
much
literally,
different
dude. I can literally
there's
say every single
fucking
player
people
game is
allowed to
shit.
play,
That's
bro.
like saying, yo, every single player game, dude. Of course, every game you finish a fucking game every time, dude. You literally finish a game every time,
You can't use
dude.
that as a debate point though. Because it's
Your
a closed
debate
community.
is literally
You cannot do that.
your debate is literally the game's gonna eventually get boring. If
And
the
it
game
is.
isn't every
That goes for any progression game.
what are you fucking trying to say, nigga? It's to every game, dude. I don't understand what you're saying
Yeah,
at
so
all.
Now you want to make up a useless point about every game. But I'm talking
Deepwoken
about-
is the kind of
we're
game that
talking about
should
Deepwoken
last
is
Are you
forever.
saying Deepwoken's gonna? How does this relate to anything about Deepwoken
you were-
thriving?
no,
relate this to
explain.
relate this to
Hey,
Deepwoken
how about
thriving.
you shut up and let me explain.
Then relate
Anyways.
it. Relate it.
All right. So, you made the point earlier with that. I don't know what his name was, bro. But you made the point that they are going to be constantly updating the game. The main point of my argument was to get you to think about how they're going to get the end game optimized for people that are going to get bored. This is the whole progression line. You have the whole progression line. But when you make that game, eventually when people play it, they're going to get bored anyway. I get that
Okay.
applies with every game, but you've made the point that they are going to update the game constantly.
They're going to be
So
working on the
I
game, yeah.
made the debate that it's still going to be boring even after they update the game. It does not matter what you
I mean, yeah, for some people, that's a subjective point of view, though. For some people, it will be boring.
It's
For
not
some,
subjective
it
at all,
is because let me tell you
no,
why.
you're
Wait, let me
eventually
explain.
gonna get bored even after the update.
No, I have to disagree with you, man, dude. People still fucking play Rogue for like a year and a half that they stopped making updates, man. Are they bored? I don't think so, man. They're still playing the game, so yeah, people
This
get
isn't-
bored,
I'm
but
not
that's
talking about Rogue. I'm talking about Deepwoken.
Deepwoken will be the
Seeing
same
how
way.
boring
It'll
the-
be the same way, man. It will be. You're saying people won't play the game, but there's always gonna be people play the game, man. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, of course, eventually over time, 5 years from now, 4 years from now, people are gonna stop playing Rogue, right? People are probably gonna stop playing Rogue. Of course, that happens. But you still see, you'll still have you'll still have people after a solid 2 to 3 years who will be still playing. That's happening with Rogue.
But you're talking about Rogue.
Yeah, and Deepwoken will be. It's the same devs who made Rogue, man. You think they're
I
not?
know, I get that, but I'm not saying that just because it's the same devs. Now we're bringing in another topic for later.
Yeah, that's
But
what-
just because it's the same devs does
I-
not mean
I-
it's going to be the same fucking game, dude.
Dude, I understand that, but what I'm trying to say is they're I'm trying to say what I'm trying to bring up with that point is that they're competent enough to make a game that will
And
keep
you're
players
not competent
playing.
enough to have an actual argument or debate.
My
'cause you
argument is
really
you're
bring
my.
up- no, you bring up points because you bring up points from the past because you
My
have nothing else
my
to do.
argument is
I've
that
given you a
the
completely different
PvP, the guys who made the PvP in Rogue last enough that still 2 to 3K people play, even after they stopped fucking adding content updates, are making a
Yes,
game
but
that
this
is going to do
when
the
it
same
releases.
exact thing,
You
bro.
realize that people are gonna go straight to Deepwoken when it releases. There's not gonna be no Rogue, so that you can't.
No,
compare
I disagree
Rogue
with you.
to
I
Deepwoken
disagree with you
even
heavy,
after
bro.
it released.
There are still going to be people who play Rogue. I guarantee
I
you.
never said there's not gonna be people that play Rogue.
That,
You
but you're
caught me
saying
off
you're
again, and
you people.
literally no, you
You're
literally
people
are putting
saying.
words in my mouth now.
You just
cannot
said
do
people are
that
going to go
in an
straight to
argument.
Rogue. You just said people are going to go straight.
And I
from,
never said. Did I ever say
You
once
just said.
that?
Bro, you literally just said people are going to go straight from Rogue to Deepwoken and stop playing Rogue.
Nah, bro, you're bringing up facts that aren't even related to the topic anymore, bro. You're putting words in my mouth. I did not say that no people are going to Rogue. I said that people are still gonna shift from Rogue to Deepwoken. This does not mean that Rogue will die out. I'm just saying that there's gonna be a lot more. So you can't compare a dead game in the future to basically you can't
Bro,
do that. You can't.
I'm just saying. I
player base from
understand.
one
I
game
understand
to
what you're
another
saying. How
when
every
it's
game,
gonna be released.
but there's. I'm just saying in general. There's still. I think in my personal like from playing the game itself. You know, I understand that you haven't played the game yet, but from somebody who's been playing Rogue and have seen a lot of people who play Rogue every day. Like I've been making
Everybody's
Rogue.
played Rogue, man.
I've been playing. I've been doing Rogue content for like a year plus now. I think. I would personally know if people are going to enjoy Deepwoken and stay playing the game the most, at least out of most people who play it. And I think personally, people are going to have. You're still going to have that community that would still play it even after it stops getting update for like a year or two, man. It's happening with Rogue. And I know you're saying, I know what you're going to say. Yeah, Deepwoken is not Rogue. Duh, I know that. What I'm trying to say is that they're making a game that will have people still playing even if they stop updating a game. And I understand your point, of course. Like, yes, I know people will get bored of the
My
game.
main
But
point is you
I'm trying to
can't put
say is
words in
that
my mouth and say that just because you played the game, you can't bring up an argumentative point saying that you've won the argument.
I
because
didn't.
you
I'm not
played the
saying
game.
I won.
Yes, you did. You did that earlier, and you can't do that.
I'm
shit
not.
in an
When
argument.
did I
This is
say?
a
When did I
friendly
say I won
debate.
the argument? When did I say I won the argument?
You were acting like you won the argument.
I did.
It's
What do you
called-
mean acting? I didn't say that. I'm just saying.
Yes, you. No, you used it as an argumentative point, bro.
Yeah, but I'm not saying I won the argument. I'm just saying in general, a lot of people still play Rogue to this day, right? And it's a game that, according to your logic, if every progression game,
according to your logic, if I had access
you're
to
saying
the game
you're
right
saying
now, I could give you another.
you're
point
putting
that
all
would
right now you're putting words in my mouth, bro.
anything you said.
Apparently, I'm just saying.
I was giving you a
Yeah,
statement.
you're putting words in my mouth now, bro.
How? I said if you give me access
You
to the game,
you said I won
and
the
I said
argument,
the
bro.
same thing
I
that
did never said
earlier,
that.
it would still apply. And yet all your points are completely null.
They're not null
They
at
don't
all,
mean
bro.
anything.
You're putting
Yes, they are.
again.
You
You're
said,
putting
because I have access. None of your stuff that you say applies. You said that earlier. And yet, if I had access, I could say the same thing,
I'm streaming right
and all
now.
my points would still apply.
All right. Basically, what I'm trying to say is my main point is that right. You're saying that every game people will get bored, of course. Even if they keep updating game, people will fall off the game because the end game will not be like it won't be exciting to people anymore. They'll stop playing. What I'm trying to counter with is saying that I think right. When it comes down to it, people will still be playing the game even if they stop updating it. You're still gonna have people who play the same game even if they stop updating. That happens for. I understand for progression games, you might disagree, but that happens all the time. You see it happen a lot. I just put a point with Rogue. People still how I don't understand.
This is a point
if
about
if
we're not talking
Deepwoken
about
if Deepwoken is a watered down Rogue, which I don't even again. You said it was watered down because how?
No, I didn't say it was a watered down road.
You said
I
said
it's
the
gonna be watered
progression
down
in progression. Yeah, exactly. It's
So
a
don't
watered
put
down
words in my
road.
mouth,
You said
bitch.
it's a watered down. You said it's a watered down rogue basically in terms of progression. Yeah, you're right. That's what you said. You literally just said that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not
So
saying you're
now
right,
you wanna
but
admit what I said rather
no,
than
I'm not
putting
saying
words
I didn't say you're right. I just said you literally said it's a watered down rogue in terms of progression. So explain that, because you don't even fucking you haven't even played the fucking game, bro. What are you talking about, man?
So that's
and
my
you know,
point. You just made
nigga.
another point about me not playing
You
the
have
game.
because you
can't do that in
haven't.
a
How
debate.
can you say it's a watered down progression system when you
can't do that
haven't
in a
played the
debate,
fucking
bro.
game? Play the game first, bro. If anything, it would make sense if a tester was saying
So
that.
that's what I was
Are
saying.
you a
No, no,
tester?
I'm
Are you a
agreeing with you
tester?
now
Are you a tester? Deontay, is this
Hey,
guy a
hey,
tester?
Let me say something. Let me say something. Shut your
Hey.
trap, bro.
Oh, okay,
I
you're
just said
trolling.
earlier, 2
Shut
minutes
up.
ago, if you gave me access to the game, what you're saying right now, if you're a tester, if you gave me access to the game, I could still hold my point.
Really?
So I'm agreeing with you and disagreeing with you at the same point.
I mean,
You cannot do
your
that.
point comes down to the fact that games have.
Are you a
they just
tester? Are you a
want
tester?
extra
Yeah,
That's what
I'm not
trying to
saying-
say. I said
I'm
if I was given access, it it would still apply, bro.
How?
You can't say.
It
Are
would.
you a tester? Even
Yeah,
though
I can't.
tried
I
to
can say that
two
because
minutes ago that if I had access to the game, bro, it would be the same thing.
no.
Yet
What
you
I'm
are
the reason I'm
arguing
asking is if you're a
stupid-ass
tester.
fucking point
I'm
for no
asking if you're
reason.
because you said why. That's why I'm asking you. Why do you think it's watered down compared to Rogue? Then why do you think it's watered down? That's what I'm asking. Are you a tester?
No,
You haven't played
I
it.
made up the point that
Then
if
why
I
is
had
it?
access, it would still not change.
Why?
Yet
Why?
you
Then
wanna
why is
still
it
bring up
okay? Then
testing.
why is it
Come
watered
on,
down?
bro.
Right? Then why is it watered down? Then right now, why is it watered down? Explain. Explain fully. Why is it watered down? Why do you think that?
I already said, given with the materials and what we've seen.
What
so
you've
far,
seen.
and
What
I've
you've seen. You haven't seen shit, man.
No.
Go ahead,
But
though.
that's how a debate works. And actually, I've
Even
seen
from what
probably
I've seen,
more than
the
anybody
progression
in
looks
this
far more in depth
That's
than Rogue.
exactly, bro. That's your
I
opinion,
don't know what
my
you've
guy.
seen. You've
That's
clearly
your
seen the
opinion,
Rogue
dude.
game.
It's not a fucking
No,
fact
I've
just
seen,
because you
I've
think
seen
it.
a lot of the game, bro. But are you a tester? That
Yeah,
has nothing
it
to
does
do with the debate,
because you
bro.
can see more. If you were a tester, you could see more. That's what I'm trying to say. With
Are you
what
a
you've
tester?
seen,
Are
yeah,
you a
that's
tester?
that's
But we're
what I'm
not
saying.
talking about seeing more. This is how a debate
No,
works.
you just
We're
said you just said
debate on a closed community
This is what you
game.
said.
You
This
cannot do
is what you
that.
said verbatim. Based on what we've seen, I think based on what you've seen, if you were to see more, if you were a tester, then you could have a different opinion, my guy. That's what I'm trying to say. All the testers.
No, I already was agreeing with that statement. I said if you gave me access right now, my point would still stay.
How? You have you
Because
don't
it's
know.
still a
You don't know
progression
that.
game, bro.
You don't know that. You're saying
I
no.
do.
I'm trying to no. That's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm trying to ask you
hey,
why
Naga,
is it
this
watered
is-
down? I'm
this
just
is how a debate
I'm asking
works.
you why is it watered down? Because you're saying based on what we've seen, it's watered down. Well, if and then you're saying even if you played it, it's still going to be watered down. What?
Yeah,
How-
that's how it
yeah,
works.
then
Because in
that
the
doesn't
end
make
game,
any
you're
sense.
still gonna have progression.
That
It
doesn't
does
make that
sense.
literally doesn't make any sense. You
the end
literally
game,
haven't
you're
played the
still not
game,
gonna have-
and you're
no,
saying
you're
it's
not gonna
watered
have
down
the-
compared to Rogue.
You can't, bro. You can't speak full for the game just because you played it in a debate
I
about a closed
can.
community
I
game.
I
no,
literally
when
know
half
more about the
people-
progression
No,
than you.
half the people. I get that you
You're
know
saying
more,
you
but
know
I'm
more-
saying you can't do that in a debate about what with what we've seen. You can't do that.
I can bring it up because I know more. If I have more
No,
evidence
no,
to provide,
You
and I
can't
played
do
it,
that in a debate about a closed community game. You can't do that.
local child.
but I know more than you about the game, and I'm disagreeing with you that it's not
fair
watered
for you
down.
to try and debate this with him because he is not a tester. He does not know.
I never
anything.
said I was a tester.
No,
I
no,
never
I
once
know
brought
that.
up that point.
He's talking to me.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
ahead.
So we can't really debate because we know nothing about the end game.
Well,
We can
Bob,
debate
I
about like
understand.
small bits of information. we know,
Understandable.
but it isn't really.
But I'm just
fair.
saying, like
You're a
Shark, you have to
tester for
understand.
us.
He's trying to compare what he's seen
Uh-huh.
to Rogue,
No,
and he's
dude,
still
you
saying
can't
that even
compare
if
yourself
no, but
to a
no, this is
non-tester, that's
you're
what I'm saying.
But you're also saying that even if you played the game, you still think it'd be watered down
You're
compared to
bringing
Rogue.
half-ass comments and putting words in my mouth, even
No,
though
you
you've been
you
a
said that.
tester.
You
And
said
you're
you said
debating it.
I said if
No,
you
no,
you said
you're debating this shit.
You
to
said
me
even if you're a
because-
tester,
Rec
even-
is in the VC. Rec is
even-
in stage. So no.
Shush,
Rec,
bro.
massive, Rec.
Yeah, bro.
Rec.
Bro,
No.
chill out,
Yeah,
man.
actually, wait.
I'm just saying
No,
even
I'm-
Bro, you
Wait,
can't
Rec.
do half-ass
Rec.
comments and compare a tester
Rec,
to a
this is-
non-tester when it comes to arguing.
But
Rec.
you said even if you were to play, you think that it wouldn't be
Yo,
you'd still be
It still
watered
would
down.
be. It still would be dry.
Because why?
Rec.
Even
Because it's
bro,
a progression
guys, stop
game,
stop,
dude.
stop
That's
talking
how
about
any.
Rag. All right.
And you already
Chill
said
about
yourself
Rag.
that it's a
Chill about
progression
Rag.
game, and that's how it works. This
So-
is you already agreed with me.
Yeah,
on any
that's how it works.
progression
So
game
you're
on
saying
Roblox,
you're
it's
literally
watered
saying
down.
it's
So yeah, this is my point, and I've made it clear. And
you made it clear that it's going to be watered.
multiple
So you're
points,
saying it's
bro.
going to be watered
So
down to
yeah.
Rogue no matter what. That's because you said even if I
And you
play
already
it.
agree with that
I
point,
don't.
bro.
I don't agree with
So
the
you
fucking
lost
point.
the debate.
I
You
never.
lost the
I
debate,
never.
bro. You
I never
lost it.
agreed. You're putting words in my mouth. When did I say it's all? When did
Bro,
I agree
you've
with
already
you?
lost, bro.
When
You've
did I
already
agree with you?
lost.
When did I fucking? You know what, Bragg?
You said any
Bragg,
game on
pull up-
Roblox
Bragg, come in here,
gets
bro.
boring
Bragg,
after end
come
game.
in here, bro.
This is your
fucking
fucking
dude.
quote,
Bragg,
my
come in here,
quote
bro.
from me, bro.
I can't
You've
believe
already
this.
lost, bro.
You're
Let
putting
Rag
words
in.
in
I
my
don't care.
you're putting putting
You-
words in my
No,
mouth by
you put
saying
words
I
in my
agree.
mouth. That's not how the fuck that
You,
works.
you said pull up when I agreed with you. I'm literally not agreeing with you, bro.
Yo, okay, I have to
Yeah,
go
pull it
back
up.
and stream.
Yeah,
Give me a
go
moment.
and stream.
You said
when-
any game on Roblox. This is your words. Any
What?
game on Roblox gets boring after end game. You said that's how any game on Roblox works. That is my point, and yet you agreed to it.
No,
Therefore,
you're
I have
saying
won this debate.
I agree. No,
you,
no,
you
no,
are
no,
already
no, no, no,
gone,
no.
my guy.
You said I agreed with you that it's watered down compared to Rogue. Pull up where I said that. I never agree with you. I never agreed with you on that basis.
No, you were
and
agreeing
I'm
with me on the
asking,
fact that
I'm
progression gets
asking.
boring after end game, and yet
Okay,
that's my point. That is the
progression
end
can
point.
get boring after.
Okay, so then I won.
No, that's not the
I'm more
argument.
surprised if you could play a game forever and not get bored of it. I'm more surprised at that.
You're saying
You
I lost
lost the
debate,
debate,
and I'm literally asking you what you think it's watered down compared to Rogue.
I never said compared to Rogue. You're putting more words in my mouth.
You did.
I said it's a watered down in progression.
Yes, compared to Rogue.
You're fucking retarded,
dude.
you're
comparison.
You're insulting me because you can't fucking prove it, man. You literally have
I'm
no
not
proof
insulting
whatsoever.
You.
You're calling me
I'm
retarded,
saying
dude. You're calling me
yeah,
fucking
because
sound
you are.
retarded.
You're putting
yeah,
words in my
yeah,
mouth
keep
and not
insulting
even
me.
going along
yeah,
with the main debate.
I am going along with the main debate. You're calling
you're
it
not,
watered
dude.
down compared
You
to Rogue.
said compared to Rogue. I never said
Remember, the name of this.
Okay,
the name of this debate is "Will Deepwoken Thrive?" Remember that, bro. Any of
Yeah,
these
and
points,
I said no, it's not going to end game. That's my debate.
The main point of the argument is
Exactly,
you see
tongue
that
twister.
will Deepwoken thrive, dude? Will Deepwoken thrive? Any arguments you've brought up so far does not prove shit, and you're calling it watered down compared to Rogue. These are some of the like the stupidest arguments I've
on
seen.
Roblox will get boring after a while.
I still want some proof onto why it won't thrive.
Exactly. So if it applies to any game, that's my debate argument. It's gonna get boring,
and
so
it's not going to thrive because of this.
Okay,
It's not, all right, let's assume.
I never said it's not gonna thrive. That's a complete different story.
That's
my
the
guy.
fucking point of this debate, nigga. Will Deepwoken thrive? Do you see
Nah,
the
you
fucking
said you
channel
can bring
name?
up any
Do you see
debate point
the
about thriving, and this is a debate point about thriving. This is
All right.
talking about the player base leaving because it gets boring after a while.
Yeah, and what I'm trying to say is that when it comes down to Rogue Lineage, which is, I think we can bring this up. Rogue Lineage has people still playing the game even though they don't update. You saying they can't do that with Deepwoken?
Dude,
Why
and I'm
can't why can't they do it with Deepwoken?
That release later.
But why? Why
is
can't they do
gonna
it with
still
Deepwoken?
Bring people over.
Why can't
And
people
then
why
they're
can't
gonna
people
leave
keep
again.
why can't people keep playing Deepwoken, man? Why can't they do it like they do it with Rogue?
I never said there's not going to be those ins and outs of people still playing the game. I just said that it's still going to lead a lot of people to leave. Also, can you calm your fucking chat down, bro? They're spamming the fuck, bro.
Dude, they do it no matter what, man. They do it to oh, they don't do it no matter what, bro, but dude. But I'm just saying, bro. Look, I understand, but I think your opinions
So
about
you
the game.
understand what I'm
No,
saying?
no. I understand.
Why didn't you
I
just
hear
say
what you're
that?
saying. I hear what you're saying, but I think your opinion may change once you start to, actually play the game. If you were to be a tester right now, your opinion may change. You're saying it won't change, but you can't say that if
But
you.
no, you can't. Okay, let me bring up another point real quick. This is actually a really fucking good point. You said if I was to become tester right now, then my opinion would change, right? But how can you apply that when the player base isn't even up yet? When the player base isn't even up yet, that has nothing to do with it. We're talking about
when I meant your opinion,
thrive
I'm saying like
under the player
in your,
base.
I'm saying your opinion to
Therefore-
the progression
No.
of Rogue
Therefore-
compared to Deepwoken. I'm just saying
I never
I
said
think
that.
when you compare it to Rogue, you're saying the progression line is watered down, right? Compared to Deepwoken compared to Rogue, Deepwoken is watered down. I'm just asking you, how do you know that, and how
Well,
do you
let me-
know that
let me
it won't change
explain.
if you play the
Let me
game?
Let me actually explain.
All right, let me explain. Let me hear this.
I was gonna keep going, but
Go ahead.
doesn't really matter at this point. You said if I were to become tester right now, that my opinion would change, right?
It's
That's your-
it's
that's your
possible.
main-
Yes, it's plausible.
That's your counter argument. My
I think it's
counter
possible.
argument to your counter argument is that you can't go off of a game. Your main question, right, is will Deepwoken thrive? I said it will not thrive in game because we don't have any player base right now. You can't bring up something about player base.
So
when
it's
it
more so
comes
you're
to
saying
not
that
having a
you're saying we don't know. We don't know if it'll thrive.
Yes, we don't know, bro. And that's my argument. You can't make a statement based off of a community when there is no community for the game in general.
So where did the argument
can't
come
do
from
that.
in the first place that the progression line will be watered down or
I
is
said-
watered down based on what you said based on what we've seen, right?
Well, I said based off what we've seen and just comparing it. This is not
Well,
saying
could
that
you
the
could
game
you explain
itself-
some of those like comparisons? Like what about the progression is is it the PVE, the PvP, the what
I
about the
feel
progression?
that the PVE is really lackluster. I don't know.
How
That's
so?
what I'm saying.
Like, is it the fights?
It doesn't feel really. No, it doesn't feel immersive. Like I've
It
seen
doesn't
your
feel
videos and I've seen other people play the game. It's not.
You've seen
it's
other people
not
play the
really
game.
immersive. Yeah.
Oh shoot! Like actual other testers?
Yes, like other testers. I have friends and connections. I've already
Hey
told you
yo.
this.
All right. Could you like bring any like not proof
Names?
or
I
evidence, but I'm
cannot
just
give
saying
names.
like okay then
Yeah.
what did you see then?
I actually have some screenshots and some clips I will send you later on.
All right, could you send me my DMs right now? I won't show obviously, but
Yeah. Sure.
all right, let me check. Because if
Boys, he knows a rag.
because if you've actually seen the game, then okay, you know what, I technically if you're saying the progression is water on the rogue and you've seen the gameplay, then
and
I can't
anybody
argue
saying that
against
it
your
was not
opinion.
allowed, it was already allowed because they were making videos on the game anyway. It doesn't matter.
But I swear like
It's
nobody
full
else's
of
videos.
YouTubers that
No,
are.
but I don't see
No,
anybody
no,
else's
no.
videos on YouTube that shows the progression fully.
No. But I'm saying I've seen it firsthand.
All right. Well, go ahead and show me.
Through screen
Just
share.
show me in DMs what you've seen.
Yeah, sure.
I'll
I don't
take a
care
look.
if Rogue demotes them or Raguzer demotes them. I don't really care. They might care, but I don't care. This is the whole point of the debate. And and it's funny
so
because
you're saying-
you had no debate up until this point. I've gotten you arguing. At this point, this was I just was doing this for fun, bro. Like
The only thing. But again,
I
it's
gave
like
you a solid debate, and we
the-
talked for
but-
at least 30
But the
minutes.
debate,
That was
is
all.
also still based on your opinion though, that you think that
Yeah,
it's
and any
watered down.
debate is based on an opinion.
I thought
That's how a
debates were
debate
supposed to be
works.
based on facts.
No, it could be an
Like
opinion.
whenever
based,
you
no,
before you get into
let me
debate, you need the
explain.
facts and logic.
A
man.
clause, a clause and or a opinion-based debate can be based off of an opinion. That's the main question is the opinion, but you can bring facts into it to support your claim. That's how a debate works.
But I don't see where these facts from Deepwoken being this way is. It's based on what you've seen, but isn't that still subjective? Isn't that still based on your opinion? Like you've seen
It's
it,
not really
but that's
subjective if
your.
you're talking about seeing the main game. That's
But if
not-
other people,
how is that
subjective?
Yeah, but if other people have seen the main game, then like
You're comparing. You're saying Deepwoken's progression from what we've seen so far is watered down compared to something. You've never stated exactly what is a watered down version of.
he said rogue. That's what the progression line.
No, I was comparing the progression line to Rogue. That's not my point at all.
All right, go ahead.
I already said that PVE is lackluster from what I've seen.
But like that's from what you've seen though. If I get a bunch of testers and I ask them, is PvE lackluster? And like, oh yeah, it's pretty good. Like, doesn't that go against your point? If I ask like literally the people who've played the game, like, yo, is PvE good? They're like, yeah, man, it feels very immersive. It's not
And
like Rogue.
This is how a debate works, though. I'm working off information that I already know. You can't bring in what you've
And
known
plus, whenever you
with
and
non-tester basic, like a tester-based.
I understand what you're saying, but also it's like whenever you're saying like based on what we've seen, you've seen. I think you're basing like we as the community.
What the community, yeah.
But then you're
I'm
also,
not- I'm
but
not-
then how? But you're also bringing up the fact that you have like insider knowledge.
That was for PVE. Yeah, I'm bringing up PVE in this because that's what I know myself.
But how
And
does
that's
this
it's
how
an
does this
opinion.
prove your point that it's lackluster? That's entirely based on your opinion. If I I could say like, oh well, it's not lackluster. I think it's great. Then how would you disprove me? How do you disprove me saying like,
Bro,
I think
your
it's great?
only argument is I'm
But what's-
tester, so I know I'm
But
right.
no, but I'm just saying like, what is
that's
your
literally
what is
your-
your
that's
argument?
literally
What is your
your
argument against me saying, well, I think the PvP is actually not lackluster. I think it's actually it's actually pretty good. It's probably one of the best on Roblox. How do you disprove
Dude,
me?
why are you molding though?
I'm not. I'm actually perfectly calm right now.
You
I'm just
were.
asking. I think we were both visibly upset. I mean,
I'm not upset at all. This is how a debate works. I'm actually quite excited.
But you were insulting me earlier. I never did insult you, man. Come on, we got to keep it civil. But as I was saying, like, I'm just saying, like, how do you disprove me though? Like, how if you were saying this is a debate based on facts, how do you disprove my like thesis that I think Deepwoken's PvP is actually great, probably one of the best on Roblox, not lackluster at all, pretty immersive actually. Can you disprove that? Can you? Or is it just, well, I think it's this? Because, like, so far I've just been getting, like, well, from my point of view or from what we've seen or what I've seen, I say, well what about what I say? What if I say it's this? What about what the other testers say, you know? Like, Deontay, if I ask my boy Deontay what he thinks about it, is he automatically right because he's seen what he's seen is, like, you know? Like, what about what the fucking devs have seen? What about what they create? What about what they think, you know? So I'm just asking you, how do you disprove that what they think? Hello? Am I new level? Can you hear me? Skullart?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yo,
hello?
motherfucker really got muted?
No, he deafened himself.
But why?
Oh
You
good,
damn,
Argo?
he took the L, bro. He took the L.
Relax, relax. Um, but I'm just trying to understand because it's like by the way, guys, don't spam ping rag or I will ban you. All right, thanks. Um,
Yeah, nice job.
but
Bro, I think
oh
Deep
wait,
Woken. I don't think it's gonna be good though.
All right, Windows in just a sec. But Skillart, I don't know if you can still hear me, but I'm just asking, like, in your opinion, like, how do you disprove what other people were saying about the game? Like, I've heard a lot of people, like, I was asking testers, like, what they thought, and they said, yeah, dude, the PvP is like crazy immersive. So, can you like disprove what they're saying somehow? If this is a debate and you are bringing facts. Oh, okay, he's deafened again. I'm gonna mute real quick. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go drink something.
I was gonna ignore skill snitching. He really just straight up said that he wouldn't care if his friend got his tester removed. Yeah, bro.
Well, Skill, I'm curious why you think, from what we've seen of Deepwoken, you think it's a watered down version of Rogue's progression line. Why do you think that? Because I personally think it's the opposite. Just from what we've seen, I think it already looks way better than what Rogue was. Rogue was so linear, and there was so little things you could do.
I'm back. So have you come up? I don't know. Maybe if your mic is not working, you can type in the chat if you like or anything. If you can just maybe just say like, what do you have to say about other people's thoughts about the games and maybe what they're saying, like them saying it that it feels immersive. Yeah, I think his mic may not be working anymore, or maybe he's just gathering evidence to show me like what he's seen in DM.
Through his headset.
Okay, relax.
Nah, he's DMing his friends to tell him why they banned from Deepwoken, bro.
But watch the tester count go down one.
Relax, relax, relax. You know, no insults here, bro. I don't like insulting. We keep it clean. We keep it clean. Raguza was trying to join earlier, but I don't know. Like he had his hand
He
up.
doesn't want it. He said he didn't want it.
Oh, I see. All right, apologies.
Oh, I see. Rag was thank you as well, huh?
All right. Again, just please don't ping rag, bro. That shit must be annoying. I mean, maybe I will ask other testers, Deontay. By the way, Deontay right next to me, his name is SJ Dasher. I'm living with him right now. He's also a tester.
Yep.
Maybe we can just go ask other testers what they think, because I don't know. Maybe like the guys he was like.
Compared to Rogue.
Yeah, he said the progression line was watered down compared to Rogue. Maybe we can just ask him if they think it's watered down.
Yeah, I've never really played.
I asked him to elaborate on it, but he went silent. And he left.
Bro, every game gets boring if you play over and over
Huh?
again.
I know that's like a main point.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. That's
I mean,
what I'm
I
saying though.
wouldn't
That's
mind,
why
but
PvE gets boring. That's why PvP is
It's
better.
a matter of how long you can stretch out that playtime.
I mean, yeah, bro, but like, dude, if someone uses PvE, right? If you do PvP, if you rerun a game 100 times, right, and you play the same progression 100 times in a row, right, and you play PvP killing people, it's a new experience every time. But if you do it PvE, it's the same bot every single time. You're still fighting the same robot. It doesn't get new. You get bored of that shit. That's why PvP is more replayable. Because like that was the other guy on there has saying like 80% PvE. Like, bro, with Rogue Lineage, you see these people playing Rogue Lineage, right? And they replay this game like 100 times. They sink their life into this, right? And then they go and play they redo the entire progression tree, right? And the thing that people think is annoying is the PvE. Because if you do a progression 100 times over and over again, PvE gets really boring. But PvP still stays fun. That's why people still play the game. Because it's new every single time. Script doesn't get new though. It doesn't adapt to you. It just saves script over and over again. So.
Initially, I thought when he said there was no like end game progression, I assumed he kind of meant more on the terms of metagame progression. Like when you think of Diablo 3's like Paragon levels, something that can stay over time between your lives. But he never really he never really elaborated on it, and so it was kind of confusing.
Well, how does he even know what the end game is? He ain't played it. Okay, one thing about this debate that's inherently wrong, right? How is someone who's played a game gonna invite people who haven't played the game and then debate them on it and then say, "Oh yeah, I've played the game and you haven't"? I mean, no shit, they
Yeah,
haven't played the game.
the argument's a
That's
little
like that's
flawed.
like me hopping on a call and debating people about their own life, about my own life. Like obviously I know more, right? Like he ain't played the game. I don't know.
Yeah, of course. When you max all the builds and you've done everything, there's nothing else to do. That applies to every game. If
I
you've
mean, you can
done
just go on call
everything,
people.
what else are you supposed to do? Sure, there's some games that have like modding and stuff like that. With that, you can extend playtime. But in a game like this, once you've done everything, all that's left for you is to repeat stuff you've done or just sit on the PvP and keep doing that.
Yeah, but that sounds more fun, right? Because like a lot of people are saying that the PvE is going to be smarter in Deepwoken, right? But like there is no bot that's so smart that someone can't beat it easily, right? And if PvE is so that regular players can eat it, someone who beat it, someone who's really good at Deepwoken or something,
I'm
right?
back.
They could just go and just beat the shit out of the PvP boss over and over again every time they progress. And it's like Z scrooms or like progression in Rogue. It's gonna get boring as fuck after a while.
What are you guys talking about? I'm sorry, I've been I'm out of the loop.
I was just saying PvE sucks because
If PvE sucks,
yeah, because I'm saying if you do the same progression 100 times, right?
you're going to fight the same thing 100 times. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, bro. If you beat the same boss 100, no, if you replay Rogue 100 times, right? You beat the same boss 100 times, it's boring as fuck. But if you beat the same, if you beat different players 100 times, it's different, bro. That's why
It's a
PvP is
different.
better.
That's why
PvP
PvP
is
is
new
better.
people.
But you can also progress through PvP. So what's you can do PvP and PvE. So like you can do a combo, my guy. So like instead of just fighting players, you also have the option to do PvE. So you can mix it up and mix and match. So is that not better than just PvP? Since there's PvP and PvE, isn't that what you want actually? Wouldn't that be a lot better? Because now you got choices. While you're fighting PvP, you can also do PvE. So what's up? You can't.
Shit, dog. You right. Fuck. Alright, my bad.
So like I'm just saying like he was comparing. I think the guy earlier was
I
comparing.
thought you had to do the PvE. Shit, I thought you had to do the PvE.
Oh no, it's completely optional. You can go whatever
Bro,
one you want.
like, bro, he was saying earlier how it's watered down. I'm like, bro, like, you can do PvP, my guy.
Yeah, I don't know how you compare Rogue to, or you compare Deepwoken to Rogue, and when Rogue was literally get XP, get Karma.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
get
you
class.
get EXP.
Alright, yo, thanks for inviting me on.
And it's like, bro, like, and when it comes down to it, a lot of the PvE, especially when you're boosted, it's like you're just like, how is hitting Z scrooms watered down compared to actually fighting monsters that take skill and like time and reaction time? Like, you actually got to know what you're doing. And you can still fight players to progress. So like I don't understand where he was coming from. He said he's seen the game.
Argument was
I'm
he's a
waiting.
developer.
I'm waiting for the DMs of him showing me like what he like. I'm waiting for that. Like yeah, like me and my boy here will look and we'll see if it's anything feasible. Like bro.
All right, yo, thanks, Grinch.
But go ahead and speak your guys' opinions. What's up? Welcome to the show.
How are you for real gonna How you for real gonna debate someone who hasn't played a game when you have played the game, and then say, "Oh yeah, I've played the game and you haven't"? Yeah, of course he hasn't played the game, bro. It's a closed community game, bro. It's like if I went and I debated people about shit they don't know, and it's like, oh, correction. Yeah, bro, you played the game. He hasn't. Of course you're gonna know about it than him. Like, what's the point of the debate when he hasn't even played the game? There's literally no fucking point. He ain't even played the game. Like, what's he gonna do? Debate about something that he saw in a video?
But the thing is, he was trying to bring up the points to me, right? His argument was that the end game for Deepwoken will fail. If he's going to make that argument, he said, "Hey, by the way, I'm here for fun. I want to bring up this argument." Then he can't come up here and say, "Oh, well, I don't know, man. I don't have based on what we've seen." Well, even so, like he said he had like insider knowledge or like insider clips. I'm like, show me these insider clips, because like
he presented like statements but never elaborated on the facts.
Like he said,
saying
he
it's
brought
like
up facts.
He kept backtracking on his own words, bro.
Like, what are his facts? What are his facts? Like, oh, based on okay, well, how does that relate to Deepwoken? Well, based on like
he's a
other
developer.
Because like, okay, you're a developer, but so what? What
I
does
mean,
that
like,
mean?
does it really make sense
Like
though?
he said,
like,
I said I'm a tester. Well, he's a developer. Like I'm a tester. Like, okay, we're stating what we are. Like, okay.
But like, it would make sense if the game is released and you both have the same information to go off of on what the game is about.
Yeah, like if he
but
played
like,
the game, then I completely understand that is opinion, and I'll sit there and listen. But like when he's trying to tell me, like based on what he's seen in this insider knowledge, like it's different. Like even then, it's still different watching somebody play the game versus like actually playing the game. And then based on top of that, that's his opinion. Like maybe he's trying to. He said you can argue on opinions, but like, bro, what about like what is he trying to say the game will fail because of his opinion? Like the end game sucks because that's his opinion? Like I don't know. Maybe I misconstrued his argument. I'm trying to
I
think.
mean, at first he did bring up a valid point. He said he didn't necessarily say the game was gonna not thrive. He said the game would start to fail end game. So at the release, probably the first couple weeks, if not month, the game would do well. When people reach max, it would fail. But where he went wrong is when he started talking about the game failing at end game, because he didn't have any valid points. He hasn't even seen Deepwoken's end game, so his point doesn't make any sense. And then you started letting him disrespect you. That's when I got mad. That's when I wanted to come on stage. I don't know why you let him do that.
Wait, say that again. Sorry, I was tabbed out for a sec. Like I can hear you.
No, I was saying that what did I say? See, I forgot already. I said the game was I think his point was the game would do well at the start, right? But once people start understanding how to play the game and it reaches that everyone has that end game point, the game would start to fall off because it doesn't have end game. But he wouldn't know the game's end game because he hasn't actually played or seen the end game. But I'm not gonna lie, if Rogue Lineage or all these other Bandit BA games can thrive and still survive, even though the game is completely bad at endgame, quote unquote, like GPO, right? GPO's endgame's terrible. Deepwoken's endgame will be fine. The game will still thrive. The game will still have players. But when he started disrespecting you is when I lost it. That's when I wanted to get added on stage because I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why you let him disrespect you like that.
Because again, like when it comes to my perspective, I don't insult back. I just try and keep my yeah, sure. Like, what is it? I can like, I'll yell, but I'll never insult. That's where I won't cross the line. That's just how I am. But yeah, it is. Was I just try and I don't want to like take people off the stage even if they are like disrespectful, right? Just because I won't let. I want to have him finish his thought. That's what I can just only say like, yo, no insults, man. Let's keep it civil, you know. That's what I was trying to say. But yeah, for the most part, again, I just think opinions will change. Obviously, the more you play a game, I just think I don't know. I just think at least he brought up like at least he made a debate. It was very interesting to watch. I'm not gonna lie, but I think things will definitely change. Once they actually once everybody actually sees what the end game is. You know what I mean? Like obviously people will have different opinions about it. Like I'm sure a lot of people in chat are like, wait, what is this guy on? I think the progression is fine based on what they've seen. So I don't know. I think it just depends on the perspective, who you're talking to, who's played, how much you've played, etc. That can really change everything. And I don't think there really is an objective answer. I mean, you can say objectively it's better than this or objectively it's better than that, but I don't think there is a true objective answer as to like or how good something is. Like again, it's pure opinion, so I don't really see how you can bring facts into that exactly. That's all I was trying to like pretty much say. I mean, again, watered down compared to Rogue. We'll just have to see what you guys' opinions about that are. If you guys think it's actually watered down, I'll also have to ask the testers later what they think about that. Because again, apparently he did get his information from testers, so maybe one of the testers will say that, and then I'll understand. Like okay, if they think it's so, then sure, maybe he has a point about that. But if not, then I really don't see any points. So I'll ask people later. But does Windows or anybody else have any other arguments or things they would like to say?
Yeah, bro, this should have been a Q&A. This should have been a Q&A. Like, how are you going to debate with people who don't even know the game? This should have been a Q&A. Like, it's not even a debate because they don't have anything to go off of. They just have reviews. And obviously you're going to know more, so you're going to win every single one. So what's the point?
I won't say I'm not saying I'm winning every day. I don't think I've ever said I won a debate yet.
Yo, may I talk?
One against Skill, because Skill started insulting, bro. And he started snitching and shit. So obviously he lost.
Wait, hold on. Let me talk to my.
Bro, skill was popping off at the start, but then he just dropped off, bro. He started snitching.
Yeah, nah, he came on and I was like, yeah, this guy is spitting some
But
facts. And then he just started talking nonsense.
Yeah, and he was like, I wouldn't care if my homies who told me about the game got leaked. I was like, bro.
Started snitching just to win a debate. That boy is the lowest of the low.
Yeah, for real.
They just can't get shit.
Uh, IMO. I just think, I think it's just. I'm not trying to win the debates here. I'm just trying. Like I say, it's a debate stream. Um, like obviously, I don't think I claimed like, oh, I won the debate. Like I don't think I've said that to anybody yet. I'm just trying to clear up. Like I'm just trying to give my side and my information. Um, yeah, like getting rid of misinformation, pretty much.
I think more accurately, it's a channel to ask questions or like to state your worries about the game.
Yeah.
And for Aga to, I guess.
My main concern is YouTubers actually making videos on
ruining the
how to
game, right?
progress on the game. Yeah.
Understandable.
free
That
kills,
is very
free kills.
understandable. I actually understand that because a lot of people are like, oh, Rogue initially had Rogue had that like, oh, you're not allowed to say anything about the game, or like if a YouTuber were to like reveal the location, like I'm pretty sure they would like change the trainer spot, right? If I recall correctly, that's what people have told me. I didn't play that far back then, but according to what people have told me, that's what would happen. So I do understand where you're coming from with that.
Yeah. Bro, YouTubers, they're gonna play the game, bro. Kaneko Kin, Flamingo, they can review the game, and they're just gonna flood the game with players, and it's gonna be all free kills, bro. They're just gonna waste their money on the game. They're gonna get fucking destroyed, and they're just gonna leave. They're just gonna leave, bro. This is gonna be free kills, like on the way to the top.
A common worry that was an issue with early Rogue was that testers would leak information to their close friends, and that would just spread out. And so how does that have that information where like leaks ahead of everyone else?
That's always gonna happen. That can't be. That can't be
Nothing
stopped.
you can really do about that for Deepwoken, but
Yeah, but for like just for the casual player though, again, like
I think the most fun part is just gonna be figuring everything out.
yeah, I don't know. Like again, like what I was trying to say before, he was talking like he was trying to bring up basically Deepwoken falling on the end game part. You can talk about the end game like pretty much all you like. I think the most important part though is like obviously there's gonna be things to do at the end game, but like also throughout the game, I think it's gonna be quite interesting. Once you start adding in players and pretty much once like all content is added in. Oh, give me a sec.
I remember when Flamingo got on Rogue, and it was just free chaotic for like a full week.
What?
Oh yeah, like when players like start coming in, yeah, it definitely will be more interesting.
I don't know if you guys heard my boy right there, but he was just saying he thinks it's gonna be more interesting when I think the players are just gonna make it pretty interesting in my opinion. I think it will be it'll be quite it will be quite the experience in my opinion. Pretty unique experience actually. And again, like I said earlier, I don't think it will be exactly like Rogue, of course. There's gonna be it's a different game, but there'll be probably a lot of similarities, like in experiences, like getting gripped by somebody and you getting angry. Like you'll probably have that experience of getting like angry when you.
That's called the grind set. That's just called the Rogue Sigma Male grind set. Getting gripped, getting angry, bro. That's what we're gonna carry the new game. That's just called the grind set.
Yeah,
if the new
but,
characters can't, if the new players, if they can't keep up with it, they can just leave, bro.
I think if you're trying to directly compare them on most aspects, you're already thinking about it wrong.
Yeah, I also agree. I think though, from what the guy was saying earlier, Skill Art the dev, I think I'm gonna wait to see what he sends because if he sends like information that really does like reveal like actual like clips of the game like that he's gotten that actually does reveal the progression, then I'll take his word more seriously. Because then somebody actually actually leaked it to him. I'm like, yo, what the fuck, dude? I guess he knows now, so that's kind of that would give more emphasis to what he's saying because now somebody else is like he knows, so like that's his opinion.
Rag put on the wrong testers. He should have put me on that. People leaking, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah, like, if he actually knows, that's actually super concerning, bro. That's actually really concerning. I'll just have to wait to see what he said, like actually shows, because holy fuck, dude, if he's gotten it, like he said, friends, like it just seems like it wasn't just him, you know what I mean? So that's a major yikes. Like it's different, like it's just damn. Um, but yeah, as long as like big things are not spreading around, I don't think it'll be that much of an issue. Again, at the end of the day, guys, like it's just a fucking Roblox game. It is a fucking Roblox game. It is fun to sit here and yell though about Roblox games, but a lot of people are really hyped about it.
I don't like that idea of saying something
But
is
it's
like.
true.
There's no point in arguing about something because it's like a Lego game. I don't like that argument
Yeah, I
because
hate that as well, bro.
At the
I'm
end
not
of the
gonna
day,
lie, Roblox is too
like, you're
underrated,
not gonna
bro.
die if it fucking never comes out.
games like games over time, Roblox games over time, especially with the
That's
start
what's
of
fun.
Deepwoken, are moving closer and closer to real games, and you can really
True.
recognize them as its own game. They're
Um,
worth respecting.
But anyway, we're just
Downplaying it like that.
Windows or no togs. By the way, Cringe, thank you for bringing in people. I really appreciate it, bro. Shout out Cringe, by the way, bro. Actual Pog moderator, also Pog donator. Um, if you guys have
Yeah,
anything else you guys would like to say about, I don't know, your concerns or anything else about that, feel free, man.
When does Snitch start talking about how his friend sent him clips? I just DM'd him asking for him, bro. I thought he snitched to me too.
Okay. No tags. Anything you want to say, bro?
That was basically it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Other than that, Deepwoken's gonna be fine. I'm not really worried about it again.
All right, bro. Hey, glad you two were come up here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for just
Don't release the
showing
game
up.
in December, rag.
Alright.
All right. See you, Windows. All right. All right. What you guys got to say?
Who's going first?
You
I guess
go
I'll go
first.
first. I was just thinking about the debate earlier about the whole like YouTubers leaking. Like for me personally, that's really like it could be a make or break in my opinion. Like for Rogue, it really fucked up Rogue. For me and my like just a group of friends and stuff, that really it fucked it up. Especially like if there's gonna be like these like we saw in the leak, like if there's gonna be these secret locations and stuff, like it's gonna be really iffy. Like I'm not sure how that's gonna work out.
I agree. If YouTubers release like all the info for a certain stage and progression,
Like,
then what's
really
the
rare
point in
stuff.
even like playing the early game? Like, what's the point of
Mhm.
early access if everything's gonna be leaked in a couple days? Because that one, it ruins the fun. It ruins the progression because it's way easier now. Like if you hopped in Rogue on like Wave 0, you were like having so much fun
That was so
because
scary too.
you knew nothing. Like everything was a threat. Like if you saw a super class, you'd be like, "Holy shit, this guy's nuts at the game." But now if you see a super class, you're like, "Holy shit, trash bag, perma freshie." It's like, okay, it
Yeah.
changed, and the only reason it's like that is because all the info got leaked. You want to get an ultra class? Literally go on YouTube, how to get X ultra class, and then grind. That's it. And
I think
Deepwoken
this
will
was
inevitably have the same fate.
I mean, the only thing I'd say about that is, from what we've seen, Deepwoken doesn't seem to have more of that like linear path of progression. So I don't think the leaking of like the progression will be too bad, depending on what it is. But if like, let's say I saw some like the magics, for example, like let's say something rare comes out, like I know the shadow. I don't know. We don't know how you get it, but let's say you get it from a certain NPC or a certain place on the map. Like if that got leaked, that'd be pretty bad, would it not? Like personally, I feel like it'd be pretty bad.
Ruins many aspects of the game.
Yeah, I think it ruins the adventure.
The worst thing to
I'm
get
not sure
leaked,
how you
and like
tackle it though.
the worst thing that would be bad to get leaked would probably just be straight up spell creation. If that got leaked really early, probably
Yeah,
be very
that is true.
Yeah.
As well as I think in the first Q&A, somebody asked about artifacts in Rogue, and they kind of went for that pause and then a no comment, which is kind of like
implying.
Yes, yeah. So if those get leaked like they did in Rogue, like good fucking luck, especially if they give you the same power boost, which I'm pretty sure
Again,
they don't.
I said no. Again, don't like interpret like my no comments just based on like how I like. If I mean no comment, I really mean like no comment. Like I have nothing to say about it. Yes
Yeah,
or no. It could be yes or no. Maybe in a way, sort of. No answer to it.
but it's
I guess,
by Monad. We'll see.
yeah. I guess there's the whole thing of like, it's quite frightening because like if like let's just say there's a YouTuber, right? A YouTuber makes a video on like how to make this certain spell or how to get this certain magic. I feel like the game would just become less of an adventure, more of just like that linear progression that Rogue had.
Hmm.
Just a bit.
Because once
I don't
Rogue
think you can
lost all
stop
of
it
its
though. But
my bad.
no. I agree. When Rogue lost its
Yeah,
charm. I think
PVE
Rogue's
and
charm.
adventure. It became the PvP
Exactly.
arena game that it is.
There was no other game like it. It was all like you in a VC with all you guys, and you all go explore and figure out all these new things. Like when superclasses, like no one even knew what a superclass was. Like that kind of stage was really intense, really good. But it's just a bit worrying seeing how Rogue went, and I'm curious if the whole discovery exploration will go down the same route. And I feel like that would could be one of the factors that could make the game not as successful.
I feel like dev interaction could really help the game's survivability as well, because when we had Rogue, we had shit like the War of Dusk, when Ragusa was walking around in Publix, knocking people cold with Mori. It was all fun and stuff. And
One
and then after Rogue kind of just got abandoned, it's now the hellscape that it is.
So from what I hear, most of you think that like it's gonna get big, then slowly die out. But
That's
I,
what
I,
happens
I
to every game, though.
right
Yeah,
now
we made it like
I'm thinking
continue.
against that because with Agamatsu's video on I forgot the exact name, the fort of something. It was yeah, it was kind of like a mission where it's okay. So I'm trying to get my point across, hard to articulate, but there's multiple ways to do that mission other than the way that Agamatsu did it, and I see people have their own creative, like people start speed running missions, people start having creative ways of getting fun out of it other than just going for the straight gameplay.
That's true, but isn't it ultimately just the same mission? That's also like another
Like that,
fear, I guess I
people
had.
will like
Yeah.
encounter the same thing every single time. Like, oh, dude, that thing's right there. I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to do this every single time. I do this.
Like, I mean, yeah, kind of like that, but like it's the same area. I don't know if the mission will change, but if it does, it's like rescue the hostage over and over for like
You mean like a
what?
circle, like if there was just a few
Yeah, like
missions and they circle and circle. I wouldn't
because
mind that too bad as long as the location maybe changes, but
as
I
long
don't
as
think
it
that's too bad.
changes, but like
That's right,
I
but then
also
again, like Agamatsu said earlier, it's not just PVE. There's also PvP aspect added to it, and so I heard Skill talking about how there's not much of a community, even though from what we've
oh,
heard from the
there's a huge
testers, it's
community.
an amazing game. Yeah, and again, there's like 117 people listening to this right now. That's already people waiting for Deepwoken, and there's a lot more than that.
Hmm. I think the PvP aspect. I think the PvP is going to be fine because it's the Rogue
The
lineage was
PvP
before this.
aspect will
The
carry
PvP
the
is going to
game
be
for a
good.
while.
Yeah.
That's what will give it its long term
Like everyone.
replayability.
especially if it pulls some of the same people who played Rogue.
I feel like in the start of Rogue, it was more focused on exploration and trying to progress. And then later on in Rogue, when everybody knew what they were doing, the shift kind of went towards like PvP, ranked, like all that stuff, kind of like shifted from an exploration game to a very house dominated, like fight, ganking, all that. So I can
And
see
I
people can going in the same route.
Yeah, and I feel like PvP will live out for long because I don't know if y'all have played Fake Woken, but Agamotto said it was the quote unquote lineage of Deep Woken, meaning it's I mean in a way worse. But I actually have a lot of fun playing that game. So if that's kind of a cheap version of Deep Woken, then imagine what that would be like.
I think as well, I
But
think the earlier point, I forget who made it, the whole like dev interaction. I think I can't remember, but I did see on Twitter, probably Rag or something, talking about or in the Q&A, like these tournaments and stuff for like certain titles or certain maybe skills or something that the devs would host. Like, I feel like that would definitely help the game stay more alive. Because Rogue didn't have a huge amount of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like
If the game integration for it is there, I think it would work pretty well.
All right.
Because if you have a large community, people want to host small events like that. It would be hard if you have small servers.
Let me see. Well, if you guys have any other comments or concerns, go ahead and say them right now, because I think there's still some other people waiting at the moment, unless Cringe has been dragging them in.
Yo, all right. So in one of the, I got two. So in one of the combat videos, there was a thunder call spell that was just. I do not know if it might have just been the editing. So if I'm wrong and it's just the editing, please call me out. But it was an instantaneous smite, and the guy hadn't been dealing much damage to him in melee, and he just beat the shit out of him instantly with the one spell. So it just looks completely unbalanced.
He's talking about Blackstar's like smite spell.
Yeah, it looked busted.
You can vent that though. If you react faster, you can just vent that.
Yeah, I remember having a decent windup as long as you were watching him.
Yeah, so it might have just been the editing. Thank you, because it was gonna just be busted if it's just instantaneous death.
I mean, I would assume that maybe like.
I'm also
some of
fairly
the
sure he
spells-
spec'd into it completely, considering it relates to his title as well.
Yeah,
And
I
then-
assume some of the spells may be like more powerful. I mean,
I'm just listening to what you're
like if it's like an instant or quicker, it could be weaker or something. I should.
And then my only other big concern is
Wait, say that?
Potions. Seeing if there's like a large group with potions, because I don't know. You didn't say the exact effect that your potion throw did in your newest video, so I can't really say a lot of shit about that. But if like multiple groups pull up with, say, or if there is a potion that deals just flat damage, that's just meta. It's just busted if you can't block it.
He may not have said the exact potion effect, but I remember in one of his streams that he was commenting back on that, saying that people should pay attention to the edit when he actually threw the potion. And he said,
So, like, I'm assuming if it's poison, it's just
like on the topic of potions, I don't think they'll be too big. There hasn't been much said about it, so I just don't think it'd be much of a thing. Also, throughout all the bars, I couldn't find a toxicity bar like in Rogue, so I don't think it's a big part of the game. Maybe it might give you illnesses or blood loss, but I don't know what'll happen with that.
I'm guessing that if they did implement potions, they'd be learning from Construct. If you still play Rogue and you fight a Construct that has health potions in their inventory, you're gonna want to off yourself by the time you're done fighting.
Yeah.
I guess that would be
Even
good
after
if
the
there's a
nerf.
balancing though, because if there isn't a toxicity bar or something to stop you from like just drinking. There's a first bar, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah, and
Maybe you
even
can't
if
maybe you can't drink over it, but still, if you could, in theory, you could, infinitely be drinking potions or like certain buffs that could be really broken at some
But-
point.
Don't you think it'd be a little bit too strong if you could heal and at the same time quenching your thirst? Like, I feel like there might be any other
Yeah,
effects.
that
Like,
too.
Lord Sendel talked about how there will be illnesses and/or diseases in Deepwoken, which wasn't confirmed yet, just a theory so far. It was confirmed that you can have like flaws and stuff like that. So I think it might give you like illnesses if you overdrink potions.
waterlogged.
You might have flaws for it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There might be items in game to deal with potions because we've seen fire resistant armor / resistant armor and stuff that can work like that. So if they add that, I'm thinking there's gonna be almost something for everything, unless there isn't. And there's gonna be updates too. That's kind of a given. So if it isn't on
Yeah.
release, it might come later.
What is it? So, like, saying if the potion he had in the newest video was poison, though, if someone could just, pull a construct and make fucking 50 of them and just know how to run away a lot,
Yeah,
they could theoretically
could
just
be
poison run.
That would be pretty
Just
AIDS.
annoy the shit out of them.
I mean, one of my issue with it would be like if there isn't like a poison stack, so like a kind of like a curse stack or something, right? Like
Like Dark
maybe
Souls.
as who said it again? The whole like if multiple people start throwing potions,
Yeah.
it turn into a meta. Yeah, if there wasn't like a stack for poison, or maybe like maybe not damage but poison and like stat effects,
Well,
I could
yeah.
definitely see that like ruining like the meta.
Like you can't. I don't think you'll be able to have more than one effect snacked on. Like think of Rogue. If you are fighting like say 2 sigils, and somebody puts 1 fire on you, if anybody hits you with fire charge while you're still on fire, it won't put an extra burn stack on you. I mean, you can with black fire and white fire, but that's different stuff.
Yeah.
And it could work different in Rogue. Like if that happens, maybe it would just replace fire for white fire when you get hit.
And I feel
I
like if
remember-
you do, oh my bad.
Oh no, you can continue.
All right, I was going to say I feel like if you do recklessly throw potions, as like people might, kind of like in Rogue House, you can hit yourself with your own stat bigness. That might happen. Like maybe you could accidentally, get caught up in the poison too.
But I also feel like it would be cool to have like a potion based build. Like you make potions and then you throw them and then you fight around them. And that's like how your build works.
Yeah, but like there's gotta be like some kind of cooldown to throwing them, so you can't just fucking
obviously.
like a bomber just start hurling them.
Yeah, no, they had to have thought of some like balance change to it.
Yeah.
I was gonna mention. I remember one of my friends talking about it in the VC with me like a bit ago. He brought up the whole like guild system, because we know there's gonna be guilds, right? But like, is there gonna be a max player amount for these guilds and stuff? Because I can imagine Deepwoken would definitely have some flaws like later in the game, and hell, even earlier in the game with whole save servers and like just the large amount of like guild members, just overwhelming everybody else. Like if you're a solo player, even if you're a smaller guild, I feel like that'd be really, really overwhelming and could ruin the game if there's not a cap on it. I'm not sure if there was one in Rogue though, but yeah. I feel like that
Apologies, I haven't been
definitely,
saying much to this.
Oh yeah, you can't talk.
I'm
and, like,
I'm assuming you can't really say much without, spoiling.
I'm gonna hit the Jets. I think it's been funnier, and I need to piss really bad. All right, see ya.
See ya. My final concern is if there are any just completely monkey brain dead combos, such as the sword M2, fist M2, ash and dagger combo, corner Ignis.
I don't think you have to worry about those.
Yeah,
Again, there
alright.
is always parrying if you're like caught up in a corner and you're good
Yeah.
enough. You could always parry what's coming towards you, or vent.
I mean, hopefully there is a lot of like really, like a lot of balance changes like really often. I know Rogue had semi often updates, but like if it's like really busted and shit, I imagine it would get patched really quick. Or
I'm
hopefully.
sure
it would.
Reg's taking precautions and balancing things as
Yeah.
such. That stuff they're testing.
Alright, I just wanted to thank you for your time. I'm gonna head out now.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Peace. All right, anybody else?
I'm also out of points, but just want to say
Yeah,
I'm
I'm out of
sure
points.
it will strive.
I had one like worry ever since I first like heard about Deepwoken, and it was that Deepwoken wouldn't be able to replicate the same replayability that Rogue had. Because in Rogue you get hundreds of hours out of different classes and race combinations. But in Deepwoken it feels like you could experience the majority of the talents and like the different types of magic in one build. And so your next builds would have exponentially less and less for you to work with. And I was always worried that it wouldn't have the same level of replayability. It wouldn't be able to play it for months, years.
One thing I was kind of like, I had that kind of thing, but I guess what I'm quite excited for is the whole like PvE aspect as well. Because like I feel like the replayability is going to come a lot in PvP, but then again, there's going to be PvE. Like we've already seen like a few of the monsters and stuff. And I feel like that'll really boost the like replayability. Like if there's boss fights and stuff, like or
Yeah, I think
dungeons. Like, I
in
feel
terms of
like that'll
replayability, I
really.
think it'll mostly come from outside your main progression. That's
Mhm.
my guess.
On that note, I feel like there will be some people who like make alts and specialize those alts like to make a PVE orientated build, like the best builds for certain bosses and stuff. Like I feel like it'll add playability.
That wouldn't really make
The only-
sense because different character slots being in the game though.
Yeah,
Oh
so
yeah, I forgot
I
about the
was gonna bring that
character
up.
slots.
I
But it's
saw a lot of people were talking about the black market earlier. Like, there's going to be the character slot, so like everything's going to be fine for that. There's no reason to get an alt in this game, which is amazing.
right.
Ooh. Yeah, I think that's about it though.
Well, again, don't really have much to say on this topic at hand. Let me see. Let me see what other people were saying real quick. Again, I want you guys' opinions on the replayability real quick. What do you guys think about that? Compared to Rogue, you think it's gonna be more replayable than Rogue?
Definitely.
Okay.
I think the whole like there's like well me and my group of like just friends and etc. I think everyone's kind of just excited for the more like community aspects. Like I feel like there's going to be a lot more to do in terms of like ship sailing. Like that's going to be really replayable. Replayable. It's going to be fun. The whole monsters looks really. Everything just looks more to Rogue. Pretty
I
much.
think
Like the
it'll have
PvP looks more intense.
less replayability in terms of different build diversity, but more in terms of the actual game itself. As in, there's a lot
Yeah.
different stuff you can do every time, but your
I
build
don't feel
might
like
not
people are gonna be-
differentiate entirely.
Yeah, I don't think people are going to be changing classes just as much, but they're probably going to be like I think just more in the content, like missions and stuff. I feel like that's really replayable for me personally. Everyone's going to be loving that.
Yeah, I would have to say that in terms of replayability, Deepwoken seems like it has a lot more that it can offer in terms of like actually being able to do stuff. Because as like we haven't played the game yet, so we don't really know how like progression is going to work in the long run. So we don't know how much we're going to be able to gain, what we're going to be able to do, et cetera, et cetera. So in terms of what we've seen and what we've been told, though, I feel like because we have so much flexibility, that gives more people like that replayability. If you get what I'm saying.
Right, like with Rogue, recently I've been bored because like all there is, there's nothing to do outside of PvP other than looting, which again also gets boring after a while. But with Deepwoken, from what we've heard, a lot of people say there's more to do.
Exactly, because like with the rogue, it's more so like if you're going into the game, you're okay. I spawned in with this race, or I got this race. Now I got to pick a build or a ultra that works with this race. Compared to with Deepwoken, how you like how it's been stated multiple times that it's not okay because you're this race. You it's better if you go this or if you go that. So it just makes everything easier for more players.
I think that's like Rogue just has such a linear progression line. Like you just
It very much so does. I agree.
Less like a step, and then Rogue is just much more expansive and like you could do a lot of different things. There's fishing. I mean, come on, like
who doesn't want to
we're
fish?
gonna everyone's gonna be doing that. I can't see it being as boring. Like there's just way more to do.
And with
I
progression,
mentioned
I've heard that there
Continue.
are no alignments in Deepwoken, like chaotic nor orderly. So I can't wait to see how like progression turns out.
Yeah, I feel like you could progress that as well. Well, assuming we could probably progress into that, and there's the I think the kicker for me is the world event things we've been shown a little bit. I feel like that's probably going to be the most replayable thing because they're probably going to be changing. We saw in one of the videos we saw in the sea. There's literally just two ships fighting it out. Like that's a lot of replayability because that's random as well. There's gonna be a lot to do
Exactly.
there.
It's an additional thing to the game mechanics that gives some players things to do.
And yeah, that's
Like
another reason I
in
think it'll
Rogue,
strive.
to start that. Like, the only replayability in Rogue was just PvP, get your class, wipe, trinket farm, and just all that. There wasn't really
Exactly.
any like mass event happening. Like the only mass event that would happen would be like a house versus a house, not like I don't know, a massive shrieker outburst or something. Like there's never anything new. Like
Exactly.
it feels more like a how would I say it? Like Deepwoken feels more like of an immersive type
I can agree with that.
feeling.
I can agree with that 100%. And going back to the original debate, will Deepwoken thrive?
I have a question.
Yep.
Okay, so basically, like in one of Rack's stream, he like streamed like when he died, like his soul flew up, like he came up.
I can't
and
answer
then
any questions
it-
related to that.
Everyone's seen that.
No, 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 no,
I'm
no, no,
sorry.
no, bro. You got a question, bro? Nah, please, bro.
I can't
What
talk
happened?
about that,
What
bro.
happened when
You
you
can't
sold?
say that, bro. You can't say that.
What happened?
Yeah.
Nah, bro. Come on, bro.
Saying please has zero effect.
Too
Come
much
on.
trolling. Too much trolling. Let's go on to the next topic.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, I wish we saw that.
Oh my god.
He tried it.
Really
He
got rid
tried
of that
it.
real quick. when
And
it
also, I have a
happened,
question.
bro.
Why does like the bar always change like different color? Is it because like the how many times you died?
Oh, I
Like,
saw that. Is that
yeah,
Lord
that's
Sendo's video? I love that
yeah.
video.
Yeah,
It's really
like
good.
he did like a theory about the white
No
Mhm.
comments. No comments. We move on to the
thing,
next
and I
topic at
just
hand.
wanted
All right.
to ask
I'm
question
finished
that
with what I was
because
doing.
oh my god.
I kind of wasn't. I was half paying attention, but half wasn't because I was talking to somebody. All right. Whatever you guys want to talk about next.
Map size.
Map size. Go ahead.
I'm a little concerned about the like land to water ratio and like how much you'll actually be able to explore the land of the game. I remember in the info doc that the main map, I think it was called the Eastern Luminant, would be around 2 times the size of Gaia, which is a decent size, but I was thinking about how much of that would actually just be water and not land itself that you'd actually be able to go on. And that's a little bit concerning for me.
I think about that as well.
I agree with that because from the videos that we've seen based on the map, we've seen a majority of set in stone areas. So like if you could go into a video and you will see that same area in a lot of other videos.
I was just thinking it as like also the render distance and stuff. Like if it's kind of like, GPO, how it has like the huge amount of waters, like that you'll be traveling.
Nah, it's not gonna be that fucking ridiculous. It won't be that ridiculous. That is
Okay.
ridiculous.
Yeah, the
traveling in
GPO
Grand
one,
Peace when you just that shit is
If you don't have a quick boat,
it's not that
you're
ridiculous.
traveling for at least half an hour.
For real. Oh yeah, don't worry, it won't be that crazy.
Okay. I
Wait.
guess that helps with the lag as well.
But what you were talking about earlier, land to sea ratio, right? Like, is that what you're saying? Like how much land?
Yeah, like how much land, like I don't know, like it was stated that the main map would be like around 2 times the size of Gaia, and I don't know if like how much of that would just be water and how much would actually be explorable land.
Huh. I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the percentage.
How about we put it into a better perspective for you so you can actually answer this? In your time when you've been playing on Deepwoken, how much land do you think it was, or like do you think it was like more so you have room to explore on land compared to the whole map?
Oh, wait, say that again. I spaced out for a sec. I apologize.
It's fine. In your time playing Deepwoken, do you think you had a good range of areas where you could actually explore on land?
Yeah, I say so. Why?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I was just trying to put it in a better perspective so you can answer.
in my opinion,
kinda-
even if
My
my
bad.
bad, you can continue.
Oh, I was just gonna say I was quite concerned because if the islands are quite small, I was concerned they were gonna get quite. Let's say if there's like multiple events going on a single island, it could kind of like clash or like overwhelm the island a little bit. And if there's like a lot of players on it, it could be like let's just say you could get jumped like really bad. Like I don't know. I feel like if the islands are too small, it could lead to some issues. But if they're too big, it could also lead to
Well, what are the
finding
issues
no
about
one.
it being? Oh, I see what you mean. I think they're balanced out pretty nicely. I don't think that's really an issue, to be honest.
Okay.
Well, in my
TBH.
opinion, even if there happens to be like vast amounts of water and not enough land, there's bound to be something to do in that water other than just sail around.
Just die.
Yeah, like
Oh
in my
god.
video, like I swear I showed me going past like two ships fighting each other. Like obviously, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There's gonna be land, but like there's gonna be things in the sea. Like it's not just gonna be like a void, and then an island, then void, and then not like there's gonna be things to do in sea.
And
So,
as to that clip you just talked about, like there was so much in that one clip. Like one of those abilities where it was a orb, where everything in that orb was like slowed
Oh,
down.
yeah.
Like I feel like so far as of abilities, Deepwoken has the most creative out of any other like Roblox games I've played.
Pog.
I would agree. Looks nice. I heard that adds to the replayability effect that we talked about earlier as well. The whole like, you're not gonna run into the same person. Like, fighting's gonna be different compared to Rogue. You're not just fighting Ultra Class like a Oni or something. You're fighting a completely unique character.
Right.
So
And
that'll be really replayable.
with like
Aga.
Yep.
So many some few fans told me that when you're gonna revive your dream as like your SMP Minecraft server
Okay.
or like
Next topic. Next
uh,
topic. Next topic.
bruh, oh
Oh
my
my
god,
god,
you
you
are
guys.
Staying on track. Staying on track. Yeah, but overall, because we've been doing this for about 5 hours. Holy shit, dude! Didn't think it'd
Yeah.
be this long of a stream, but this is a pretty goated stream. I'm not gonna lie. I've really been enjoying this. But in actuality, when it comes to my thoughts on Deboken, if it really were for some reason people were just really turned off by it, right? I I just think it just probably get the same player count as Rogue. If it really were to go the worst route, it'd probably just end up like Rogue, where 2 to 3K to 4K people playing, right? In my opinion, there's nothing wrong with that. Like that's a game still succeeding. And again, yeah, while it's true, like other people are bringing up like, oh, Endgame's gonna suck, blah blah blah. Like okay, let's just say Endgame did suck. Let's just say this issue was happening. I still think there will be an abundance of people playing the game as long as a right as long as YouTubers are still playing the game. Like, dude, the audiences are gonna freaking be entertained by that content. They're gonna be like, yo, this game's interesting. New players will always be checking out the game, right? And B, as long as it continues to get updates, like there'll be more people playing as long as there's like updates going around. And like even in Rogue, like people say, yo, Rogue's a different game. All right, yeah, I know. But I'm just using it as a case in point that it can happen, right? That like, dude, Rogue stop getting updates, people still enjoy the game. Sure, a lot of people have shit to say about the game, toxicity, etc. Despite everything people have to say about the game, there's still people playing the game, right? And so I think the same could easily happen with Deepwoken, even if, like, let's just say they want to move on and they want to make a card game, Like, hey, man, the next thing Raguz and Archmage, next thing Monad Studios is coming out is a fucking card game, dude.
They're making Naruto Online 3.
Even if they want to do that, dude, I still think Deepwoken will have its, like, fan base. Every game always, even, like, games that actually people have considered to die off, like World of Magic, Adventure Story, those games still have their small fan bases, so, True, but even then, like, I still think there should be a lot of hope, and I just don't really see that many, possibilities of Deboken completely dying out, bro. It just seems like there's too much effort into it for it to just go down. Like some people think it might go down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The replayability also comes like see Rogue. I think the reason Rogue still has so many players as well is because like after you get wiped, people still keep playing. Like wiping is like a new start in a way. Like you keep playing after you get wiped. There's no the end game, sure, but if you get bored of end game, you just wipe and do it all over
that
again.
too, exactly. You're 100% right.
I feel like that
like you don't
keeps the playability up. Like why is like, if Rogue didn't have wiping, it would have I don't even know how many players right now. Not many.
It
I
wouldn't
agree.
at all.
I
I
agree.
100% agree.
Wiping is one of
Yeah,
the
if
biggest factors to replayability. Yeah, exactly. So I
And it's
100%
also
agree with you.
Okay,
if
I got
anything,
Okay,
I
this is one of another guy asked, will be able to see in-game devs in-game making events or helping players themselves a boss pack like early Rogue. And the other guy said, is there gonna be big cost in Rogue Deepwoken?
Of course, somebody asked that. Oh
Those
wait,
two
what was?
questions
So
I've
could
been
you?
asked.
Wait, could you clarify the first question though? Like, will there be things in the depth so you can get that'll
Like
make you boss raid, like boss raid specs?
no, okay,
That
so
is it.
basically, the first one said we'll be able to see devs in-game making
Oh,
random
devs.
events
Yeah,
or like
there will be
or
definitely
the
devs in game doing like community events and shit like that. Yeah, dude.
okay, well, and can you also answer the
Big Hoss and
second one?
Deepwoken. Next
Waiting on
topic.
him.
Next topic.
Oh my
Big
God.
Austin Deep
No
Open.
comment.
Okay.
It's in because
Yo,
Relax,
Deep Hoss is
relax.
yo, Big Hoss is in Deep Open. Let's go.
Hey, yeah, wait.
He's
You
at the
guys always
bottom of
ask
the
the
ocean.
freaking most.
Can't wait to get Uber Oni
Okay,
and,
get
fucking.
Deep
only
Open.
get only right now. Get only right now.
You're
Toilet
gonna be
handed
on your
people,
ship,
man.
and all you see to your right is Big Hoss swimming. Ooh.
Okay, dude. Anybody else want to pull up and talk, debate? It has been a while since we've
It's
gotten
all
some new
fun and games
people.
till Big Hoss Gushari use off your ship.
We have gotten some more people. Who...
Angrost has his hand up.
Yo, Angros, let's pull him up, bro. Angros, pull up in here, bro. Let me see. Wait, let me see my stream is
Agamatsu, I
still
want to
live.
hear.
Oh, go ahead.
I want to hear your opinion on like combat, Deepwoken versus
Ooh.
Rogue combat.
Ooh, I really love both. I fucking love Rogue, dude. Even though I never really have shot on Rogue combat. I think maybe I made one video, but that was a stupid video, right? I've always loved Rogue combat, bro. Um, I love the bullshit, dude, because that way I can counter with my bullshit. You know what I mean? I fucking love shit like that, right? Doesn't mean it's good, but I just fucking love it. Deboken, I also love because it's that skill based feeling. Like if I lose, bro, I fucking mauled, dude. I get angry. Deontay, don't I be mauling all the time, bro? Yeah, he just said like I be fucking angry when I lose, bro. But yeah,
Just like me, for real.
but like when I lose, I'm like, okay, it's cause of this. Like I need to do better, bro. Like I just need to do better.
That's the charm.
And so that I keep practicing, bro. That's it. And so I like both for different reasons. So it's hard, if people said, "Yo, if you had to give up one permanently, which one would you give up?" Well, I mean, obviously Rogue, but I'd miss it a lot. Like I don't want to give up Rogue. I like the combat a lot. So I
Right.
have to think.
I miss spam M2. I miss spam M2.
Rogue is simplistic, but it's satisfying.
Yeah,
I have one
yeah,
concern for
true.
Deepwoken.
Very true.
In Nano Prodigy's video, he said that if you kill a player, you're a douchebag, which kind of makes me not want to play Deepwoken because I like
releases
PvP
that
and I
nobody
like
knows what to
player
do.
combat.
Thank you for the $1 donation, Pablo RV.
Etc. The hump to get
Where
over
will
on
the
releases,
PvP be in
people trying to
Deepwoken?
figure out what to do and testing stuff.
You
He's
know,
got
like
again, thank you for the
I think that-
donation.
I think that meant like if you grip like a
Aga.
certain race or something, like
let me.
No.
they're gonna target.
Like so in Nano Prodigy's video, he said that killing someone in Deepwoken is pointless and you're a douchebag for it, which means that
I don't
Deepwoken
think
doesn't
it's-
have much of
I
a
don't think
PvP
it's
aspect.
I don't think it's pointless, IMO. It's just that everybody kind of
mean-
right now is like, they would grip like. There's a lot of people that are beefing in the Deboken like community, bro. Low key, but also high key. Like they're just beefing, bro. I'm like, bro. In my opinion, though, I see a lot of benefits from gripping people. Personally, I mean, you can obviously progress through it, but also like I'm quite sure you saw in Nano's video where like when you grip somebody, like the dude literally dropped his shit, bro. So like, you know what I mean? That right there, in my opinion, in my eyes, like that gives huge incentives for me to try and grip somebody. Of course, like the thing
rob
is,
them?
no,
Yeah,
I
you
think
can-
the thing I like to consider though is a lot of people don't consider this when thinking about like toxicity in PvP. Like a lot of people are like, yo, dude, we're gonna jump this guy with 5, or like they see like 2 players and they're like, there are 5 of them. You're thinking like you're gonna jump him, right? So you want his items, you want to jump the guy, right? But a lot of people don't consider the fact like initially it's gonna be kind of hard to tell how strong somebody is, bro. Like there could be somebody who you think has like armor that is kind of trash, and you'd be like, dude, like He's looking. He's looking not. He's not looking. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna jump him, right? He's not looking it. He's not looking
So
like
let's
he's the shit.
say
And then you get mopped, dude. You'll get mopped, and you guys will lose the like 5v2 because he's a lot stronger than you
Gonna
think he
get
is.
robbed in Deepwoken.
all right, let's say there are two players in one boss room, and one went there first, and the other is coming behind them without knowing they're there. Say they want the loot from the boss room, and they try and fight the other player. Would that be sort of a hateful or what?
Wait, so you're
That's
saying
tough.
like somebody like completes an event and they get the loot and then they get jumped after they finish the event. That what you're saying?
Would that? Yeah, because I want to
I mean,
know
yeah,
if
dude, that's
Deepwoken.
yeah, dude. Like if you want to jump somebody after they finish something, bro, do it then.
If
Yeah.
Deepwoken still has ganking, then I'm still gonna play.
Like,
'Cause
dude,
Rogue,
like
it was
that is
mainly
that is
for
actually
ganking.
a perfect reason, like a really good reason as to why you would want to grip somebody. Like they got some, you're like, you know what, dude, I want that. I'm thinking I'm gonna kill them, bro. And then you kill them, and you progress off of killing them.
And
Yeah,
progression
that's great.
aside,
Mm.
even like when there's nothing much to do, like later on end game, it will get to PvP. Like
Mhm.
I don't see it. I don't see Deepwoken staying as it is. It will get to PvP sooner or later.
Oh no,
I was
100%.
gonna
I agree.
say,
Oh boy, once voice chat is added, I just realized people are gonna kill people just for their reaction.
oh, I love that. I love that.
Oh,
I'm
love
gonna do
being
that. I was gonna say, seeing Rogue, I feel like gripping in Rogue is you're mainly doing it to progress to your like class or something, right? But I feel like in Deepwoken it has much more like meaning if you're gonna grip someone. Like if you're gonna grip someone, you're gonna do it for their loot. But then it also like gripping is more beneficial, but also it's kind of risky, just because we've been told the whole guard system and stuff, like reputation. Like if you grip a lot of people and steal their stuff, I don't think too many NPCs are going to be happy with that. So it's good and bad, and I feel like that's more interesting than Rogue.
I mean, I'd assume in Deepwoken, the request to gain back your reputation. So I mean, you could just grip players and say like in Rogue, you grip someone and then you drink a test me, and I think it'd be sort of like that. If I'm correct, that quest could earn back reputation, and you'd
The
also
only
gain
thing
some
I
stuff.
think
from
that
the
I
quest.
don't think it'd be that easy though. That's my only worry with that.
Okay.
Because why would you add the reputation?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want something from a player, then you sort of got to grip them. So
Here's how I
Mhm.
see it.
It's
But
kind
look,
of
here's how I see it. So
Okay.
so in current Rogue, at least of nowadays, because you like you can get like a screw mall and you could just farm that for grip. So a lot of people just boost themselves that way. So you wouldn't see
Oh,
a
I'll be
freshie or
right
like
back.
somebody a super, for example. You wouldn't see them. Like I'm not saying it's impossible because a lot of people still do that, but it's not as common as it used to be when the first game first came out. But so not a lot of people are just gonna go around gripping freshies, other than maybe some ultras because they're toxic. So
Mhm.
from now Rogue compared to Deepwoken, I feel like gripping it and everything, because you want to steal items from players and stuff like that. The players that do just randomly grip people in Rogue, or they just like fighting them or something because they just like doing that, is gonna be very toxic in Deepwoken.
Mhm. I feel like though at the same time it kind of I think fresh bombs and like the whole perma freshy thing in Rogue is definitely gonna get dissipated just because like,
Oh
it's
no,
not
no,
gonna
no.
be much.
Yeah,
I definitely agree with you. Like
yeah, permafresh.
Yeah.
I think everything that they're adding in Deepwoken, like the whole mugging and everything like that, like even the PVE aspect and
just
everything like
increases
that, I 100% agree. That is amazing, and I'm glad they're doing that for the people that aren't very skilled in fighting, even though they like made it more skill based in terms of like mechanic based instead of like actual combos or whatever. I think that is a very
'Cause
good
I feel
idea.
like
But I think with the whole mugging and everything like that, that just enhances gripping. And
Yeah, 'cause
I personally have no problem with that, but I just think that's crazy.
The great thing about
in
Deepwoken
the
is that
open.
permafreshies
Oh,
won't be
you can-
existent. It'll all be based on skills. Like, I heard that Raguzer decided to boss raid on 5 people with basically nothing, and he won. Like, I don't know if anyone else has heard of that, but I'm pretty sure it was in the Q&A or something.
No, I have.
And I feel like freshies will have more of a chance to fight against ganks and stuff, and they'll have more of a chance to progress. I feel like people who have solo progressed like Quake before will be stuck to
In my
Deepwoken.
honest opinion, if you're okay, it depends. When you mean like freshie, like you mean like an experienced player who started off as a freshie,
Just
correct?
spawn.
Right.
Yeah, well, I
okay.
mean like
Then
freshy
yeah.
progression.
Yeah, then like in terms of, like if somebody jumps you and if they're a higher level than you and like you're experienced, you still will probably be able to win if you just outplay them, you're just better than them. You know what I mean? You still will be able to win.
Yeah, I feel like the parry
So I
system
like
gives
that.
more of a chance Because in Rogue, there's barely any parrying. The only parrying is like counter, which is bad, and then
And like
there's throwing counter.
and then there's like perfect blocking as well. Like if they do something, in a way.
Yeah, but I mean, there's not much
I
of a
do
chance
like.
to
like
hit people back
yeah.
after a perfect block.
The thing about Rogue is that
I
again,
do like
it's.
the whole thing.
Go on. You can go on.
Oh, I can go.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I think as well, even if it's like a, let's just say it's a fresh spawn that's like, let's just say someone completely new, they've not even touched Rogue before, they spawn in Deepwoken. It's not gonna be like Rogue. They're not gonna get jumped for just walking around. Like, there's no benefit to jumping someone that's just spawned in. Like, they won't have any loot, and you're just gonna get a bad reputation. It's just to be toxic. So I feel like that's definitely gonna help newer players just progress in general and keep the player count up.
Okay, I got there's 3 questions what fans want to answer if you're ready
Okay, go on.
to listen.
Me listen.
Okay, first one if it's not already asked, is there a weight system, a limit how many things you can carry at once?
No
Or like,
comment. Next question.
Okay, and the second is wait, let me see. Uh, is the lore gonna be more like harder or like heavier than Rogue Lineage?
The
The
lore?
lore.
Is that what you said? Lore?
Yeah,
Is it
like
gonna be
it's
like?
gonna be heavier and
Oh, like is there gonna be
heavier.
more lore? Yeah, there will be more lore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Rogue lore was kind of
Okay.
like,
Okay.
they kind of quickly folded on that, but here it's like
Last
there's a lot to learn. Yeah.
last one is Deepwoken moderation going to be better or worser? Because
I
if
mean,
Arcs is gonna add more mods.
subjective. I mean, like if somebody says like, if I say the Deepwoken moderation sucks right now, and then like, I don't know, maybe they add new mods, and I could think it's worse or better. You know what I mean? Or maybe like, yeah, that's really subjective. So I
Yeah.
don't really know.
I think he just okay. Let me see what Pink's player
I was
size
gonna
is. I think it's just gonna be same. Yeah. I don't think there's any questions I've gotten now.
I was gonna say the whole oh, what was it? Oh gosh, I absolutely forgot. The lore, that was what it was. I feel like Rogue, when Rogue didn't, well, Rogue started off to have like a little bit. I feel like that was really interesting for a lot of players. Then it kind of died off, and it kind of the game turned into more of just like a PvP fest instead of like more of like a world building like experience, making it more fun for me personally. I feel like that would definitely help the game be more alive.
Oh, say again, bro. I was spacing out, bro. My bad. Hey, Deontay.
Oh,
what do you want to eat later
I was
today?
just saying how.
What do you want to eat later today? I'll go on. Oh, what do you want to eat later today? Unless she's making food. Well, unless we should make food. What do you think? All right.
You're still in NA, right,
Oh,
Aga?
All right, my bad. I'll go on.
I was just saying how Rogue's got like a lack of lore, and I feel
Okay,
like
wait.
that.
I'll have to
I'll
do
be
something. I'll be right back.
All right. Oh, wait. You're asking about what? Okay.
Well, about the relevance of lore in the game.
Oh, the relevance of lore.
Yeah, I was just. Yeah, I think that'll definitely help the game a bit more.
Cause yeah, the lore in Rogue was very lackluster.
IMO, my honest opinion, while the lore is more prevalent in Deepwoken, I don't think people really care about that as much. I'm not gonna lie. Like that's just how rogue players are. I don't think they're gonna care. You know what I mean? They're gonna care about more like the secret. Oh, that's cool. Like actual stuff you can find versus looking for the lore. Like
Finding a secret trainer.
Few people will find it interesting, but a lot of people will look for the more, you know what I mean? Like gameplay related secret stuff versus like lore. Now I'll invite some more. I'm gonna invite some new people up in here. Can I just move people in there? No, I have to invite them. All right, I'll invite some more people to speak.
I'm done talking. I've already asked what I wanted to. You can move me back in.
All right, thanks Redacted. Appreciate you pulling up here. Max, you want to have anything else you want to add in? I'll invite Cam as well.
No, I'm pretty good.
All right. You guys go ahead and speak. Nuova. Prime, you take it from here. Just for like 30 seconds. I gotta use the bathroom again.
All right.
Give me a sec.
So I gotta say the combat looked interesting. What do y'all think the combat's gonna be like when the game actually dropped? Do you think there's gonna be like some meta type shit where people find out that the element is really good because people haven't adapted to it yet, or some shit where it's like just as good because it does a lot of damage, or it has like a sort of stun thing, or some slowness shit? What y'all think about that?
There definitely will be metas. There's no doubt about that. Obviously, people
Yeah.
are gonna find spells they prefer, and like elements will. People are gonna have to learn the elements. As for how long they'll stay, I don't know what Rag said, but I'm fairly sure they're not gonna let certain metas stay around for that long. They want the game to be changing constantly. So
I
I
believe,
mean,
correct
especially
me
at
if
the
I'm
start.
wrong, that dude Rag did say that Deepwoken is a PvE game with PvP aspects or PvP benefits or some shit like that. Correct me if I'm wrong though, I don't remember.
I'm fairly sure they're pretty equal. Not sure entirely, at least. But yeah, in terms of spell metas, there's definitely gonna be builds that people are gonna go for once people figure them out. I don't know how long they'll stay though.
I'm back. What's good? Yo, why y'all talking about spell
Probably
metas?
for like a month. We talking about
Yeah.
metas and shit. Like, do you think there's gonna be metas when the game drop? And is it because people haven't adapted to the element yet, or is it just because of the fact of a certain part of that element, like slowness or extreme damage or some shit?
Oh wait,
And I'd like to
cut out.
assume that spells are balanced in the fact that it is more preference.
Hmm.
Uh,
Oh, go on.
and that yeah, like something could be strong, but it's more or less of it being overpowered and you just not knowing how to fight it. And so hopefully that level of balancing won't be as required.
I see.
Also,
Yeah, I don't think they're
question
really.
for Agamatsu.
Before we get to that question, yeah, I don't really think that there will be like much issue with there being like super overpowered things because again the devs will probably balance it out, and in general I think just a lot more of the games the things in the games are just balanced in general. But go on, ask a question.
Uh, will Big Hoss be in Deepwoken? You know, like an Easter egg or something.
Okay, dude. No comment. Next question.
He always comes
I
back.
He's asking the real questions.
I'm just wondering, but like you know that dude Big Hoss, like he interplanar travel type shit, so maybe he makes it to Deepwoken. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Um.
Oh yeah. Another thing.
Yep.
I wanted to get like a little bit of the detail on event sleep. So how it apparently works is that NPCs will not do anything until a player has eventually interacted with them. Is that shit works?
Say that again. Like,
I don't think that's something. I don't think it's something Aga can really talk much about.
Well,
that's more of a
probably
code
not,
question
but
that Archer Rag would have to elaborate on.
All right. I guess I can't answer it. Yeah.
So how is armor gonna work?
How is armor gonna work? No
Armor?
comment.
Yeah, armor. Like, is it gonna be like real Lineage where you just like buy it and it automatically applies to you, or
No.
is it like more of a?
No comment on that.
If Aga doesn't want to say anything, then
Yeah. Think about that yet. I think you guys will enjoy it though, but no
there's the
comment.
stuff we know. The stuff we already know, but it depends what you're trying to ask about.
would you say that the game is like 60% skill, 40% stats, 20% 20% stats, 80% skill? What do you think as the rough estimate of that?
Of like about like how like balanced it is.
How much does your stats and your skills and your power affect how fight outcomes will actually be reduced?
Huh. I mean, not really that much in my opinion.
It's
Through
pretty subjective, I'd say.
Because I doubt the game is like I feel like
True, that
stats at some point are gonna give you an edge where you could just win based on stats or win based off specific something if someone is like a freshie or some shit.
Um, yeah, I don't really think, in my opinion, like stats really matter like that much to me. Like, yeah, sure, if a guy's stronger than me and maybe has better stats, like that means nothing to me. Like I've beaten people who are clearly like a good bit stronger than me, like a nice chunk, portional chunk stronger than me. So like again, it doesn't really matter to me that much. I mean, yeah, they have a little they have a little advantage. They have an advantage, like a clear advantage, but I've beaten them before, so now, for my boy here, like he will argue that maybe he thinks that you just gotta get a little. It's skill based, isn't it, Deontay?
What is?
Combat. You think it's really based on like stats and all that stuff?
What's
that
up,
much?
y'all?
Definitely not. No.
What they do?
So yeah, he also
So,
agrees.
Wait, do they know like how the?
question from a dude in chat. Will the church of will the prince of the church be in Deepwoken? Like the prince, Deep Knight Prince.
No,
Never rogue related question.
they've already said a few times before that Rogue and Deepwoken are completely separate. There's nothing like connecting them.
I think like.
Oh wait, my boy has something here to say.
If someone is clearly higher progress than you, like,
Mm.
let's say like in terms of levels, for let's just hypothetically, right?
Uh-huh.
If someone's like 10 levels higher than you and you're
Uh-huh.
just like that good, they can still be bad too, right?
Like a super class to base class.
Yeah, then like you can. I feel like with enough skill, you could probably still beat them, honestly. Even if they have like magic and stuff, like skills and stuff.
I feel you. Yeah. Yeah, but IMO, yeah, what my boy's saying here. But by the way, again, for those watching, he's also a tester in Deepwoken. Yeah.
So, what's the soundtrack for Deepwoken?
What's the soundtrack? Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
You can go to that dude like what's his name?
a YouTube
Najaski?
Didn't
Najaski, I
Exogunus
think
said
is
there
his
was
name.
like 30 to 40 tracks, something like that? Rhea gave us estimate that. It is pretty awesome though. That has its own full OST.
Wait, it has its own OST. I thought it was this Steel.
Knack. That dude Knack. He makes most of the stuff for Deepwoken, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
Don't flex on him like that. Relax.
What? What? Who flakes?
Oh,
what is it? Wait,
Agamatsu, I got a good question from a dude in chat actually.
What's the question?
Will everyone have a chance to succeed in Deepwoken? Rogue's huge issue was that despite your skill, if you were unlucky and got ganked by ultras, it's a difficult situation to find yourself in.
Like if you're a mage and you got ganked by a D-Sage and like they cancel your mana and shit like that, like.
He's saying like, is there situations where if you just get bombarded at a certain point by a bunch of people, or if you have someone
you
that
get
like
jumped.
you know like a mage and a D-Sage, yeah, like
or
you are
like other count, like also like if you get ganked by like a counter build, is that what he's basically saying, right?
Oh, he's saying there's no way to win if it's a 10v2 ultra a freshie v ultra. So he's saying like if a gank squad pulls up on you while you're a
Somebody's skilled.
freshie and they're strong as shit.
Obviously, you're probably not gonna survive that, right?
I mean,
Yeah, generally speaking,
didn't
you can't
Rag
do
say
that
that
much.
there was a lot of parkour in the game?
There's a lot of
very
ways.
good ways.
There's a lot. If you're good, it depends on how good you are with the movement system. Because if you know how to escape, with the movements, but yeah, if you're good with like the movement system, you can pretty clearly like, if you're better than your opponents at escaping, then yes, there are chances that for you to escape. But generally speaking, like if you're like I don't know, let's just say like you're new to the game, and you get jumped by like 4 experienced players, and chances are you're probably not going to survive, bro. Like I'm sorry to say, you're
I think even if you are experienced,
it depends. Yeah, it depends if you get. It depends like how fast you like calm down or react, or like if you get jumped and like you're not paying attention, you just start getting like just wailed on basically. Then like they're.
Also, like, if you're like, I guess fighting an enemy too, and they attack you.
Oh yeah, true. Like if you're fighting like an NPC and like then they jump you while you're fighting the NPC, then yeah, there's also a chance for you to get murked like that as well.
Yeah, that's actually another question that I have. Like, how hard are the NPCs?
Like it depends on how progress the people jumping you are. Yeah, true. In a way,
Mm.
yeah.
How hard would you say the NPCs are, Agamotse?
Ooh. True. How are the NPCs? Ooh, they are. They can be.
They can be quite tough.
They can be a good bit difficult. I won't lie.
It's not like GPO where you can go in, you
Bro.
one them and
Yeah, like my guy here, he grinds GPO sometimes. How you feel about that? You grind GPO. But no, like yeah, they can be a good bit.
GPO, bro, come on.
They can be a good bit difficult though. I'm not gonna lie.
you actually have to practice against them.
Yeah,
Speaking of NPC,
you actually got to know what you're doing, bro. Which is what I like. Like you know, like when you find like a gore pig or a griffin, like it's just kind of like you're just kind of hitting them until like hopefully they die, right? You know what I mean? Like okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Like while the monster you fight in Deepwoken, like you can't do that, my guy. Like try.
Even if you are experienced, you can still get bold.
Yeah, like try just like spamming M1 and hoping that you kill him, bro. You're gonna get fucked up, bro.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for
That
that.
literally cannot work. You literally have to know how
Because
to fight.
you know, brain dead NPCs are very common in Roblox games, so that really sets this apart.
Yeah,
I
that
assume
is
the
one of the
enemies
biggest
also
difference.
won't have attack patterns.
I don't think there's any other. Is there any like maybe remember when we were talking about Fantastic Frontier, like how some of those monsters like Mr. 58, right? Yeah, but even then, like he was pretty like slow / easy. And like a lot of the things like you fight in like the Nightmare Room are, like one shots. Like you don't even Yeah, I won't compare it to Fantastic Frontier.
Just like moving out of the way and just jumping. That's not how it's like in Deepwoken.
True.
What about
Yeah,
what about
true.
attack patterns? When enemies have attack patterns.
It's kind of. You said will they have attack patterns? So let me. No comment. No comment on that. No comment on that for now. I don't know how much I'm gonna say, so no comment on that.
It's just
so
mainly
it's
the
our,
fact that if a person was like experienced enough with a certain type of enemy, could they beat them easily just by knowing like their attack patterns, aka what shit they will use and when they will use it and stuff like that.
Okay. Sorry, I was muted. I was talking to my boy. I'll just say you have to react to your enemies. Yeah, you have to react to your enemies when you're fighting them. Yeah, you can't just like think, okay, when I see this thing, I'm gonna do this exactly. No, you're gonna have to react and fight.
So each fight will be different.
Yes.
Is
all right. So is there any incentive to fighting NPCs?
Oh yeah, there are quite a bit.
Like, did they drop anything like how playoffs
No
do?
comments, but there are incentives. Dang, Raguzer has stopped responding to comments. Unlucky for everybody in general right now.
Yep,
Oh,
he's
he
done
left-
for tonight.
He's
or
left the
today.
Discord. Let me see what he says.
Oh, is he actually left
Oh.
the Discord as well? Yeah, he did.
Does anybody want to play Terraria with me?
Yeah, sure. I got you.
All right, what's our Steam friend code?
Yeah, I just hope I just hope Rag doesn't get like stuck on Bleach Ultimate.
I'll DM you my shit later.
Forgets about Deepwoken.
Will NPCs use the environment to kill you? Probably not. I doubt NPCs will be that intelligent in this game. Until some big ass mob starts picking up trees and throwing that shit at me, then there might be a difference.
So, how many route events are there? Like the stupid pirate thing or the ship thing. How many of those are
Alright.
like in the game?
No comment on that. But for now, I think since Rag has stopped talking, I think for now it's probably a good time to end the stream. And this little chat we've been having. It's almost been 6 hours. I kind of want to go drop a video today. Talking about more games to play while waiting for Deepwoken. I appreciate everybody for coming here today, especially Raguzer, Anger Roast, Demons Eldris, Zayo the mod. I see you in chat. I see you watching as well, bro. I'm just saying. I'm just shouting. I'm shouting some specific people out for showing up.
Everyone showed up. Everyone put in the same effort. So.
Oh, okay. And
shout out
also,
to me.
and shout out to all the people who are watching
Put
in
in
the same.
effort to show up. We all appreciate you.
Yep, true. And also shout out my boy SSJ Dasher. He said, how does it feel that he's never played Rogue and he got in? That he was trying to flex that.
I know you guys are molded. I know you're
okay, dude.
taking in your boots right now.
Anyway, but yeah, I appreciate you guys for pulling up today. Again, maybe I'll do this another time in like a month or something like that. Again, if you want to if you also want to you might want to tell Deepwoken information. Raguzer dropped a bunch of information in chat.
Oh, they already know.
That you guys could probably talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, they know already.
Again, apologies for anybody that I yelled at. Hopefully I didn't.
All in good fun.
Yeah, all in good fun. No hard feelings.
I have hard feelings
I had
about
to
the
tell them
SMP.
though. I don't want to yell at them. I want to tell them. Thank you for the sub.
My ears burn.
I'm glad you guys really appreciate these streams. They're really fun every time. So I'll be seeing you guys later, and I'll be seeing you guys later. Peace. And now I'm going to be also ending the stream.